Unfortunately, the human frequency is a life and death matter. I expect you to go look at it, never listen to anything, and I will never send thousands of people to anybody ever again. Ever. Lee has taught me a lesson about that because I feel responsible for the lives of the people I sent to this guy. A couple of hundred has fucking dropped, but I don't care. I sent thousands of people
Howdy.
to learn off of one video.
How y'all doing?
One video. One is worth looking at in this entire fucking stack of puke. If you listen to this man, you're going to think your corn market's great. Your cow market's great. You're going to go to the grocery store and find out that your price is double.
I'm monitoring for trolls at the moment. I usually monitor my first hour.
Why did your prices double in the last 2 weeks?
We'll go back later.
Huh?
Answer
Because
questions.
he's right? I don't think so. I would look to other information and go over here and start talking about
how's everybody doing?
Find out what Professor
Hopefully
Schumann,
you're getting your Schumann fucking frequency mastered. Not paying attention to me or Lee. This is fucking nuts. Motherfucker trying to kill fools over here.
As a matter of fact, in my mini Schumann resonance videos, I bring actual professors and stuff to talk to you about your Schumann. Lee here can't seem to find anybody.
Hi, troll.
The man is being paid, obviously.
It's not you, Mary.
He just started fucking
they like to fuck with my chat. You might have to combine words or something. We understand. We've been dealing with it for a long time.
He's trying to get you killed. He's giving you horrible.
I ain't deleting shit. I don't. I usually pin my trolls up top. If they come in here, we let them talk because I don't fear nothing. I'm just giving the truth.
You don't want to do it.
That's it.
You're going to have to go look it up for yourself. You see
but yeah, they monitor my fucking chat and they'll fucking take your fucking shit out of here before I can even see what you're saying.
Oh my God.
It's nuts.
Everything you ever looked at about the Schumann frequency will tell you this man has no fucking.
All I'm doing is smoking a bowl of some marijuana.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about on the subject. He's never looked at it. All he's ever done is seen me talk over.
He did what?
And he decided that he wanted to fucking jump on my neck.
I'm gonna fall down. He did not. What? Well, shit. You know, if that's the case, I might have to do one nice about a hush puppy. Because that's just the way I roll. Somebody starts seeing reality and truth for what it is. Damn. You shitting me. Hush puppy come out with some good information. You're shitting me. I'll tell you what, miracles happen. Look, the two I want to start. Well, I fucking always had a problem with hush puppy. I didn't get along with Blue Kool-Aid either at first. And I mean, well, look, he formed right into Wage's world and start talking truth. So I have to give him kudos. I may have to give myself a hush puppy kudos, huh? That's crazy. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see Lee acting like a little bitch like this either. Fucking nut job, man. Derek picked him a good one. Fuck. So I got a bunch fucking oxygen. Well, we got about 1,000 pounds. So I got a bunch of glass though. I'm excited about my glass holdings. I got some glass to work with today. You know, Lee is like I said, I sent a lot of people to him to learn from one of his videos because I was freaking out. I blame myself. I was afraid. I was afraid of being different than everybody. I still am. I don't want to be different, because that means that I do stuff that you can't do. I had to prove how the fuck I was reading hieroglyphs because I'm not going to be different than you. See how that works? I panicked and I found something John showed me. He was watching and fucking it clicked. I was like, oh my God. It's just simple physics. I need to get somebody. And I figured, well, it worked for John. I might as well use Scientificlee in that video. And I sent everybody to fucking him, to the motion of everything, field defined. And when he started, he only had about 3,000 subs. I sent him a good 5,000 fucking people. I feel responsible for every one of them. What if they haven't logged on to know what's happened with Lee and they start listening to the man? That's my fault. So if he's going to sit here and fucking give deadly information, I'm just going to keep putting it back out. I don't think that was mean or anything. It's just the fucking way it is. The doctors have established that this shit affects you. I wouldn't listen to me or Lee. I'd go look at what a doctor says about the shit to be sure. Well, he is kind of an idiot. But that's beside the point. He's giving bad information. And even an idiot can look up fucking Schumann frequency and get better information than that, my dear. I've watched him change. There's a reason he's doing this. It's not on the up and up. What can I say? There have been look, you know how moguls change and hide things from you? You're looking at it. You're literally looking at the process, and it's ugly. It really is. It's ugly because people like money, and they'll do damn near anything for it. That's why I don't take donations and shit over here. This kind of information. Look, if somebody offered me $100,000, literally, not long ago, would I be willing to crack her on the knuckles as quickly as I would you if you ain't gave me nothing? See, that puts everybody on equal basis. Because I don't know how I would act if I took $100,000 from somebody, for fuck's sake. Kidding me? No. I want you to live through this as best you can. And we got a magnet. We got the ability to do this. It's our creation, design, our purpose in creation. And that's my motivation. I want the world to be better. That's my donation. Make it better. Now I got to go look. Hi, Glenn. Love you too, man. I got to go look up some hush puppies. We're going to go see what Hush Puppy said. He said good things about me, dude. I might have to make at least the information. If he gives good information, man, I'm going to have to just come off with a happy video about our Hush Puppy friend here. Hello. Said 5 minutes ago. Now it's, catfish defense. Holy shit.
What's up, guys? How are you? Now, I normally don't come out in defense of many people. And you must understand one thing. Though there are researchers that differ from me, sometimes they have a quite right perspective. But there may be something wrong with their analytics. Now, I don't come out in defense of many people, but I'm coming out in defense of a person that really did not appreciate, and I must do this because I think it's right to do it.
Now we're 7,000 plus strong as viewers. And I'm going to tell you right now, catfish is being hunted and he's being attacked. Now, his theory was that the moon is doing cartwheels. The moon is not really doing cartwheels. See, the moon is tied to us, and light is coming in a different area. And when we switch, light switches. We're connected to the moon. Light from the sun is connected in a direct way. So in other words, what we're trying to say is when you see the light on the moon switch, it's because we're being wobbled. Now, I've done a lot of research on who's attacking him. And I don't like coming out in defense of many people. And again, we don't agree on our research. And he may have that wrong, but I'm not going to let him go down that way. I'm not. It's wrong, and I know who's doing it. And let me say one more thing. One of the people that's attacking him, unless he can clear up what was written in that newspaper about himself, has no credibility at all. It's not a message to anyone specific, but a message to the individual that is.
I'd say that's a pretty specific message. I know exactly what the fuck he's talking
We
about.
don't want to go there. We don't want a war like we did 3 years ago.
No, we ain't gonna have it. He can't
But I
talk
think it's
for.
wrong.
He can't talk.
And unless that
If he talks, Eric Briggs
Newspaper
loses his fucking job in real
was
life.
wrong
Period.
and all charges are dropped, I would stand down, mister, and leave catfish alone. Again, we're two independent researchers, but we are a family, Skywatchers. Now, we have differences, Catfish and I, on the rotation of the moon. Now is the time that he needs us. People don't attack people for bullshit. Major people don't attack people for bullshit. This is important. Remember, we were over 7,000 strong. Those channels, they don't have a chance.
I'm hearing a man that's embedded in some of this stuff send people to look at me. Is what I'm hearing. He don't like Dazza, apparently. Who would? Dazza's a fucking special monster. And he is one of the ringleaders of this. And his boss happens to be Bros. So, I don't know what he's talking about. We got difference in the moon because he just described what I did. It rolls because we do.
Against us and many other channels that are listening to us. Now they're grouping in to do something very horrible against researchers. Yes, you didn't think I would do it, but I will stand up for researchers. Peace out. We have a lot more to tell you soon. God bless. Hush Puppy Channel and Tier 2.
I said, you know, it's us rolling, not the moon. We seem to agree a little more than I suspected. Thank you. Because yeah, I mean, what else would it be? It's us tilting. See, I don't think anybody's ever actually listened to my words. Maybe I get too. Yeah, I don't know. I've never said we live on a flat Earth, and I say it's the moon cartwheeling, But that's from your perspective. We're the ones tipping. It's the moon that's cartwheeled, though. It's the way it looks. So I just been trying to get people to recognize that shit's doing that. Yeah, it's us. But regardless, that fucking moon's doing a cartwheel. You need to check it out with your eyes. But that's cool, man. I'm fucking wow. I'm surprised. I'm fuck. What I just say? Blown the fuck away. Surprise, surprise. Hmm. Hey Renee, how are you doing? Yeah, they hear the word fuck and they go blank. They're like, what did you just say? You heard me. Well, I keep telling y'all don't bring your families around me. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't. I don't at all. A lot of times, I'll go through it. I'll say the moon's doing cartwheels, and then I'll be like, I'll roll you through it. Why? That's us tilted. But yeah, I don't do that every time. I'm more interested in getting people to look at the goddamn thing. Then they can analyze it. A lot of people haven't even looked at it. That's the sad thing. It's been up there doing fucking cartwheels for 10 years. And yeah, of course it's us. That shadow doesn't roll unless you roll. I've made that every night here. I'm all like, look, shadow still. What you gonna do? Bend over. Bend over. I'll bet you it moves. It does every time. It's like, fuck. Lee, yeah, he's I I'm pretty sure he's not really actually delusional. I think there's motivation behind it. I've seen it. I've seen it time and time again. Now I've seen it doing it at least. I can't help but same people, same result. I think Lee's purposely trying to decredit himself because I was sending people there to learn how to read hieroglyphs. That's pretty important. So I didn't even think. They, I wasn't thinking. What can I say? I was not fucking thinking when I said. I didn't want to. I didn't want to be anybody's cult leader, and I didn't want to be different. And I still don't. I'm not gonna be either one of those. But uh, I'm just gonna find different ways to fucking. Fuck, we got enough shit over there on both of our pages. If you can't read hieroglyphs by the time you watch John and Mai's videos, then you're probably having a hard time reading English or whatever. Anyways, it's pretty easy shit to do. John's got the primer fields and all that shit over there that ain't Lee. And it goes into way more depth than Lee does, with actual working models and stuff like we like to do instead of somebody just talking. Because as you can see, words are cheap. We can take the same subject and go on a week about it. One of us is using medical information, the other one is using information they pulled out of their ass. You be the judge. That's all I got to say. I'm like, fuck. Come to think of it, every time I've spoken about the Schumann, I go to a medical journal, I go to and we do the detailed thing and everything, and then I don't know. I might be talking to the wrong doctors. There's an awful lot of them, though, that agree that Schumann really has an awful lot to do with your physiology and your well being. And you should know it because it's very seldomly talked about. And yes, I think there's like 6 different frequencies inside the same cavity, bouncing up and fucking down in there. One of them 7.83 hertz, and that's your fucking alpha wave. Anybody who monitors the Schumann frequency knows that. It is, Mary. It is wrong. Oh, yeah. Here, shoot. You are on the wrong channel. I thought so. Totally wrong channel. Here, let me give you the video you need to begin on. Do not skip one and work your way to the top.
Divine spirit here is
You want to know what we were writing on the walls? I'll teach you how. Ready? Go. Start right there. My wrenches will knock the crap out of you if you can't read a wall and you're over here talking. You've watched it all. Well, then, yeah, everything we've been taught is a lie. Well, you've got your obvious facts, like the sky's blue. It's blue because the oxygen molecules are blue. See, those are just facts that they can't hide. We have those. And the Schumann frequency is the same as our alpha wave. That's obvious stuff that you can look at and they can't hide. This kind of shit that we've discovered and the mysterious atomic level string theories and shit, that kind of confusion to keep you away from your magnet and each other, confusion about a bathroom. That somehow that figures in there. You know, they want you on every level, not sure what you're looking at. That's what the game is. That's all. And now we've got a steady boop, 1748 hertz in every freaking atom. And it starts to clarify things a little bit for you. And they don't like that. So they're going to throw everything they can at me, at you. They may follow you around if you talk in my chat. I know I need to make a video saying that because that one's probably buried. I've got 3 or 4 of them. Just look, if you don't want to be followed, fucked with, don't talk in my chat. That's just the way it is because it's gotten ugly before. It's gotten ugly before. I've actually had to stop doing what I was doing and track down a person, a human being, where they work and let their work know what they were doing. And they and their friend haven't. Okay. Yeah, it got ugly. So you expect it. As long as you know, that's good. I just worry for everybody because some people can't take that kind of pressure. It's scary. And then they'll get mad at me. You just posted. Well, let me see if I can get your channel in. If I can't find your channel, you'll have to post it in comments. I'm not seeing you over here. Maybe I didn't get the whole name. Hang on. I'm coming up with a bunch of Val Marys. No, it won't show up in this in these comments in the chat scroll. It's telling they fuck with my chat. They fuck with me in my chat. They came over here the other day and started policing the chat, knocking people out for talking about divine intervention and shit. All of a sudden they divined some intervention. I was like, what the fuck, man? And I came up with a different search. Still Val Mary. What the fuck? I said Mary Val. Yeah, I can't find it. On the previous video. Okay. See, that'll work. That works better because I can find that. It just take me a couple clicks. Previous video, I'm sitting here looking at it, nothing. E floor mouse and the bleak narrative. Try it again. You are talking about MaryWanna NASA axis shift, throwing stuff and all that, right? Yesterday's video. Hi, Sandy. Well, she should be able to make a video comment over here. I don't even see you in my comment section, Mary. Anywhere. My notifications, none of it. What's the title of the video? Well, what's so important? What's so important? You're right here. You've written a book. What's so important? I've spent long enough looking. You got to make sure that comment sticks because for risk of repeating myself the fifth time. Level 2021 first flat Earth documentary. Yeah, I'm not looking at that. Not going to waste my time. Why am I going to look at a flat Earth documentary? You trying to convince me we live on a frisbee? Yeah, I think so. Hi, Sandy. Time for the corner. Yeah, actually, fuck time out for that one. Have a good life, Mary. Is she going to scientifically prove to me we live on a motherfucking stability frisbee with a fucking flashlight floating around in the fucking sky, exactly half on a fucking plate? No, you're not, Mary. You're going to suck my dick. Fucking tired of people like that. So fucking stupid. So fucking paid. You can't be that stupid naturally. That you can make up. I got a plate and a flashlight. It's that hard. Light doesn't shine in a straight fucking line. It does much like that. Scientific proof. I'm sorry, Virginia. I didn't mean to make you spit. Probably snarfed a little milk too. Might have a cornflake up there. As somebody look at that. I've been there. It's not pleasant. I had a feeling where we were going with Mary. She hadn't watched one of my fucking videos. I completely felt that from the woman. I was like, no, you have not. Oh, you got Cheerio in it. Well, at least they got holes in them. You can breathe still. Hey, Pollyanna, how you doing there, fearless leader? I'm over here making people spew milk. Lodge Cheerios in their nose. Yeah, we had an intruder from the flat world. Her name was Mary. She was quite a pleasant little flat earther. But I nonetheless, she had to go away. She was busy over there. I know where she was. She's over there making 15 accounts so she can step on Lee's neck. You gonna pull a Lockwood on him because you know you're blocked. Oh God, I'm dizzy. Oh my God. You had to smash the flatty. Thank you, son. Doing good, James. How are you? That that was a good move, Sandy. You could smell that coming, didn't you? She's like, "Is it corner time?" I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah. I'm like, oh, she means put this one in the corner. Kick it the fuck out of here. I don't think a corner's going to help that. She had scientific proof the earth was flat. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to laugh. I couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding me? So we still got a damn pawn to make. I only made 7 fucking blue ones. I got to make another one tonight. Isn't that funny? See, I'm a fucktard. I thought I made them all. Nope. So it's like I like swinging wrenches. It is fun. That's awesome. See, I knew I gave it to the right one. You know how to decide on that. That's good. Now, if there's just if they got scientific proof the Earth is flat, you can just about guarantee I ain't interested. I've looked, I've thought about it, and no, I've been around the globe. You know, once you do that kind of stuff, they come off with this flat Earth shit, and it's like, no, wait a minute. No, I have actually done that. It's not flat. So once you've, you know, um, eaten ice cream, ain't nobody gonna tell you it tastes like shit because you know better. Unless, of course, they made shit cream, then you're in for a surprise. But that ain't the same. It's vanilla with honey. It's more like ambrosia. Hi, Ramon. How are you? Yeah, I know. There's a big difference there. But yeah, somebody sent me an article today. There's a link on my page where I think it was like 18. They were talking about the Earth had tilted to. I'm waiting for him to come back out and talk about the glowing wall of hydrogen again. That was a good one. I want to see if the glowing wall of hydrogen. There's a glowing wall of hydrogen. It's up by Jupiter now. Well, can we have a glowing wall of hydrogen update? How's that going? Has anyone looked at the moon or the mishaps of it? Yeah, like what? It's a rock. They drug it here. It used to be another planet's moon before we got trapped in its orbit, and they've used it for a fucking way station since they drug it here. Yeah, we've noticed. What have you noticed? Same thing? Imagine that. It's not a hologram. Tell you that. That's where you're going. That doesn't even make sense. Why did they start flipping the hologram all of a sudden? If you start telling me it's a hologram, you know that's your last fucking word here, right? I've had enough of your fucking lies. Yeah, I mean, has he even looked at the moon in 10 years? Gonna come talk to me about the moon. Have you noticed it's doing cartwheels? Your hologram started doing cartwheels or what? Come on. Is someone sending me a pack of vipers? You forgot to send their teeth. Damn. Did you see that? Go, wrench. See, my wrenches are reading hieroglyphs, and they can tell if you haven't. So if you come over here, regardless of what you're saying, they're going to know if you've done your homework or not. And I made them do their homework and treated them the same way. So guess what? They're going to treat you the same way I treated them, because this isn't about your fucking flat earth or your socializing. This is about your life. Now, get over there and watch the oldest videos. That's all I got for you. Here, I'll give you a link. You go from this one right there, and oh, shit, my link's gone. You missed out. See? Damn. See how that works? No, I'll go dig you up another one. I'll get you one. Watch, they're gonna go over there and just spout off about how everything's flat. And then I'm gonna have to go over there and block them. I won't hide you. I will pin you up top and make an example of you. Because I don't hide people with opposing opinions, because I don't have an opinion. I just bring the facts. There you go. We happen to reside where the destroyed planet Tiamat used to live. And we used its moon to keep us here for a long time. Because it locked us in. The natives say that's what happened. The cuneiforms say that's what happened. The aboriginals say that's what happened. So I'm going to go with that's what happened. That's why that man in the moon has never done a cartwheel. That's why the man in the moon is fucking very steady, because they drug that fucking thing here. And they've been using it for several different reasons. I can agree with you on that. We've discussed this, listening to it from the horse's mouth. Anybody coming out of this Bible shit talking about flat anything, you ain't read your original books. Anybody coming at me talking about Bible anything, you haven't read your original books. You're reading a twisted version that was produced by Rome. Prove me wrong. You go to your original books and prove to me that that's the story that's written about in the Bible. It is. But do you know what the real story is? I do. See, that's the problem with communication. I went to the original source after reading all the different versions of that book, the Quran, all this shit. I was looking for God with Ernst, and I couldn't find it in the pages of a book. So I went to the older books, and I realized why I could not find it in any book. It's not written there. It's in your fucking heart. There, just gave you a shortcut. It's where God is, your creator. God's out here. They want you to worship him. Your creator's at 1748 hertz in every atom in existence. That's omnipresence. That's amazing. And Lil and Inky and their sons and their grandsons and the sons of Anu and all your fallen angels, not one of them can claim that. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. I'm going to keep putting marijuana in mine. It tastes better than your shit. Now, I'm going to put on some cuneiform. Well, the beautiful thing is once you start, like, fuck, you just got to relax. And then you're like, oh, wow. Okay. I can do this. You lose your fear. You understand. You start talking to creation. you start realizing more about you and around you and everything else. It's just a natural process of being human. You just got to be fucking human. And we've been trained how not to be human. And human is not a dirty fucking word. We're stewards. We're truly stewards in the realist form of the word. But you can't be unless you understand what the fuck that means in reality and physics. Because you have a fucking magnet. That is the difference right there. Bam. The big difference is you can control your frequency in your magnet. Period. That makes you responsible for fucking everything on this planet. And if you don't get that, then you need to start looking up some shit. A little bit of fucking magnetic physics, scalar waves, amplification of resonant frequency magnets, etc., etc. Hallback arrays come to mind. 1748 hertz in a chat fucking, or in anywhere but a chat bar. Getting that search. Because we ain't even started finding shit at 1748 hertz because there's so much shit to look at. You know why? Because it's in every atom. It's a little bit to process, but you can't begin to process until you start actually looking it up. Instead of just, I've learned that's true about everything. And that's why I'm very liberal with my block button, because it happens to do one thing. Stops you from doing that so much. Now, if you choose to leave the channel, that's your choice. But if you sit here and you look at the channel and you're actually like, oh shit. And then you start going out and fucking teaching people reality, because it doesn't take a damn calculator. Then what? You don't need my name anyway. So you can go, fuck you too, dude. And then leave for all I care. I know they won't. They'll end up back over here talking about, you remember me? It's happened. But fucking, I mean, I think honestly, if I sat here and been friendly to everybody, it'd have been the worst fucking thing I could have ever done in my life. For you. Okay? I might be popular. I might not have such a long fucking block list. I might not be having so many fucking stones thrown at me. And I sure as hell could have fucking benefited from even showing a commercial on any one of my fucking videos, but I don't. Because that's not what the fuck I'm here for. I'm here to change the world. Period. As best I can. I happen to have run into some fucking information Creator wanted us to know. It was written on the walls, and you can read them. Because what did they want us to know? Nothing that was on the walls. That's what. And now you can read them. We wrote them. Hi, Shirley. No, different crowd, actually. No, leave this one talk. Leave this one talk, wrenches. I can see. Oh, okay. So we're just going to play this tonight. Well, I'm just going to have my wrenches kill you every time you fucking come back. I'm not playing this tonight. Here you go. I'm actually going to take and get you the fuck out of here. Those people don't read hieroglyphs. They're not allowed. There's rules here. Josh Reeves, he's a pretty cool cat. I'd like to get a hold of him, get him some info. Hi, Chad. You ready to get busy? Got spilled today. His ears ringing. Uh. Nice, Chad. Nice. Nice. Anybody who looks at it starts being like, oh my God, it's fucking beautiful. Thank you, Chad. Look, you got some soul bucks, and I got some residuals. We don't need no donations over here, motherfuckers. We showing people our moon and handing them their well-being. Isn't that nifty? Yeah, Josh is a really cool cat. I know, Sandia. I had to smack two of them myself. It's all right. I got the master wrench. I just don't like doing it. I like letting y'all do it. If they can't read hieroglyphs, get rid of them. Well, 600-second timeout so they can think about it. Anyways, that's the same rule. But those, yeah, you know who's who. They just came in here to fucking harass. Yeah, we have new people in here every night that are reading hieroglyphs all of a sudden out of nowhere. Isn't that amazing? You came into a channel where people literally come in here every night learning how to, not learning, having learned, because that is a prerequisite for being here. What? Can you? I get the feeling you can. I just, I didn't want to be the one teaching you. I just, I didn't think it was right. And I chose to send you somewhere else. I made a mistake. Won't do it again. Yeah, this is what you get. This is what you fucking get when you try to. I was trying to openly display, hey, look, this isn't me. This, you can go on your own and look and learn. And everybody I sent to is now discrediting themselves hard. And it's hard to watch. I had hopes for Scientifically. I was thinking maybe, we could save him. Hold my cigar. I got that. I used to smoke 3 packs of fucking cigarettes a day. And yeah, these things have helped kill that. I used to wake up fucking not able to breathe. Where do you start? My first video. I'll show you what I saw. And you can walk through the process. One 5-minute video at a time. There's like 300 of them. Some of them will take you longer because I'm going to ask you, and you might, the only reason I'm telling you is because it might click in your head. Maybe I need to go look this up for myself because it's some really incredible information. So some of them might take you a little bit longer. If you already know how to read ISWA and you run into a 10-minute video, 5 of it's probably ISWA. Skip through till you get to the meat. But I wouldn't skip a video. This shit's fucking amazing. Unblocking my pants. Yeah, you can suck my dick too. You're pal. Hey Phil, how you doing? Not the other one, not the Corey. Corey asked a legitimate question and I gave it to Corey. So anybody come off with that smart ass shit, you just get the fuck out of here. This channel is for adults only. If you can't fucking discuss a matter, you will be sent to the children's table. For God's sake. Must I state it again? To speak over here, you must have learned how to read our old language. We will know if you've done this or not. Because my wrenches all do. And just from the words coming out of your mouth tells us very distinctly you have never received the knowledge on those walls. So, wrenches, we're going to have a fun night tonight. Because, see, here's the problem with you. Y'all might not understand this. I work here. I'm not fucking with you at work. I invited my friends to my workplace. I did not invite you. My friends will beat the fuck out of you in the parking lot with a wrench. Now, that's what this channel's about. I work here. If you want to watch me blow glass, that's fine. But I'd watch what I say in my chat. That goes for everybody. You're allowed to ask questions. We're fine. And we'll point you to the answer if we got it. If not, I'm sure we could collectively come up and think and figure one out. We got Google. We haven't had too many good questions. We usually have good information come back here. This channel is where stem cells was found, production of stem cells and everything else that we found after the goosebump thing. Everything else after that came from this channel because we collectively have been going out and reading new rocks. I never looked at these fucking things before. Some of these folks know where to find good rocks. Some of these rocks take a little bit of fucking like looking around to find out what the fuck they were talking about. And then there's Ken McClellan. He got pretty rocks. We just made acquaintance to him. And we have fun over here. We don't sit and fight. That's fucking ridiculous. We sit and then we blow glass. That's kind of like in a workplace, right? That's where we're at here. Respect it, or you get beat the fuck out of in the parking lot. How you doing, Ford? Sanskrit. We hear about Sanskrit in the lost book. He keeps mentioning some that I haven't actually listened to at all. I gotta go back through and listen to all of them and figure out. I'm gonna have to look at some more Sitchin's work because I came across Sitchin and I was like, I've heard about this guy. So I went elsewhere to the actual colleges and stuff. I've made videos. I was into the geek cuneiform stuff. Well, I found actually Sitchin's depiction of these fucking tablets is pretty fucking good. And it saves you from reading the same sonnets 50 times in the damn thing. So I've never really looked at Sitchin's work. I did my own. I'm using him because he actually does do a pretty good job. They refer to it as Planet Heaven an awful lot more than he does. I think that's the CIA connection in him coming out. But he gives it all. He does tell us that Nibiru travels with a sun. He does say that Nibiru's name is heaven. Only after it crosses the ecliptic does it come the planet of the crossing, Nibiru, which means Nibiru means the planet of the crossing. And then it goes through all that shit. Oh, God. Hi, Polly. That's our fearless leader, man. Do you not understand that? Our fearless leader is here. I would shake in my boots. I am. Her wrench is bigger than mine. I mean, that's our cult leader right there. You just don't know. I'm the front guy. She pulls my strings. I dance, motherfucker. Hey, Pollyanna, were you able to read the hieroglyphs before you met me? Just asking. Have you been able to read hieroglyphs since you met me and went over to Scientificlee and watched The Motion of Everything Field Defined? I think it was too. I have my suspicions on who Thoughts and Memories is too. If I was wrong, ain't none of these people. I don't understand. I'm really curious. There's 50 people over here right now. A good half of them right now are able to read hieroglyphs with confidence. They're like, oh my God. Not only confidence, but extreme surprise because they doubt me the whole fucking time they're over there. And then they'll go out and they'll look at Baalbek. I've never looked at Baalbek because that's where people go. And they'll come back to me and be like, wow, dude. And I'm like, I know. So what do you think you're going to convince these people of over here? You need to go troll my other learning channel where there's new people every day. Have you not learned? Do I have to teach you how to troll? Because I need better trolls. If I have to teach you how to troll, I'll do it just to get a better quality of troll. What the fuck? I'll tell you how you read them right here. Don't block them if they ask that question. If that's the only question they got, they don't deserve block. I'm just throwing a difference out there. Right there. And you work your way to the top of the page. You don't listen to me. You don't come to me for fucking questions. If you got questions, you go fucking look because I'll give you what you need to look for. It's going to put a piece of puzzle together for you. And you're going to be like, oh my God, by the time you're done, oldest first. That's how everyone has done it, including myself. The first ones, I had no idea what was going on till you're about 40 of them up. And you really start hitting some fucking meat that's going to change your fucking life. Promise. It's amazing. I began this thinking there was no God. I began this thinking I was on a dead rock hurling through fucking space with no fucking hope in sight. And let me tell you something. I was wrong about every fucking thing. Our creator has been proven on those walls for centuries and nobody knew what we were saying. Guess what? We do now, and it's fucking amazing. Amazing. And it ain't my brilliance that brought it. I am Captain Fucktard. I just happened to fucking see something I recognized. I was like, oh my God, what does that mean? And I took it to linguists. I was like, what is this? And they're like, this is amazing, man. And I was like, well, I kind of have to share that, don't I? And then people started throwing fucking rocks at me. That's what this is. It's no more, no less. Now, if you want to know your creator, it's been proven, tried and true. It's amazing what we used to know. Fucking mind blowing. And nobody's ever questioned that. Everybody's always suspected that if we broke the code, we'd know the secrets of the universe. Motherfuckers, the code is broken. Go get the fucking secrets of the universe and leave me the fuck out of it. That's all I've ever asked. And you got to throw stones at me? Who are you convincing over here that has seen the secrets of the universe that you have any creditation at all? If somebody's watched the moon do a fucking cartwheel with its shadow, do you think you can actually convince them that they didn't see that? Is that an actual process in your head? No, it's not. You're being paid to do this. And it's fucking sad watching tax dollars go to waste like that. Because you're not even good at your job. You need to be over there picking on the new people. You're an idiot. Beyond fucking excuses. Jeez. I would fire you and find better trolls. That's what the block button's about. I need a better troll. I don't know what the fuck is. I mean, are you kidding me? If they want to troll me, do it good. Do it effectively. Fucking stop wasting your wheels spinning over here with people. Four's been reading. Just because Four don't have a fucking wrench doesn't mean Four ain't been reading the fucking hieroglyphs. Mm. Are you kidding me? The whole page over here that talks is allowed to speak because they've been reading hieroglyphs. That's ding, 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 ding. Anything ringing a bell over here that says you're really, honest to God, knocking on the wrong door. I'm sitting here watching the futile, fucking desperate action, and it's sad. Do you honestly not realize how sad you look right now to people who you're trying to convince they're not actually seeing what they're seeing? They went off on individual fucking paths and came back here with the keys to the fucking universe. And you're going to tell them that we're all wrong? We're all wrong. That's cute. No, we don't sit here and repeat the same shit every day. You are a disgusting person. Jesus. Hang on, I'm swinging my fucking wrench. You don't talk to my leader like that. Best part of you ran down your fucking hoe mama's leg. Obviously, because there wasn't much left. I think your sperm only had about half a tail. Gee. Yeah, I'm just hiding that bitch. What do I need to look back on this for? Ain't gonna make new accounts all night. I don't care. I'm gonna get up here and blow blast. We're gonna listen to it. And you can routinely smack them in their head because they don't have no voice here. If you can't read a fucking hieroglyph and you gotta come off with fucking adolescent remarks at best. I mean, seriously, you're insulting people. That's your best. That's your best argument. Is insulting people. That's the best you can do. Is insult people. You have no intellectual anything to bring to the table. Nothing. Because that's what insults tell us. Okay? You have nothing. You are in a desperate act for attention, and it's sad. That's all you've got is insults. Are you fucking kidding me? These people are reading hieroglyphs. I didn't teach them. Somebody that fucking hates my guts taught them. You see that? Somebody that fucking hates my fucking guts taught them all how to read hieroglyphs. I didn't do that. See why I sent you to Lee? So I could say that. So I could say those fucking words when this happened, because I knew it would. That's why I sent you to Lee. And damn me for it. But I'll tell you what, it sure as hell makes for a fucking opportune moment right now, doesn't it? Because I never taught any of you how to do this. I sent you away. I chased you away. I smacked you on the knuckles just like I do everybody else. And you came back and you was like, thank you. Holy shit, look what I found. And I'm like, come on over to the corner. We blow glass here and talk about what we're finding. It's fucking amazing. And yeah, then we get rocks thrown at us. And they act like they're going to convince you of something because they can insult Pollyanna or me. And they don't even do a very good job of that. Hi, Shunka. How you doing? Well, it's the same person, Virginia. Same person. They're just in an act of desperation. They've hung themselves out to dry, and they're violently striking out at people that don't deserve their aggression in a very nice manner. Said. One hope for them, though, is I have dropped the fucking link 3 or 4 times. Maybe they'll actually go through the few videos and learn. Let me see. That's actually a good question there, Leanne. That's a damn good question. Frequency based. That'd be something to look into. I've seen a few of them. Now look, look, you got Pollyanna's nipples hard now. Look out. It's a damn good question. Okay, debate me, hungry. Let them debate me or her, hungry Sasquatch. That's fucking very interesting question. I had never thought of that because I've seen some of those huge, elaborate pipe organs. There's more than just one involved in the Catholic Church. It's pretty freaking interesting. Zoom call what? Hungry what? What are you trying to debate? I don't even know if it's worthy of fucking a Zoom call. If it is, then I'll click the button when you send it to me in my messenger and we'll talk. You'll debunk I live. Well, I'm alive, man. Y'all tried to kill me once. I'm still alive. What are you going to debunk? There's an awful lot to debunk. What are you going to debunk? Hungry? I'm alive? Because that's what you just said. You got to do better than half sentences to get your point across. Because I can prove I live right here, right now. I'm alive. I can't even read that right. I'll debunk you live, sir. Okay. Now, how exactly am I supposed to read that? As a veiled threat? Because it sure as fuck sounds like one. This is going to be fun. What's going to be fun? You haven't even told me what you want to talk about. You're over here having fun already. That's fun. Hi, Shunka. Make a sandwich, sir. I did. You can't read. You're going to debunk me. I'll debunk you live, sir. And I ask you, what topic are you going to debunk me on? And you have never said dick, except for wow, you can't read. You can't listen. Get rid of this fucking fool. I asked you a question. You're over here doing handstands for yourself. What did you win? You haven't even stated anything. My entire fabrication will start with the moon. Yeah, get rid of this fucking asshole. You know, NASA said that the Earth tilted and they blamed global warming. Therefore, if our Earth tilted, the moon is going to spin oddly, which it is. Captains of naval vessels have been Googling things and coming and leaving remarks on my videos about the moon, about how correct I am. They cannot get bearings, and they've been wondering why. That's why they're looking in Google for the reason. See, that's the cute thing. And then they're like, oh my God, that's what I'm seeing in my sky. And they got out there for the last 2 weeks and have been all over the fucking waves, tens of thousands of fucking naval vessel captains every day for a few years now. Couldn't get their fucking bearings and they wanted to know why. So they're all talking about it. Everybody that drives your fucking products from port to port, everybody who catches your fucking fish, everybody out on that fucking ocean knows the same things I do now. They know why they can't. And you know why NASA came out 4 days ago and said that the fucking earth tilted? Because a lot of those captains are scared the fuck to death out there on those fucking waves, knowing that we're on our side. Starting to see the picture? They had to tell them it was a gentle curve. That's why they said it started in the 90s, because it didn't. And I can prove it didn't. That's why NASA came out and said, oh, over time, over decades, we've tipped. We've been getting worse. No, actually, but I don't care at this point. They just told everybody we're on our side. That's why the moon's rolling, for the benefit of everybody driving your fucking products on the ocean. Shut the fuck up. There's your moon, bitch. Your moon, your stars, your sun, because it's tradition once in the day and once at night to get your bearings, to check your fucking equipment, and they haven't been able to. Every sailor, captain running any ship, any vessel does that. And they haven't known why. The Inuits do it. The Inuits. You don't believe me? Ask them. Throw stones at them. They went to NATO. And NATO told them, we know. Don't let the door hit you on the way out in the ass. This ain't me. What does that affect on Earth? Yeah, you need to go to the first videos and work your way back. My wrenches are going to hit you, Corey. I know you're asking honest questions, but they're going to hit you too. Don't hit them. Just we don't answer questions. I've already, because my words are cheap, Corey. You'll learn that. My words are cheap. I've given you the proof. I show you where to go find it if you don't know it. That way you know. You don't believe anybody ever again. I'm going to teach you how to teach yourself from now on. That's the most important lesson you can learn over there. You should never ask anybody something like that. You should ask whatever search bar you're in and go learn about it. That way you know. And I'm going to show you how. Very simple. Go read those walls. Hi, Ron. I don't understand what you want to fucking debunk. Light and shadow, a preschool fucking a preschool fucking topic there, Ron. That's what you started out with. You want to debunk the moon? How about you go talk to NASA? Because they say I'm right. Is there anything else, Ron? I think Corey's just somebody who came here to ask questions, Pollyanna. To be honest, just to let you know. You know who's who, though. You'll do what live? Hey, man. So you're going to take on IR spectrum in court and light and shadow. You're kidding, right? A wax and a wane moon. Can you give me a link from NASA that explains the wax and wane moon is normal, you can bring me a link that from NASA that says the moon should roll from wax to wane every night on my porch. You've got that? Because I've got $1,000 upstairs. I'll fucking mail off to you right fucking now. I've been asking you for that fucking link for what, 8 years? You playing games? I want that link. Because I just saw NASA all over the BBC and everywhere explaining to the world our axis tilted. Therefore, the moon, no matter what you say, is not acting normal. Because that is dictated specifically by our tilt. Good for you, Ron. Good for you. I want to see NASA come out on BBC and tell the world the moon should be rolling wax to wane every night. I want to see this fucking link where I can go see that and the public can see this. I don't have the link. I don't have the link that can lead me to your source. Let's see the link. Let's see the link. Where's the link? Do you have it on your clipboard? Oh, no, Ron. Fuck yourself. Polly, wrench that cocksucker. If you wanted to prove me wrong, you would have brought the link, a public access link from NASA explaining how the moon should do a cartwheel every night, not your own homemade graphics with your cute little fucking words on it. I would like to see an official NASA link that says my moon should rise, wax, and roll wane ever. I want to see a link talking about how the little grin and little frown every night from my fucking front porch is normal. And I will pay you. It's probably the llama. Another 6.0 and India Chad. Yeah. Well, we know it's not global warming. It's just not global warming. Well, they ain't doing a very good job, are they, Chad? We're kind of getting barbecue trolled over here. No, they didn't say. NASA said it was global warming. Globally, they went on the global networks and said the Earth tilted. And look at this guy today. He's throwing stones at me. You know, NASA said the globe has tilted, and therefore, if our axis has changed, so has the moon out of normal parameters. You don't get anything. NASA exposed to the world just how correct I am. I said the axis shifted and the moon is rolling abnormally as a result of it. Debate over. NASA said I'm right. Eat shit. I think you're suffering from lack of shooting, personally. You're not turning, okay, well, then you will be forever known as wrong. If you can't bring your fucking proof, I've brought mine. I've brought mine. I've brought my proof. Where's yours? I'll pay you for it in front of 54 witnesses. I suppose you would in front of 53 witnesses. Oh, he's gone. In front of 52 witnesses, his buddy's gone too. Give me that NASA link. I've actually got yesterday's post open. You can paste it there. I will go to it. Then I'll come and I'll count it out in front of you because I got a little more than 1,000 up there. I gotta go dig it up at the backyard. Take about 5 minutes. Well, I don't keep it in the house. That would just be stupid. They're threatening to blow this shit up. I thought he wants $1,000 in escrow, or he's going to hold his link forever. I'm like, well, he's the only one that's got the link. So. You know, if I had a link in my pocket, somebody was offering $1,000 for, I'd lay it down just for shits and giggles. Say, give me $1,000, motherfucker. Because NASA said just last night, globally, to the world, Earth's axis tilted. Well, what's that going to do to the fucking rise and fall and rotation of the moon? It automatically means that changed too. That changed also from any normal parameter. I don't care if it happened overnight or if it happened over decades. Guess what? NASA said Earth's axis shifted and the moon probably shouldn't be fucking doing cartwheels. So debate over, go talk to NASA. You ain't talking to me. People be crazy over here. Yeah, it was cool when Lee would come back and chat with us, but he got purchased, obviously. We all watched Eric Briggs and fucking Dazza and all of them, the whole crew, go over there to fucking Lee's. And then what happened? What happened? The same fucking thing that happened over there at the Sora and everywhere else we've watched this happen over the years. The same MO, the same everything. Started discrediting himself and being fucking a dickhead to ladies, especially. He's. What's up, Dave? Yeah, True North moved a little bit. I agree. This has been going on a little bit more than since 2010. It's just 2010. I noticed our moon had flipped. We were rocking for a while. It was like something was kind of grabbing a hold of us and then would let go. and then something would grab a hold of us and let go, and then it grabbed a hold of us and has not let go since. It's just really kind of difficult to prove anything was going on back then, and it really hadn't. It wasn't really, nothing was really going on. It was just, it was getting closer, and you could feel like if he was doing a fucking CME or something or whatever, his magna got stronger, it would tilt us a little bit. And it wasn't enough to like throw me off, like, oh my God. That began when I noticed that Tycho Crater was on top of the fucking moon, of course. I was like, oh no. Hi King, how you doing tonight? I'm glad you've learned. And like everybody keeps blaming me. Yeah, well, I just point out obvious shit. I go to medical journals and stuff, and I read it on a wall. And you know, who learned you is you, because you went out and did your fucking homework. Because I didn't hand you anything really. Just gave you a little map. Go show you where the fucking information is. And now you know. You don't have to ask me. That's all I ever want. Uh, I don't need recognition. Like I say, how many of those tens of thousands of captains out there that have been wondering where and what and when and why they can't get fucking bearings now know my name? One I know of. We're changing the world, people. It's information like this that people can see and deduce is light and shadow. No calculator needed. How do you make that shadow roll? It's got to be you. So people see this, and that ain't me. That's your. Can you look at what we're looking at over here? A bunch of people all, you know, and it's not just the trolls. They've got trolls, and then troll followers. And poor troll followers ain't looked at nothing themselves for too long, and they follow the trolls around, fucking just harping, and they definitely ain't as smart as you are to actually be like, well, you know, maybe I should actually look, because you know the trolls bought off. But the troll should probably actually look at what they trolling, because they following this guy who's being paid or some shit. And you see this, there's a whole network of it. And it's like, are you being paid too, or are you just doing this because you're a dumbass? You kind of wonder, like, well, until you watch it happen. It's like, oh my God. I just watched that happen, and then they started acting weird on another channel. Now this channel's doing the same fucking thing. Just all of a sudden removes half its content and starts killing itself. It's like, who used that one for fucking valid information? Oops. It's good information. Fuck it is, man. The fucking it is, but it's not worth this, for fuck's sake. Oh my God. I could draw you a little fucking compression wave and show you how it happens, why it happens, because I actually know the physics of it. Oh, love you too, Biscuit. Mm. God, I love my coffee though. That's some good stuff. We got the black silk. Mm. Well, the problem is they will insult and they don't have debate. And it's like, why did you even waste anybody's time with that, including yours? I mean, if you're wanting to come off educated, you should be very well educated on the art of light shadow to begin with. That's preschool. They have lunar phase videos for preschoolers, and then you got a globe. You got a globe. It got that little bar on it. All you gotta do is take your camera and put it in your location on the globe. Set the globe down because it's already pre-positioned to 23 degrees, and spin that fucking thing from bar to bar, back and forth. I know you can't go under the bar with your camera. Go bar to bar. What does it do? That's 7/8 of a turn. We're only talking about half of it for your night sky. Did you flip anything? No. Now, take that same globe, turn it on its side, do the same thing. Debate over. That moon starts doing this. And it didn't when it was sitting on its base, the way it was constructed to look exactly like the fucking one in space on an angle. See, with that axis, it tilted. NASA said so. Therefore, the spin is going to change, and everything on that ecliptic is going to go boop, 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 like it is. It's fucking simple. What is there to even try to debate? Because you have a globe that is modeled properly, sitting on its base, spinning, and it's not doing what your moon or anything is doing. And if you take and flip it and do the same thing, you're getting exactly what's going on in your fucking sky. That's a working model. Now, if you can produce a working model that works differently and correctly, then bring it. Why the moon hasn't tilted with us? Because it doesn't have as strong a magnet field. We were influenced. I give a working model for exactly that answer. It's a double overlaid fucking magnet. There's opposing magnets on the side of a big magnet in the center. That's what a sun is. And you roll a ball at it and it doesn't stick. But you roll two at it, it sticks in orbit. One of those balls has to have an opposing magnet field to hold that ball away from its surface or they'll smash together. They call that a moon. That finishes a circuit because you have to have a closed circuit for anything in the electromagnetic world. That closes the circuit. There has to be two balls. Has to be for the opposing magnetic field to lock in a planet to a Lagrange point. Period. I've given that working model. It works. Handheld. You can make the planets go the same way the fucking sun spins. Just like it works. And all you have to do is put that on the Birkeland current. Boom! And you light up a fucking what? An induction furnace with carbon and everything else around it glowing into plasmatic heat. It's not a scary thing. It's physics. I have nothing else for you. It's proven time and time again, physics, electromagnetic field. This is what we're looking at. That's what they were writing about on the walls. It's physics. It's simple physics. It's not me. For God's sake, I couldn't make this shit up. I'm not smart. I'm not smart enough to fucking do that. I don't think all of us combined have taken months and months and months to figure out what the fuck they were even drawing. 1748 hertz. What the fuck does that mean? So what did I do? What did we all do? And are still doing, because it's brand new information. We're out there 1748 hertz human biology, 1748 hertz universe, whatever. All kinds of crazy shit's coming up because CERN just proved every atom at its center is an egg toroid field, the pine cone, the magnet field, 1748 hertz, just like they drew it on that fucking wall. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I did not do that. I just happened to be like, oh my God. And John, see, I'm not even the smart one. John figured out what that little plate was. I had everything except for that. And he brought that plate. And I was like, well, you know, it's weird that they would put a fucking frequency there. But the problem is, John, it's in the center of some of the most amazing fucking detailed information I've ever seen in my life. That has to be pretty fucking important. And started finding magnets in people's human biology and 1748 hertz electromagnetic field right in you. And the evidence is in the oscillations in your follicles and hairs. When you get your goosebumps, it's like, oh my God. And you can feel it starting in your shoulders. Well, it's because it's coming from your electromagnetic. You're excited about something. That's why your fingerprints are individual, like a magnet signature. Magnet signatures are individual. You throw 1,000 different Pizza Hut magnets under a piece of paper and toss fucking metal filings at them, you're going to have 1,000 different fucking patterns. Just like your fingerprint. That's your electromagnetic energy coming through your body. And if you know anything about an electron magnet, you know they can help each other. And then you start coming into what Jesus was trying to tell us. And why would you even question that? Because it's like he was talking about your heart, your meekness of your heart, and inheriting Earth's strength. But they didn't add the strength in there. It was just inherit the earth. The meek will inherit the earth. In physics, that means a lot. If you know anything about a magnet, that means a lot. That means you're going to be a real live steward and protect all of life at once in a three sun convergence. That's why you were made. You need to be the extra shield. How many shields do we need for a supernova? Because this is three suns haven't come back for a very fucking long time. I have no idea what's fixing to happen, except I understand how three suns, one sings one frequency, three sing a chord. How in the hell do I know what that's going to be like during a supernova event? I don't. But I can tell you this, what I've heard about it, it cleanses anything not of the right frequency. So all of a sudden, you kind of need to know this. So I would like to step back in the process of you learning it. If you would go to my first video and work your way to the top and go do your homework on these little maps I draw, I'm like, oh, look at this. You got to go look at this. Over here, I found all kinds of shit to look at. Boom. Go look at it. That's all I do. I show you the proof of these things. I'll take a ferrocell or somebody's ferrocell demonstration that isn't mine, but it shows us exactly what we're seeing on the walls. For example, Scientificlee has a demonstration that shows magnets have 4 poles, not 2, and they make a heart. It's pretty cute. There's 2 on each end. There's a north-north, south-south. It's the way it works. Holy cow, it's a fucking amazing information. And you can do nothing but benefit from knowing any of it. So I implore any and everybody, I don't give a fuck if you ever mention my name. But if you learn something over there, fucking go teach somebody. Do it better than I do, please. God, Please do it better than I do, because I'm a rough ass prick. You know, hemp and that CBD shit, they didn't want you to have that either. It took a prick like me to fucking come up with a fucking solution for it in writing and hand it to a senator and get her done. It took a prick like me to walk into the state of Texas and walk out with little children, not adults. Little children were authorized in the state of Texas to use THC to regulate their seizures when I left. You know what that took? A prick. A prick to stand in front of the legislature and say, fuck you. This is the way it's got to be for these children. And did I stay there? No. I came here the day Governor Abbott signed the fucking bill. Because I wasn't there to make money. I was there to make children that were dying at 7 years old, having seizures on their fucking couch, dying, never being able to fucking go out and play ball. I have a healthy baby. He had a seizure because of a fucking a shot. One. The doctor wanted to give him 11. And I told her no. She went and got the head doctor, and he says, well, I wish there was more parents like him. Listen to what he says. He got one shot and he got sick and had 3 fucking hour seizure, man. I'm lucky. I'm fucking lucky. And I felt fucking really happy for the opportunity to be able to make someone else's kid not have to fucking suffer like that. And then I left. I didn't open a club. I didn't fucking sell weed. I didn't do nothing. I left that fucking day, man. I've never done any fucking thing for me. I do it for other people because I'm fine. I'm fucking fine. And other people aren't. And it's because of fucking people like you. Now you got me all fucking, my hair's standing up, I'm goose bumping. You got me all excited about shit. Because it's you I've been fighting. Your lies and your bullshit and your non-ability to fucking open them and make a fucking decision for yourself. And you think you got to go around making other people miserable. That's not the way it has to be. Fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm talking about everybody throwing stones at me. Are you? Biscuit? I'm working. I got my glass yesterday, man. I've been waiting 2 months on it to get out of the goddamn Suez Canal. You don't think I've been going nuts? For God's sake. Hey, I'm fucking stoked. I worked all night. Oh my God, I got so many pipes here laying. I can't even grab them in one fucking hand. From last night, because I could. And I'm fixing to do it again. Guess what? I don't need to draw no more fucking unemployment. I got my fucking shit. COVID released it on me. Finally. If that's who you are. Yay. Thanks for fucking making my life hell because of COVID. It was my fault, right? Jesus, man. I've never asked anybody for fucking anything. I'm just asking. I'm letting you know. Maybe you came in 3 weeks ago. You weren't here 2 months ago when I started ordering this shit and couldn't find it. I've been going nuts. I love my job. Oh my God, I fucking love my job. I go crazy if I can't come down here and work every day. At least 4 hours of my day has to be in my shop or I'm like not feeling myself. I've been doing this since '93. It's the fucking most fun I've ever had in my life. Just blowing glass. I didn't want to be sitting around every night. I had to. I couldn't afford to do my job. I couldn't even afford to buy gas. We didn't have a Christmas here. We had a tree, man, and each other. And I never asked anybody for help, okay? I keep telling you, if you guys come at me, fucking tell me what you're coming at me for, please, would you? Because are you kidding me? That's what that was over, dude. Me sitting around in my basement. Jesus, you really don't know me, man. It's all good. Infowars, yeah. Alex Jones. Have you ever heard of? Oh, I don't know. Shepard Ambellis, Alex Jones's old producer. He just did a video with me in it. Actually, I was half of the interview, or it wasn't an interview. It was a show. It was a movie about COVID. He came here to interview me. I like Shep too. And since then, he's been having such hard technical fucking problems, he can't get a show out. It's called Shackled to Silence. That's me. I just shaved. I had a guess. And it wasn't a girl. I grow this so I look older. I. It's hard being a monk sometimes. When you got juicy fruit in front of your face, it's like, I need to grow a beard. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful too. It's not easy. See? See what I mean? I try. I'm gonna grow it longer. Oh. She says she can help me with my monk problem. That's good shit. Making me smoke like a freight train, Polly. Oh, a bite. Yeah, I know. No. Captain Thornbeard. My fucking brains everywhere. That was good shit. I did have fun with my beard. I gotta admit, it was fun. But it's irritating. It's at that point now that it starts. I put my glasses on and I feel everything that's touching my. Fuck. So it's getting to that stage now. It's going to have to come off. Summertime. Well, so I've got 1,000 pounds. I pre-checked. Of a couple hours of work. We might also get started on another. Well, I got to do another pawn on the blue side. I've only got 7 pawns. Excuse me. I don't know what we're going to work on next. We got the kings and queens and pawns. You know I'm putting the pyramidions off till last. I've got to build one clear first just to make sure. Color's expensive. I don't want to build a pyramidion pile of shit with color. I'd rather do it with clear. So I'm going to make one as a model first. All of them, I think. Nah, I think I can actually do the sculpted pieces without. I'll just make one, then we'll make the other three. My battery's dead, so we're just going to stick to the pawn tonight. I might flatten out some of this blue for a plate, though, because I'm gonna need a plate for the chair or the throne. Might work with some of the red too, because I'm gonna need a red throne. Good night, King. Thank you for realizing you got a magnet. We need more. Keep spreading it. Keep your heart light. Keep safe. Yeah, the Bishop and Brooke. I did too. 4. I'm gonna have to make a thank you video for Hush Puppy, because that's what I do. I guess we may differ, but from what he just said, I actually think he just didn't listen to what I said, because he said it just the way I do. That shit tilts because we do. It's everybody thinking I'm talking about the moon actually doing a cartwheel with its shadow. They have not actually looked at my working model and realized that I know full well who tilted. It wasn't the moon. But that's cool. That, I mean, I've never heard him say that. It is Shunka. I appreciate him saying what he said. And by the fact that he said that, clued me into maybe we're not as far apart as I thought we were, because I've never even heard him mention the moon before. And now that he did, I'm all like, hi, Prepper Bro. I'm all like, hmm. Yeah, he said he disagrees with me and then completely agreed with me. I was like, well, maybe this is a matter of semantics. I'm not sure. But starting to get the idea that's exactly what's going on here between me and Puppy. Semantics or something. It's got to be. That's it. He just described it like I do, but differently. I loved it. I was like, oh my God. And I left him a remark. I said, I think we might have a little less disagreement than you think. It does. It sounds like a language barrier. I've always had a problem with him using Tiamat, though, because Tiamat's the asteroid belt, and that's not what's behind it. That's all. It's out of the story of Tiamat. He might be mistaken Tiamat for fucking Ra. I don't know. It might be just semantics. Isn't that nifty? Because if he's confused over the moon like that, I'm serious. I might be confused over his Tiamat. We need to talk. Don't yell at him, Polly. He's being nice. And honestly, he might be saying the same thing I am, and I'm just not realizing where he's coming from, because he's using a term that is dead. It's the asteroid belt. And we're stuck in the void that Tiamat actually made in the destruction of Tiamat. It captured us in the void and separated us from heaven. We just heard that again last night. So that I think he's just he might be a little confused, and it's a semantic thing rather than him trying to mislead people. I'm starting to get that picture. And I may owe him a big apology. I'd like to talk to him. Because one thing for damn sure, if I'm wrong, I don't give a fuck if it is semantics. I should have asked. I'll make a video retracting fast. So I'd like to talk to Hush Puppy, find out. All right, Shunka. Remain calm at all times. We'll be here. Yeah, Chad. Well, I see nothing but support coming out of him today. And honestly, he sat there and described the moon like I do, which is funny. He just described it a little bit different, but exactly, it's us. It's us. We told him. No, I'm just, he's like I said, the only thing he's really wrong on is the name of what that object is behind us. And it's really grated like a chalkboard every time he says it on my entire being. I'm like, that's not Tiamat. That's all. And I'm wondering if it's just the semantics that I'm getting hung up on. I think it might be. He says gravity well a lot. Maybe he means magnetic field. And it's just all semantics because I'm too fucking pragmatic to let go of proper terminology so I don't confuse anybody. You can go look up every word I speak. It's like, what the fuck did that pragmatic bastard mean? Oh, he's got to see it and touch it and feel it to make it a fucking fingerprint before he believes it exists. Yeah, I'm that way. No, it's not a gravity well. It's a magnetic field. It got cloudy this evening, but weird cloudy again. It's like a round cloud, just kind of there. It's almost like an atmospheric disturbance. Well, I know. See, that's where I'm at for. It's not a gravity well, and it's not Tiamat, but is that just the only words he's got for it? And is that my hang up? Because if so, that's my hang up, not his. I should be helping him instead of making fun of him. Yeah, I seriously, if that's the case, I feel bad. I have no idea what he's talking about. Yeah, he may not know the hieroglyphic side of it and all that because he doesn't seem to actually understand that I know it's us that's causing that. And it's very important that it is us causing that to me because that's the fucking only way that could happen. We tilted. NASA yesterday just announced to the world that Earth's axis has shifted over decades gently because I think there were some really scared sea captains all of a sudden this last couple of weeks. I just have that feeling. That's why they came out with it that way. They were like, oh, shit. No, it happened gently. Don't worry. You're good. Keep them products moving. See, I'm telling you, I think that's exactly what we just witnessed. Truth is changing their parameters in which they can work. They had to tell tens of thousands of people towing your products back and forth from port to port that it's okay. This happened slowly. Oh God, yeah, John. Yeah, I did something today that I usually don't do. Show you exactly where I'm getting my numbers. I expect you to go find them. Um, I did that last year, and that's how I knew we were coming into lockdown before this whole masquerade happened. That's how I knew uh, the food chain was going to fuck itself really bad. 2 weeks after they had to, because they have to give them a buffer of a couple of weeks to come up with a story and get it in everybody's fucking head. Because here's the excuse, and that's how they work. Uh, I've actually been personally closely observant to them doing this. um, I don't give dates. People ask me, what's the date for this big event? Well, I gave 2 dates and they both hit right square on the fucking exact date I said that they would. And that is timestamp also. But it was because I took those numbers that I was showing you today and crunched them to the consumer numbers and tonnage used for feed. And I saw a big problem. And this year's worse. I've never seen it like this. The drugs won. Yeah, they did, Eddie. Well, see, they say that, John, about drought, and it may be true in some places, but I'm going to tell you something. Uh, my son and I go into the store today. We drive north up here and up towards the train tracks. Hey, Vigorous. And consistently every day. And I pointed it out to him. I said, you see the storm where it's going? It's going over those corn crops that we drive by. I said, remember every time we go up to Denver in the summer, it's raining there every day? Those are the corn crops I showed you that are 2 foot tall. They had plenty of water summer. I watched it all summer. I even got some video. Those crops got plenty of water. Um, none of them lived. Not one piece of fucking corn. So I was left to look elsewhere for the cause, and it showed up globally. Um, crops died. They not only died, they flowered out, which is a definitive sign of too much light. Hermaphroditic fruits they had to recall by mass because the fruits were and gourds were going and literally sprouting inside themselves and stuff. So that's definitive proof that there's too much light in the process. And you can also check that just by going outside tonight and looking at your shadow and understand, even if it does that uh, one night, it can fuck up certain crops. Our moon's never traditionally done this, and what they've done is they've weakened the genetics of the plants themselves and done the GMO thing. Now, being as how they've seen this before uh, several times, I have no other option left to me to believe that that is actually on purpose. They wrote about famine, right? Um, well, they knew that was going to happen because the perennial crops, like the sweet corns and stuff that we grow from our perennial seeds, not the GMOs, they did okay. Our gardens did okay. But that's because we grow a different kind of fucking food for us in our gardens. We grow old world style tomato, big beefsteak tomatoes and shit like that, and stuff that isn't GMO. So it did okay. But our crops that feed the cows and shit, man, they want it to be exactly like it was in Noah. See, their crops died too. And it ain't just the crops, it's the wild grasses are having a hard time. The alfalfa's doing good. The horse food seems to be doing okay. But the fucking food for the high energy grains and stuff are just not doing. And that is all I've been saying. This is fucking up your food chain. And I totally think they're doing it on purpose. Why would they not? Fucking, if this is their plan, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh my God, they knew when it gets close enough, it's just going to kill the crops because it's bright at night. And, we're looking at almost every night, even on some moonless nights, you can cast a shadow on the ground. There's no light source that you can see. Where the fuck is that shadow coming from, though? Everything around you that's white is pretty brilliant. And at this point now, if you got any kind of cloud cover, you're seeing light on your horizon. I know I am. So it's fucking a lot closer than it has been in 10 years because it's killing the crops now at night. Yeah, and everybody's all worried about their 5G and toilet paper. It's like, y'all really need to fucking go grab yourself a tennis ball, lay it on a table next to a flashlight, and start making that shadow spin. Because that's the only way you're going to know. You can't. Maybe I'm doctoring it. Maybe the shadow is rolling. I mean, you got to do this for yourself. This is fucking amazing what's going on in this sky here. And you should probably familiarize yourself with a light shadow if you're not sure. So I know I'm rolling the fuck out of my ball, and I'm sitting there watching that shadow stay right the hell where it is, relevant to that light. The only way I'm going to get it to move is if I start bending over like this. Yeah, it's not hard. We have you heart didn't turn. um, see, I look. They they can bounce shit off the ionosphere. It can warm the ionosphere, and it can steer a storm. It can make them stronger, but they can't control the weather. They can't control it. And now HARP is totally useless. Because HARP is a ELF, extra long wave. It's a low frequency. It needs a very smooth surface to bounce off of to cause heat. That's the physics of HARP. And we used to use that to communicate with submarines out to sea. And when I started watching them do it over the land, I'm like, why are you doing it over land? It's weird. And that's pretty much all I ever thought of until I started seeing all this shit going. Now, when they spray their shit, what does it do now? There goes your long wave, your long frequency, right through the ripple. It didn't heat anything. It didn't hit anything. It didn't bounce off of anything. It's useless. It's sending Jimi Hendrix for $1,000 an hour into the ionosphere. That's it. That's all it's doing now. The chemtrails are stratospheric aerosol injections for solar radiation management, and that is exactly what they're using it for. But they don't tell you how many solars they're radiating, they're managing. That's why they actually came out in NASA and NATO last year. Because if you remember, Argentina said we've been EMP attacked because the whole nation went black, while 5 states in the Midwest fucking went black at the same fucking time. DC had transformers blowing out all the way down, and so did fucking Fort Lauderdale, all the way down the fucking block. Week later, NATO says, oh, we're going to start doing this experimental thing. And they doubled up on the fucking stratospheric aerosol injections. And the transformers stopped blowing. They'll start blowing again soon. That's why they're talking about chalk in the skies now. Well, that and iron oxide coming out of pores real soon. We're going to start seeing clouds of it. Because he's here. We're being bombarded by the neutrinos already. That's also a NASA story. They said that we're not just seeing an escalation, we're talking about a fucking bombardment of neutrinos. And I'm like, but they called them galactic particles, like some kind of fucking bunhead. They're neutrinos. The result of a sun that goes nova. Well, our sun's never left. Why all of a sudden are we seeing these neutrinos bombard us? Well, because not only is the nighttime getting brighter because the blue sun's closer to our ass, red's over here on the other side of the sun bombarding us with his neutrinos that he blasts off. That's why. I've got it in IR spectrum. It's called that UV monitor. That's not a lens flare. Alex Jones is who you're talking. Corey. I'm betting you didn't go look up Shepard Ambellis or Shackled to Silence because that's his producer. That's the link to my oldest video. You should start there. He was here at my house for days. So, yeah, okay. No, I wouldn't like Alex Jones. Thanks, though. for the offer. I'll be right back. I'm going to take these breakables up. We're going to turn on and listen to the last part of our book over here, part 7. I think he's on part 12.
Played out where Abraham's journey began.
Section 7. But we'll start 8 here in a
So that's
minute.
the end of chapter 11.
Yeah,
and we
he's
continue
starting
on here in chapter
12.
12, darkness at noon.
I'll be right back.
Chapter 12.
I got to get rid of some of this coffee I drank.
While the Hebrew prophets predicted darkness at noon, what were the other nations expecting as they awaited the return of Nibiru? To judge by their written records and engraved images, they were expecting the resolution of the gods' conflicts, benevolent times for mankind, and a great theophany. They were in, as we shall see, for an immense surprise. In anticipation of the great event, the cadres of priests observing the skies in Nineveh and Babylon were mobilized to note celestial phenomenon and interpret their omens. The phenomena were meticulously recorded and reported to the kings. Archaeologists have found in the remains of royal and temple libraries tablets with those records and reports that in many instances were arranged according to subject or the planet they were observing. A well-known collection in which some 70 tablets were combined in antiquity was a series titled Enuma Anu Enlil. It reported observations of planets, stars, and constellations, classified according to the celestial way of Anu and the way of Enlil, encompassing the skies from 30 degrees south all the way to zenith in the north. At first, the observations were interpreted by comparing the phenomenon to astronomical records from Sumerian times. Though written in Akkadian, the observational reports extensively used Sumerian terminology and mathematics, and sometimes included a scribal note that they were translated from earlier Sumerian tablets. Such tablets served as astronomers' manuals, telling them from past experience what a phenomenon's oracular meaning was. When the moon in its calculated time is not seen, there will be an invasion of a mighty city. When a comet reaches the path of the sun, field flow will be diminished. An uproar will happen twice. What is field flow? That sounds like magnetic field flow. That sounds about like what we're at right now. I mean, we've got comets pounding into the sun and the magnetic fields being weakened on Earth. When Jupiter goes with Venus, the prayers of the land will reach the gods. You know, weird stuff happening on Venus too. As time went on, the reports were increasingly of observations accompanied by the omen priests' own interpretations. In the night Saturn came near to the moon, Saturn is a planet of the sun. This is the meaning. It is favorable to the king. The noticeable change, including the paying of particular attention to eclipses, a tablet now in the British Museum listing computer-like columns of numbers, served to predict lunar eclipses 50 years in advance. Modern studies have concluded that the change to the new style of topical astronomy took place in the 8th century BCE after a period of mayhem and royal upheavals in Babylon and Assyria. The two lands' fates were placed in new and strong royal hands. Tiglath-Pileser III in Assyria and Nebuchadnezzar in Babylonia. Nebuchadnezzar, which means protected by Nebu, was hailed already in antiquity as an innovator and a powerhouse in the field of astronomy. One of his first actions was to repair and restore the temple of Shamash in Sippar, the sun god's cult center in ancient Sumer. He also built a new observatory in Babylon, updated the calendar, and instituted daily reporting to the king of celestial phenomena and their meaning. It was primarily due to those measures that a wealth of astronomical data shedding light on subsequent events has come to light. Tiglath-Pileser III was also active in his own ways. His annals describe constant military campaigns and boast of captured cities, brutal executions of local kings and nobility, and mass exiles. His role and those of his successors, Shalmaneser V and Sargon II, in the demise of Israel and the exile of its people, and then the attempt by Sennacherib to seize Jerusalem, were described in the previous chapter. Closer to home, those Assyrian kings were busy annexing Babylonia by taking the hands of Marduk. The next Assyrian king, Ashur-Hadan, announced that both Ashur and Marduk gave me wisdom, swore oaths in my name of Marduk and Nabu, and started to rebuild the Assyrian temple in Babylon. In history books, Ashur-Hadan is mainly remembered for his successful invasion of Egypt between 675 and 669 BCE. The invasion's purpose, as far as it can be ascertained, was to stop Egyptian attempts to meddle in Canaan and dominate Jerusalem. Noteworthy in the light of subsequent events was the route he chose. Instead of going the shortest way to the southwest, he made a considerable detour and went northward to Haran. There, in the olden temple of the sun god Sin, Ashur-Hadan sought that god's blessing to embark on the conquest, and Sin, leaning on a staff and accompanied by Nushuku, the divine messenger of the gods, gave his approval. Ashur-Hadan then did turn southward, sweeping mightily through the lands of the eastern Mediterranean to reach Egypt. Significantly, he detoured away from the prize that Sennacherib failed to seize Jerusalem. Significantly, too, that invasion of Egypt and the detour away from Jerusalem, as well as Assyria's own eventual fate, had been prophesied by Isaiah decades earlier. Busy geopolitically as Ashur-Hadan was, he did not neglect the astronomical requirements of those times. With guidance from the god Shamash and Adad, he erected in Ashur, the city of Assyria's cult center, a house of wisdom, an observatory, and depicted the complete 12-number solar system, including Nibiru on his monuments. Leading to a more lavish and sacred precinct was a new monumental gate built according to cylinder seal depictions to emulate Anu's gateway.
We're gonna try something new tonight.
It is a clue to what the return expectations in Assyria will were.
Beer glass.
All those religious political moves suggest that the Assyrians made sure to touch all the bases as far as the gods were concerned. Until by the 7th century BCE, Assyria was ready for the anticipated return of the planet of the gods. Discovered texts, including letters to the kings by the chief astronomers, reveal anticipation of an idyllic utopian time. Clearly, the expectation was of a planet that will appear, rise in the skies, grow brighter, and at its perigee at the crossing become Nibiru, the cross planet, and as the gateway and other construction indicated, with a returning planet, a repeat of the previous visit on Earth by Anu was expected. It was now up to the astronomer priests to watch the heavens for that planetary appearance. But where were they to look in the celestial expanse, and how would they recognize the planet when still in the distant skies?
It ain't just a planet.
The next Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal, came up with a solution.
Because our axis is going to
Historians consider Ashurbanipal to have been the most scholarly of the Assyrian kings, for he had learned other languages besides Akkadian, including Sumerian, and claimed that he could even read writings from before the flood.
He did. He said that.
He also boasted that he learned the secret signs of heaven and earth and studied the heavens with the masters of divination. Some modern researchers also consider him to have been the first archaeologist, for he systematically collected tablets from sites that were already ancient in his time, like Nippur, Uruk, and Sippar, and what used to be Samir. He also sent specialized teams to sort out and loot such tablets from the capitals that the Assyrians overran. The tablets ended up in a famed library where teams of scribes studied, translated, and copied chosen texts from the previous millennia. A visitor to the Museum of the Ancient Near East in Istanbul can see a display of such tablets neatly arranged on the original shelves, with each shelf headed by a catalog tablet that lists all the texts on that shelf. While the subjects in the accumulated tablets covered a wide range, what was found indicates that particular attention was given to celestial information. Among the purely astronomical texts, there were tablets that belonged to a series entitled The Day of Bel, the Day of the Lord. Well, Bel is Baal, And that's like the devil or Lucifer. I mean, that's not good. In addition, epic tales and histories pertaining to the gods' comings and goings were deemed important, especially if they shed light on Nibiru's passages.
Actually, it's not.
Enuma Elish, the epic of creation that told how an invading planet joined the solar system to become Nibiru, was copied, translated, and recopied, and so were writings dealing with the Great Flood, such as the Astrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh. While they all seem to legitimately be a part of accumulating knowledge in the royal library, it so happens that they all dealt with instances of Nibiru's appearances in the past, and thus in its next nearing. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk. Upon its appearance, Chupai, rising 30 degrees. Sag Minig. When its sound stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. And so again, there's something from the text, and it says planet of the god Marduk. There's that reference to Marduk again.
Because that's where they're from. For God's sake.
So we'll stop right there, but you see how he's making this connection that, you know, the stuff about Jesus and the return of Jesus is actually all code for the returning of Nibiru and the returning of I think it's more has to do with the return of Marduk and Marduk setting himself up as, you know,
his family. Marduk's dead.
The one true God, and all world religions have been misinterpreted, and
Marduk's dead.
They all really were saying it's about Marduk worship, blah 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 blah.
Marduk died.
But yeah, I mean it is interesting stuff.
Alexander was
We're
alive.
gonna leave it there for tonight, and we'll pick back up there Monday on the show. Don't forget, I also do a Sunday night music show. It'll be coming up around 11 p.m. Central Standard Time Sunday night, so you can join me over there for that. It's always a lot of fun. You go around, to my website. We have a chicken banner up there. That's how you support our work. There's a donate button if you want to help us out. We're still looking to have a budget, looking for people to come on and be co-producers for the Rockwall film. And we need some cash ASAP to get that going. And now that we've got a possible dig site going, it's going to be looking good, especially with the info I have. So just please support our work if you can, folks. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time. You guys have a good weekend. Take care. I was walking down the street, in town around the morning. I was looking for a beat that I never felt before. Never in my eyes, until the away. Saw it written across the sky. Really sucks now. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shu-Pa-A, rising 30 degrees, Sag-Me-Nig, which stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. While the first named planet, Shul-Pa-A, is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn.
Could be. We don't know. It's a mystery.
I'm sorry. That's just a strange coincidence. Before the break, I was talking about 2010: A Space Odyssey, and someone in the chat room said that in the book, the planet they turn into a sun is actually Saturn, and in the movie, it was Jupiter. So isn't that interesting there in that Sumerian script that says, planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shul-Pa-A, rising 30 degrees, Sag-Me-Nig, when it stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. So it says that the first planet that he names there is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. That's highly synchronistic, don't you think?
No.
Well, the first named planet, Shul-Pa-A, is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. The next one's name, Sag-Me-Nig, could just be a variant for Jupiter, but is considered by some to be Mercury. A similar text from Nippur, rendering the Sumerian planetary names as Uman-Pa-Udu and Sag-Me-Gar, suggested that the arrival of Nibiru will be announced by the planet Saturn, and after rising 30 degrees will be near Jupiter. Other texts, a tablet from the Sumerian times shown as tablet K3124, state that after passing Shul-Pa-A and Sag-Me-Gar, which I believe to be Saturn and Jupiter, planet Marduk will enter the sun, i.e. reach perigee closest to the sun and become Nibiru. Other texts provide clearer clues in regard to Nibiru's path, as well as to the time frame for its appearance. From the station of Jupiter, the planet passes toward the west. From the station of Jupiter, the planet increases its brilliance, and in the zodiac of Cancer will become Nibiru. The great planet, in his appearance, dark red. The heaven he divides in half as it stands in Nibiru. Taken together, the astronomical texts from the time of the Ashurbanipal describe a planet appearing from the solar system's edge, rising and becoming visible when it reaches Jupiter or even Saturn before that, and then curving down toward the ecliptic. At its perigee, when it is closest to the sun and thus to Earth, the planet at the crossing becomes Nibiru in the zodiac of Cancer. That, as the enclosed schematic and not to scale diagram shows, could happen only when sunrise on the day of the spring equinox took place in the age of the Ram. During the zodiacal age of Aries, such clues regarding the orbital path of the celestial lord and its reappearance, sometimes using the constellations as a celestial map, are found in biblical passages, thereby revealing knowledge that must have been internationally available. In Jupiter will thy face be seen, states Psalm 17. The Lord from the south shall come. His shining splendor will beam as light, predicted the prophet Habakkuk. Alone he stretches out the heavens and treads upon the highest deep. He arrives at the great bear, Sirius, and Orion, and the constellations of the south. The book of Job stated that the prophet Amos foresaw the celestial Lord, smiling his face upon Taurus and Aries. From Taurus to Sagittarius he shall go. These verses described a planet that spans the highest heavens and orbiting clockwise retrograde. Astronomers say it arrives via the southern constellations. It is a trajectory on a vaster scale akin to that of Halley's Comet. A telling clue in regard to Ashurbanipal's expectations was the meticulous rendering into Akkadian of Sumerian descriptions of the ceremonies attending the state visit of Anu and Antu to Earth circa 4000 BCE. The sections dealing with their state in Uruk described how at eve time, an observer was stationed on the topmost stage of the tower to watch for and announce the appearance of the planets one after the other until the planet of the great Anu of heaven came into view. Whereupon all the gods assembled to welcome the divine couple recited the composition. To the one who grows bright, the heavenly planet of the god Anu, and sang the hymn, The Creator's Image Has Arisen. The long text then described the ceremonial meals, the retreat to the nighttime chambers, the processions the next day, and so on.
See why I
One
like my
can
job?
reasonably conclude that Ashurbanipal
I can do
was
things a lot of
engaged in
people
collecting,
have no
collating,
idea how to
translating,
do.
and studying all the
I
earlier
stand
texts
out
that
just
could,
fine
A,
right here.
provide guidance to the astronomer priest for detecting at the first possible moment
That's alchemy, baby.
the returning of Nibiru. Ah, well,
Pure elements. It's
that's
fucking.
interesting, isn't it? Now, I personally don't really believe in this Nibiru thing as a planet, but
I love my job.
isn't that interesting? Even back in those days, the astronomer priests
It's not easy.
had studied these texts so that they could.
But I don't like
the
easy
very
either.
moment that Nibiru would return. Well, like I mentioned earlier, again synchronistically, who owns the biggest telescopes in the world? The Vatican.
Vatican, Crown Vatican DC Corporation. That's who.
So could that be why? I mean, they're saying they want to be the first to find out when it's coming. You see, that's interesting.
I'm just saying, I am the last motherfucker that wanted to be sitting around for the last couple months. I gotta tell you right now.
That would mean
last
that
2 months fucking suck.
the priests would be the first. Let's just say Nibiru was. Let's just say for theoretically.
I couldn't even come down here and play fucking.
Well,
I didn't
priests
have money
of
for
our modern
gas
day, with their powerful
until they finally opened that
telescopes,
unemployment
would be able
office,
to
and I could
detect
finally
that
come
first,
down
right?
and play in my shop a little bit.
That would give them ample opportunity to be able to use their mouthpieces and their gatekeepers within mainstream media.
You know what's funny?
And the rest of
I
it.
was on unemployment for 3 weeks. They still owe me, literally, by their own admission, 11 weeks. That's a big chunk of money. And I did 11 weeks without that I was eligible. All I needed was a little bit so I could work. Now, does that mean I'm going to fucking sell this shit? Yeah, I've had these orders for a long time. I haven't been able to make them. I haven't been able to make them at all. This shit was locked up in fucking shipping. And we all know what's been going on with shipping. That didn't have anything to do with me. That's COVID. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
I would say that's a reason. I mean, I can't argue with that. I mean, that's kind of what I thought. Because it seemed to me it's more like a ship than a planet, but at the same time, it's very possible that, yeah,
I know.
Come on, look at everything else that Lucas has in the Star Wars. From a demon to Darth Vader being, that's in Jacob's text, the code, the Jedi bloodline thing. I mean, it was all kinds of stuff. All the Star Wars things. So, you know what? Another interesting thing is that George Lucas absolutely believes that something's happening on December 21st of this year. So,
I had my feelings pulled out.
I would say a spaceship
It's like, get these fucking things out of my head. And they did.
And yeah, something of that size, you probably grab it, anything else, sure. That's it. I mean, look at the desert. That's it's a good point. It's something to think about. It was important to be informed of the planet's appearance as soon as possible in order to be able to prepare proper reception for the arrival of the great God that within and knew himself.
Nice. That's always the best right there when you're watching it get done. Hi there, Queen Bee. How are you doing?
Syrian Empire or its first war. Each from the east, everywhere, local kings seized control and declared independence. Of particular importance, immediate and for future events, was analog decoupling of the two.
Well, yeah, a lot of people have asked and assumed that because they've had their wells or something that they'll just depend on that. That's scary. I wouldn't depend on it. So yeah, it's very important we get ready because well, it is what it is. It's time to get ready. Your misspellings, Christy. Sometimes you got to misspell in this damn chat to get anything said. I ain't got no filters on my shit, but they does. Somebody does. Good. 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 I keep getting more and more. I want to have enough to feed anybody that come around looking for some. It's going to be tough.
A principal and freshly British ally and experienced Assyrian incursions.
You did, you know, they've been fucking with you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Man, they was in here the other night. It said Google team has removed the comment, and I'm all like, wait a minute, that's not one of my wrenches. I threw a fit. It's like the only motherfuckers that can read hieroglyphs can police my chat. What the fuck are you doing in here? I know ain't no Google. Be reading no hieroglyphs yet. Y'all need to go over there. Crazy fuckers.
How could that happen to the land very name in land of the god Asher?
Used to live in Glendale, huh? Glendale in the house.
We shall show there was much more to it. Gods themselves withdrew from that land and from
yeah, the water it might take about 6 months to get your water drinkable again. Well, cool. I was born in Glendale. My kid was born in Fresno. I'm all about California, but Moon doing that shit, we had to get the fuck out. Supposed nice. I actually ended up going to high school in the middle of fucking Ohio. My dad was in the oil business. My uncle, Amtex Oil. He was a subsidy of Quaker State. Then the government come and paid them to plug their wells. So they plugged their wells, took the money. Van Nuys, nice. I used to actually live with Jack up in Burbank and Van Nuys after his strokes. Been all over LA though. I miss it. I miss Venice. I miss fucking Malibu. I miss Half Moon Bay. I miss fucking Trinidad. I miss most of all Mono, Hot Spring. I used to go up Deep Creek Hot Springs up there where Charlie hung out in Hesperia. That's nice too. It's a little hot though. It's not quite as beautiful as Mono. Yeah, no, they probably wouldn't. That stuff is, yeah, it's probably not going to be able to filter out this kind of dirty water. Yeah, that's good, Christy. I'm glad you looked into it. About the only thing going to do that is Earth and time. Yeah, that's the key. I mean, some crazy fucker telling you your filter's probably not going to work. I'd go check it out too. I'd be like, what? Thank God you did. Bottled water. It may work. But, I mean, your water might, it says 1/3. I'm guessing it's going to be more than that. So I just, safe than sorry. You know, that's where I'm at with it. If you got a well that works great afterwards and it's not contaminated because it's a nice deep well or something, fucking bravo. Good. You got extra water. Didn't hurt any damn thing. You got a little extra. Yay. Give it to somebody who don't. That's the key here we're going to need to get to. We're helping each other on this globe. Dollars is out the window when you're on your side, I hope. Yeah, stack your water. I have a lot of our friends that are stacking it in fucking uh, garbage cans, brand new garbage cans that you're buying, washing out, sterilizing, fucking putting water. It's like, fuck, that's pretty cheap. That's what, 8, 10, 12 bucks maybe for fucking 55 gallons of water or more. It's smart. It's like, damn, it's smart. Now, I would tend to want to bury them though, because you don't want them getting smashed. Just saying. put them in put them in a protected area of basement area. Make sure they're not going to knock over because it's going to start shaking. Yeah, good. I used to have mercury in my mouth too. I worked with fucking silver oxide. But my memory's pretty sharp because I got good ventilation. Hi, Daniel. Love you too. How you doing tonight? Find us any new rocks. Daniel has always got something nice to add. Nice. Yeah, I took a short nap today. Yeah, yeah. Earthquakes can have that effect on you. um, if I was still in the valley, I'd be getting the fuck out of there. Personally, I hope you're out of there. you know, there really are no words for what I'm experiencing either. I think that's best left unsaid in our old language of the heart. It's truly every day since I've learned that I actually have a physical magnet, and I'm starting to try to fucking use it. Everything just becomes more incredible every day. Um, it's just it's sad that this hasn't been known for a long time. We've been right there. right there, real close. And it's just a little physics, not the gravity model. It's a magnet model. It really works. And it's not just the magnet, because you can't separate magnet from energy. There just wouldn't be a magnet if there was no energy. It's an electromagnetic field, and it's inseparable. That is your spirit and your physical. And if your physical isn't real, neither is your spirit. So where are you? Of course we're real. This isn't a matrix. This is more than what they want you to believe. You live in Valencia. Well, look at where you're at. You're on the west coast of the slowing down ball, and there's a caldera underneath you that runs into Nevada called Long Valley. It's just bigger than Yellowstone. Long Valley. I live in Valencia. Yeah. I would personally look around and give that a thought. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Yeah, I've always said I miss California, but I've always said, what wouldn't convince me to leave my beachfront home, stop surfing, would be a funky cloud. But I saw the moon upside down, and I realized it wasn't the moon. And I was lucky already to have not been washed away somehow by the grace of a God I hadn't even knew existed. I was given credit to already. Because it took me that quick to be like, okay. And I was thinking in physics, not like this is a living planet I'm living on. I was thinking in physics, wow, okay, that God can make a good planet because I'm still here. You know what I mean? I was like, huh. That's impressive. I mean, that's when I started actually opening my eyes to like maybe there is a creator here because I shouldn't be here right now. We just rolled a fucking major tilt and I never even noticed until I looked up. I was like, oh, you know, I my son was 6. I felt abandoned in my heart for what I was looking at. Oh man, and that didn't even do justice to how I felt for bringing him in to this mess. I was like, how in the hell did I miss this? But all's changed since then because I've grown way more knowledgeable on the subject. So I've lost my fear of what's going on. And I think Creator that I had 10 fucking years to figure it out because I'm a fucktard. God loves us all. And he loves me the most. He knew I needed a head start. See? So that's all it was. He's like, look at this poor guy. See, I'm comedy relief, and he needs a reason to keep something around to laugh at. Because I always make these plans. And then he's like, watch it. So, he gave me a head start. I'm kind of like the court jester. I am Captain Obvious. Well, I have to look at it that way, for God's sake. Look, it took me 10 years to figure this shit out. I knew we was on the sun a long time ago. You know, I mean, what took me so long? They wrote it on the wall. Well, I guess, it's because my giggle comes from my heart and I really feel it. I'm fucking happy. It projects on the magnet. It does. That's what we do. And I can't help it, like say fuck and laugh a lot. So fuck off. Oh my God. Love it. I gotta put my glass up over here so it's out of my way and I don't break it while I'm over here doing shit. Because I've done that before. So at least I'm not a fucktard enough to not learn from that mistake. You gotta make sure you can touch it because you don't want to lay, ooh, wow, that's hot. Really hot glass on top of cold glass. Because that could cause both of your pieces to go the wrong way. That one needs to cool down a little more. I need to get all these off the top. This is the last one I pulled. No wonder that's going to be hot, fucktard. Yeah, all right. So you want to be first, do you? So we're going to make a bubbler. No, I'm making a beer mug. You just sit there and be patient. Volunteers. I want to try the beer mug. Or not mug, but a nice, classy, pretty, cool beer glass. An actual beer glass. Because they seem to be a popular item. And I hope to sell this glass, not just, make it to occupy my case. You need coffee. You also need an elephant. I know. I'm working on it, my dear. I got yourself a possible elephant. That one's actually a little too big. I've got your elephant sitting over here. Good morning. You need coffee already? It's only 11. It's like honey when it gets to about 3,200 degrees. Fucking amazing. You can make anything out of it. I know you do. I'm excited. I can make it. Did that answer your question? Oh yeah, it's sand, sand and boron, basically. Silica. It's got to be pure silica, or you're gonna have a cloudy glass. That was the problem back in the day when they were making. I don't know if I have it here. Right. I do. One. I've got these laying around all over the place. They're called trade beads. This is anywhere between 250, 300 years old. And cloudy clear, not these real Millefiori ones. I mean, like, these are pretty intricate. They're like Fimo, but they're made out of glass. I do the same thing. But the cloudy glass is I've got some of that. I'm just not sure. I don't have it here. I just keep this Millie Fiore one in here because I used to show people that. Is this cut into little tiny wafers? And that's a bigger version of it. It's basically an eye. Basically, here's your Eye of Sauron, dragon eye. But I don't have any clear ones down here. But they weren't even clear. They were, because they didn't have purification methods like we do now. That's about as clear as you would get. Those were like really expensive trade beads. Like you could get like 10 women for that bead. Whereas you could work a month on this motherfucker right here, and you can only buy like two older like ones without any teeth that couldn't cook no more without missing fingers, or one half decent. But I mean, you got that clear glass. That's some trading now. That's honestly. So now, I mean, we shit, man. That shit's Windows. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't before. But they, of course, they've gotten better at it. It's thousands of years old. What kills me is we've been making our color with elements forever. I mean, that's cobalt. Basically, that's it. You're looking at boron, cobalt, and silica. The boron is an element also. But the boron acts really weird with glass because the old world style glass is very chaotic at the atomic level. Boron makes it line up like a magnet. Light goes through it, heat goes through it. You can hold it here, melt it here, and burn your fingertip off on the on the sharp edge here. I could put my fingertip there and burn my fingerprint off, but hold it in the middle. That's your information highway, just bigger. That's your cook pot. That's why I can make coffee pots and stuff out of it like that. You can just put right on your stove and brew, and it changes color. But that's what one element does to the mixture. Well, they say this was an accident. I say this is an accident, like Oppenheimer said, I'm just reinventing it. Or it's the first time it's been used in the modern world. Yeah, the weapons of destruction. We knew what this shit was in Egypt. The oldest example of living glass right now is they say it's 12,000 years old. They found it in Egypt, and it was a meerschaum pipe that's brilliant sky blue with real pretty raking all over it and stuff. So it's fucking dope. We had this shit. You know, I mean, tell me we didn't discover that a long time ago. Are you kidding me? That's probably what the fucking thing with the Vendera light bulb is they're holding in their hand, all monofilament fucking think. Pyrex. But a better formula than I'm using, I'll bet. You know, yeah, these are things that I'm looking at, like Graham Bell and stuff. You know, I reinvented the telephone. Oppenheimer's first time the nuke's been used in modern day. Well, we heard about how many times they used that shit on us before. Dark clouds and shit coming out of there. Yeah, this is alchemy, baby. This ain't just fun. You gotta know your atomics. Then you can hone your detail to make your colors do crazy shit that never touch a line. Every one of those lines represents at least three. Look how they spread out. 1, 2, 3. When you go into nothing. Boom. That's some detail. I've had people come back at me and be like, man, I got my magnifying glass out and you didn't cross one line. I'm like, well, you didn't look hard enough. Nobody's perfect. I'm sure I crossed one. But I broke that. That's my shelf of shame over here. I failed projects that were beautiful, so I don't want to throw them away. I might use them for something. That's another beautiful thing about this. See, I can take any piece of this glass and throw it back in the kiln and form something else out of it, or put something onto it. Soft glass, old world style, you can't do that. It'll revert back to sand and start cracking and crumbling and turn to dust. Pyrex, I could take a 12,000-year-old fucking pipe, throw it in there, and fucking add a bead to it and be like, there you go. Why didn't you do that first time? Actually, I could. Oh shit. Yeah, the broken treasures. Yeah. It's beautiful blue. I don't think I have the blue they had. I mean, it's like a lighter blue, but I don't have anything like that. So I don't have that. Maybe I do. I'll have something over there. Kind of like it, maybe. Damn. Yeah, no. Not that I'm looking at it in the light. Maybe ish. I don't have any pictures of it or anything. I just read it in the back of a book. I think it was like the Glass Bible or something. But it was about that color, and it had really dark raking, which is when I take it and wrap it really tight around here, and then I take and rake a pattern into it. They had a feather rake in it. So it was fucking beautiful. I was like, oh my God. I'd be proud to smoke out of that meerschaum. Somebody knew what they was doing. It happened. But yeah, they should have put a magnifier or two on it, but they probably didn't have clear glass. I don't know. Yeah, glass shatters. All of it shatters. Neon signs with pegboards. I've given my hand at that a couple of times too, just to make pieces of art like that, and it's yeah, very fucking fun. You've been in glass. I don't have the vacuum fucking neon pump though myself. You have a beautiful. I like your big carved one way better than what I made. Damn, that is beautiful. It's just fucking beautiful. They did a great job. Very impressed. It's pretty. Excuse me. Ha ha! No snot bubbles tonight. Well, I'm still young. Oh shit. Thank you. I'm watching my elements. So I'm gonna throw this one over here. I've got one that I want to make into a, how do you know what I want to make into it? It's just the end, it's the end piece. I might want to make a bubbler can out of it, but it'd be a small bubbler. And I'm wondering, I don't know. I'm gonna let it sit to the side. I want to make a beer glass. Damn it. I'm gonna make a beer glass. Because I got my glass to do so. I'm very excited about it. You can tell. Yeah, Daniel, you can feel the field, can't you? Haven't used it forever, huh? Well, now you know where your power's coming from and how to make it even more intent. Because you're a healer. It's not magic that works. We just had forgotten why, and I think knowing why and how helps make it better. Because then anybody can do it. If you're trained to do it, you're going to be better than somebody that just figured it out, um, like myself. Yeah, they lied to us. It's all right. They were lied to too. They were lied to too, and they just need to know the truth. That's all. Um, they need to know it though. I can't make them look. I can't make them look. All you got to do is look. A kindergartner can actually understand what we've discovered. You know, it's fucking all they got to do is look. Exactly, Dan. Daniel's right. You know. They were lied to generationally, maybe misled. I don't even know if you could call it a lie. They almost killed everybody on their planet, they said, long time before they came here. And that planet's uh, magnetosphere is weak. They tell us that. And I'm pretty sure we all know why. Um, they're obviously divided over there. They're not being their stewards. The only reason we scared them is because they had forgotten that they have that actual ability themselves. And they can't attain it here unless they were born here. And they're leaving their human frequency and they're dying early here. And when they take us to heaven, we unilaterally, all the way across the board, everybody that's ever been up there gets sick, goes crazy, and dies. And I'm all like, where have I seen that before? And why would that happen? Human frequency. They took them to a different circumference with the same wavelength because speed of light, speed of light. But if their planet's bigger, that fucking frequency is going to be lower. It's not going to work for you. Bam, you're done in a matter of a few weeks. just like the research here on Earth. If you're taken out of that fucking frequency, you're done in a few weeks. Unilaterally says that in all the human research. That's why it's a thing. They didn't even know before the 50s. They were like, oh, shit. I read it from NASA, and they've been using it in space. They tell you the benefits of using it in space right there. You know, if somebody wants to read somebody's angry words, and that's fine. I've done my part, try to clear the air on it. I'm just, I'm at the end of my understanding how someone can do this kind of shit to someone else. Because these kind of topics are that important that you should really, 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 really give them a good look. Individual of me, whether you're trying to prove me wrong or right. That's on both sides of that subject, because it's that important. It's not like something that you shouldn't worry about. And not, I mean, not that you shouldn't worry. I mean, you should know about this shit. Not that you should worry about it. I'm just saying, worry about learning about it. To be clear, just to avoid any semantics, you need to know this information. That way you can make your own fucking decision. That's what I'm trying to say. You shouldn't listen to Lee. You shouldn't listen to me, because this truly, if you look at it, could mean your life. So it's something you should look at. And if you notice in your life that you're being affected, then you might want to look into it a little deeper. The programming is tough. It really is. And I've never asked. See, that's the whole thing. I think that bugs people. They think I'm asking them to believe me. And then they want to come and get my opinion. And I'm like, that's. Doesn't matter my opinion, does it? Facts are facts. You need to go learn this shit. I really don't have much of an opinion other than, oh my God, it works and it's fucking awesome and it frees you and it works for everybody I've talked to that has actually gone and looked and brought back. They're like, my God, I went to Ballback. I'm like, I haven't looked in that area. I went to fucking wherever. I haven't looked in that area. I went over here and look, here's an interesting totem pole. I seem to recognize the clothing. And I'm like, well, holy mother of pearl. It's fucking raw in Peru. It's a 3D raw. Like, dressed in his fucking short in, long in, the whole thing. I'm like, wow. There were vines growing around his ass. I was like, that is fucking. I didn't expect it. I'd never looked. I've never looked. And then I look and I see after 10 minutes of looking, I'm all like, I recognize those two signatures from over here. That looks like what's behind us. And that ball between him and Horace, well, just slide it up a little bit. And look at the people in the boats and all that. I'm like, how did these archaeologists miss all of that? I don't think they did. Not all of them. But I mean, shit, man. Are you fucking kidding me? You put the boats and the celestial boats and the gods over here, and then the boat coming in, all that deal. You know what I'm talking about? Because I didn't know what I was talking until I saw it, and I was like, well, that's a popular picture, isn't it? Yeah, that picture, the same thing in Peru. Except they on people, backs of people doing stuff that look like a boat. And then there's the same people, and there's a God with the holy poop, and here's a poop. Right? Just, I was like, and then you look at them, and then you can't help but notice they're the same, correlating kings, boats, people. We were documenting something globally, same language, just fancier over here. Way more technical, tie wearing kind of little calculator pad and your geek kit like I should have, but instead I gave it up for my bag of dicks. Your pocket protector, that's what I'm trying to think of. I miss my pocket protector, but I'm okay because I've got a bag of dicks. See how it works? It's okay. Good trade-off. Because you don't need a pocket protector and calculator for all this shit. It's fucking easy to throw it away, grab a bag of dicks, and start handing them out. Anybody want one? Oh, we've had enough trolls. Archaeology. Nice. Well, shit. We were kind of close. Ra was like, he's a person over here, but he surely wasn't a god. He was a son. And it took me a long time to understand, oh, wait a minute. It's not just Earth that's first creation. Because I'm still thinking little gods. You know what I mean? I've read too much. I wasn't using this to know my creator. And I started feeling these things. And I was like, oh, wow. And then weird things started happening. I was like, I saw this planet, scared the fucking shit out of me. I was standing beside someone that's 23 years older than I am, very well respected human being that watched the whole sky turn into a planet and then disappear within a minute. The fog roll over it. The Cherenkov radiation so thick it looked like terrestrial fog, blue, bright blue, like the sky. That was one of the most amazing parts of this. But I mean, I'm standing there shitting my pants. I didn't know my friend had seen it before. He was wondering if I was gonna, and I just kind of jumped in the car and had to come home because that's where Seamus was. I just saw the fucking sky open up into a planet. I thought I did. And then later at night on the Viper film, boom, there's Toth and Ra pouring moms, and I already knew what the Ankh stood for. That's her. That's her. The whole combined. That's her frequency. That stands for Earth. That's her magnet and all that. The whole fucking shebang. And she's having her sentient thoughts given to her by her father and her brother. And I'm like, see, I just got goosebumps again. First creation got so big. And then I was like, oh, and then it got bigger because I realized that, yeah, all of that. It just keeps getting bigger. And I was like, wow. Okay. So it just keeps getting bigger every day. The better, the more I let this work. Because it's been, and no idea I had it, programmed against it. Everything up here needed to be shut down for a long time when I wanted to equalize myself, because it took this a while to get through its thick fucking skull that I've actually got a magnet. Even though I'm sitting there reading it, I'm like, and I'm understanding it, I couldn't feel it unless I was like in the fucking, like, I had to shut this down to do it. And I could start getting jolts of fucking insane shit. And then I got scared. I thought people was fucking trying to possess me or something. I didn't know what was going on. So I started proving this shit, dude, that I was seeing. And honestly, I started doing it to just fucking see if I was nuts. I just, can I find this information? Yeah. I actually proved creator is in every fucking atom. And I had help from dog motherfuckers. So it's been a crazy fucking couple years, and I don't blame anybody for fucking freaking out. But I mean, if you look at it, then come and debate me. But you got to look at this shit because I ain't had nobody actually go look at every fucking video and then come back to me and say, "Oh, you're full of shit." Never, even half of them. Even how far did you make it in before you fucking typed in 2 words? Mind blown. How far did you make it in? Before number 1 happened. When Logan come at me talking about amazing. I expected him to shred me because he had the IRA wrong. And that's what attracted me to him. I didn't know him. I just saw him. Everybody was passing him around. And I was like, hey, man, check it out. Here we are. I didn't even trust myself. I had to hand that to an expert that knows what they're doing. I didn't. I just happened to read it. I did. I didn't believe it. Jesus, in my own head, I'm sitting here fucking struggling. I had to pass it off to somebody else. Come on, man, tell me where I'm wrong here. And he looked at it, he just kept coming back. Oh, I'm mind blown. Mind blown, I'm amazed. And that's where it began, So that's where it fucking began, right there when I started really on WSO, man. It was an accident. I didn't do it. Fucking blame Bobby. It's his fucking picture. I just wet it. If he hadn't shown it to me, I wouldn't have seen it. And it came from Butterfly, his girlfriend. I say that every time I talk about that fucking picture because that's where it came from. That's it. I ain't never tried to hide that. I actually want you to go watch the whole thing because that whole fucking video, that whole fucking interview, it was an awesome fucking interview. Although I was kind of freaked out, crying and shit. I was having a hard day. I was having a hard day. 33.3 minutes into that fucking. I'm not a numbers kind of like, it means something, but I mean, I know that's when I saw it. I was like, the fuck am I looking at? Something older than, because it was so familiar to me. It gave me the impression that he and his girlfriend had sat there and doodled it that night and drawn it up. I thought it was an awesome fucking job. Start reading. He's like, Egyptian hieroglyph. I'm like, that's the last thing I wanted you to say, Bobby. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at what it says. Oh my God. And I sat there and broke it out live for what? The next hour or so. I sat there and broke it down. I broke it the fuck down. I broke it the fuck down. Right there. I'd never seen that before. I broke out the trumpets, the planets, everything. Fish, RDNA, showed you the attachment to the Steve and Bobby were fucking awesome in that fucking interview, man. I'm telling you right now. Amazing fucking interview with Relentless Maverick before he erased all of his videos and started doing what he's been doing. Recognize that from anywhere. Steve isn't even doing them. Shepard isn't doing them. Are we seeing a common denominator in all of this? I could go on. Me, and those who chase me. And it took me that long to figure that out. What do you do? Well, documented everything, and thank God that you've documented everything since you started documenting everything 20 fucking years. I got documents. Timing people out by mistake. You It's a beautiful spot in the world. I'm gonna put it somewhere. Been working on this, what, 3 hours, almost 4 hours? It's about time because I just touched it and there's still sticky, hashy boogers in it. And there's no fucking excuse. I'm about to get fucking busy with a hot flame for about 20 or 30 minutes too. So standing on my feet, medicate before I get all excited. Notice I did not slap on a fentanyl patch because I couldn't pull off what I'm fixing to try to do on fentanyl. Therefore, I would be on disability, which I have avoided since I was 19 years old. Damn it. Oh, roasted garlic. What? She's making my nipples hard. She knows how to get me excited. Look, my fingers are going. I'm gonna blow some glass. Shit. Oh shit! You know what I did? some reason I grabbed my little stirry thing that I stirry my thing with. And I took it upstairs. Like a raging fucktard. I left it there. Now I've got to locate another stirry thing for my thing. We'll use this one. I've got one that I sized my 3 holes with, and that's not that one. So we'll use this one for bowl. Because I don't like having resin on the pieces when I'm working on them. Put some dirt in your glass. So this will never be on my shelf again. Unless I acid wash it. Then I'm gonna leave it lay right here for a good stir stick. Bet you. You'll go down in that 3rd hole, say, clean her out. Look at that. Oh my goodness. See? Ain't no excuse, Dan. Danielle's all gonna have to yell at me. Say, I said, sorry, Daniel. I just smoked it faster. Would you help me? Here, let's push the virtual smoke the pot pass the pipe button. We got to talk to YouTube about that. That'd be a cool option. I would pay monthly for that. Just saying. I thought it was good. And then you can blow it into the sensor over here. I don't know how it would work, but it could, like, and then pass you the fucking hit. Work it out, YouTube. I'll give you monthly on that one. Nitrous oxide. Shit. And if you don't mind your lips going blue, because you oxygen deprivation, your brain's having cascade failure. Oh, the side is fucking great. But I try to cut down on it. I've done it. You know, who hasn't? Just fucking inhale your fucking whipped cream. You just did a whip it. Like it or not, that's your propellant. You know, I know I've gone through a couple of cans of whipped cream, got a little lightheaded. I don't think it was from the sugar. Oh shit! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's fuck that marijuana. Doesn't do that to me. I've seen people's lips turn blue from sucking on that bottle. I'm like, damn, dude, you need to just save a little for that. You know, a nitrous monster. Seen them before too. Oh my god. No, you can't. I know. You can go out into the smoking area though. They'll let the patients go out into a smoking area. Well, you can go out there and smoke yourself a fucking joint. 1 in the morning, 2 at night. Fucking bad fish too. Damn it. Oh, we got to be medical for. Oh, shit. Well, I have. Shit. You know, as a matter of fact, in Fresno, when my son was born, the nurses called DSS. The county worker comes up. Kelly's laying there on the morphine drip. She comes in. She's don't get up. She goes, I've looked at your file. I just came to let you know what's going on. And I'm like, really? What's going on? She's like, you got your recommendations on you? I was like, yeah, I do. Of course, they're in the file. She goes, oh, they're in the file. And she's like, well, can I see the whole file here? Because she just had the report. She's looking through the file. She comes across the California Rex because Kelly had one from her doctor because she was on Dilanum and a seizure drug, which is harmful if you're pregnant. Had it written fucking specific, like, man, marijuana is the least invasive fucking method I could imagine her being. And this is just a doctor, wasn't a med doc. We had her med doc shit too. So fucking, he's like, and she goes, the nurse is standing there and says, so why did you call me? Can you not see this woman is on morphine and you call me for fucking pot? Mm-hmm. She goes, don't do this. She said, as a county worker, DSS, because they had found THC in Seamus's blood when he was born. And a county worker came out and said, this is her fucking medicine. It's going to be in his blood. What the fuck is wrong with you? You've got her on fucking morphine. And you're calling me over her prescribed medication, which is Kelly's all like, fuck all y'all. Oh, I was shitting bricks. I was like, hell yeah, because I thought I was going to have to fight the county worker all of a sudden. Totally fucking aware woman. She was like, oh, fuck you, dude. You can't waste my time like this. Literally told the nurse that. I was like, oh shit. You can't waste my time like this, she said to the lady. I was like, well, I feel the winds of change. Thank you, Jack. O2. O2 is good stuff. If used properly, but you don't want to shove a hose down your fucking neck and breathe it in pure. That's just not the way we do it. I agree. It's better than coffee. It's good therapy. Ain't no doubt. O2 is great. I wouldn't overdo it though. Because that's why I work with 99 Pure. I've got the machine to filter it and all that. You bet. Why not? Because you get chemical burns. It'll cause embolisms and you can die. Pure oxygen. That's something I have to know because I actually work with it. Well, I don't have to know it, but yeah, I did. I, I had to know. So I looked it up, and yeah, it's dangerous. We don't breathe pure oxygen. We're not designed to do so. And you can actually burn the tissue, burn the fuck out of your lungs. And that's why I've been complaining about those special machines they've been making at General Motors. And not the ones you drive. She got the hovering thumb. You better watch it. Cat's ready to knock all of you out with a wrench. I don't know who she's looking at. She's quick. She's giving somebody warning. I've called it euthanasia, our old front of our eyes. I did too, Rebel. I know. And here's the fucking coolest thing out of that, Rebel. And I'm wondering, let me, for the sake of repeating myself, welcome to my channel. Where the fuck is my brew? Oh my God. Yeah, I know. So I was surprised, and then I listened to the whole thing, and I'm sitting here listening to him describe the moon flip and how we disagree. But he described it exactly like I do. Our axis shifted. We no longer roll this way. We do this. But he did it different. But I mean, the same thing. Same fucking thing. And I'm all like, is this disagreement we're having over semantics? Am I upset with him because he's calling this thing Tiamat and I'm just taking it on the surface that he's trying to mislead people when that's the only reference he has for it? And I happen to know we're stuck in the void that Tiamat destruction created and he ain't aware of that or something? I don't know. Is this all just fucking semantics that we're disagreeing on? Because if so, I owe him one huge 15-minute fucking nothing but taking him out in the public square and giving him fucking oral sex for an apology. Because if he's telling people there's fucking something behind us tugging on us with its fucking magnet core instead of this gravity shit and trying to make people sound crazy just because he sounds crazy to me, we got to talk. Because semantics will kill a motherfucker, man. And I would owe him a huge apology. Are you kidding me? I'm not. I would be the first one to do it. But I need to know. I need to know. I need to know before I go talking because he needs to know what we know if he ain't aware of what we know yet. Because I'm pretty sure he's not aware of what we've been reading on these walls because he literally came out and said that I think it's the moon flipping, basically. And I know it's not. He knows it's not too, and he described it very much as our tilt, like NASA. NASA came out and said, but it's our tilt. of course. So I'm wondering if it's semantics I'm hung up on, and I might not have explained myself to him clear enough or something. I don't know. And I'm getting caught up on his wording because that might be his own reference. He might, he probably thinks Ra is still a sun god, is what I'm saying. He doesn't realize it's Ra. It's not the third telling of the Enuma Elish where Marduk takes control of everything. It's not the reality of what's going on. So I'm wondering, it's got to be semantics, and I'm an asshole. So nothing new there, but I owe him a huge apology at this point, if that's true. So I hope we can get some. I just made a comment on his channel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Tiamat thing. I mean, we'd have to come to an agreement that it's not Tiamat. It's just not. And I can give him the real name. It'd settle a lot, and I could show him and give him the reference for it and everything. I mean, that would be great. That way, hey, Daniel, somebody, you guys talk to Hush. Tell him, say, hey, look. Honestly, the way you describe the moons, how he does, y'all need to talk. Because we literally reside in the void that was created when Tiamat exploded and became the asteroid belt. Earth was trapped in the void that created, and thus Earth was separated from heaven, planet heaven, and planet heaven was separated from Earth. It literally says that twice. Thus Earth was separated from heaven, heaven was separated from Earth. That's how the fucking cuneiform reads. I'm like, damn. Okay. I might be banned from this channel too. I don't know. That'd be funny. It's okay. I think we might be mutually banned from each other's channel because we just fucking yelling at each other at one point. I don't know. Wayne Herschel? That sounds very familiar. Well, see, in one version we do, but in the other version that we just listened to last night, we don't. I mean, we got some of the blasts, we got inundated with some water, but it was planet Earth as a whole planet that got trapped in the void. Tiamat just became destroyed. That's the first version, the oldest version. And then they start taking control of that and putting Anu and other people in charge of that. And then you can tell who's in charge of stuff with which Enuma Elish you're listening to. Because there's a bunch of them I'm finding. I've just started looking at this. I've heard like 4 or 5 different ones now. So, but the oldest one really doesn't have anyone's name except for the planets that you're talking about, and it really confused Josh when he was reading it last night too. I was like, nah, dude, that's not. No, that's the pure fucking. Don't put Marduk on that because Marduk don't belong on that. That's the third telling of the Enuma Elish. That's the grant. That's the child when he took over. The fuck that boom, it changed, and he does denote that. But before they started labeling them anything other than the planets and the suns, that's the original Enuma Elish. That's like, and then Anu comes in. That's number 2, and then number 3, Marduk takes it. I've heard 4 where Enlil is in there. So, I mean, there's more of those, but the one I've heard, it just describes a celestial event and it explains how the planet got trapped here. She didn't mean to switch boats, is what, that is basically what that meant. She did not mean to, she fell off the boat. And we got Cretaceous boundary as a result of it. We instantaneously stopped spinning 1,000 miles an hour one way. Poof. Reverse polarity, stuck in the void, and on a reverse polarity sun. And that is the whole why the sun is rising in the east and the west, and then we're going back to the fucking original spin and all that. That I've heard once. I can't find that whole version again, but there's a whole version out there that talks about this that I've been shown. We're skipping boats right now back to Ra, and there's a good damn chance we're fixing to roll over to red. But what the legend didn't denote, I'd like to read it again. I've never been able to find it again. It doesn't say if red has transformed yet, but they're like, it depends on our hearts and this and that and everything. And I'm all like, well, that's interesting. Your hearts. But I get the picture that this is his supernova. He's going to be a bright sun by the time we get over there anyway. So I really like to look at that again. Yeah, it's something in the Native Tales. I can't remember whose it is, or it might be the fucking Hopi tale because it just keeps. It's in the legends. I'm fucking goosebumping. It's somewhere in the Hopi, probably, because it just kind of confirmed that for me. Somewhere. They talk about the spin of the earth and how it was, how it is, and how it will be again. We're in that time. We're fixing to hang out with the Blue Kachina on his double layered magnet circuit going on. It's going to be exciting. Well, NASA came out and told the world that the Earth tilted on its axis. So therefore, the moon shouldn't be doing what it used to be doing. You're not crazy. You're right. You were just ahead of NASA's announcement. Make sure they know that they blame global warming, because that seems to be the focal point of the story. Well, most people are looking like and sounding, because they're vocalizing. The first thing comes out of their mouth is, well, it wasn't global warming that made that happen. Power to the truth. Now I'm talking about the most difficult of people to get to even look at anything. Be all like, well, it wasn't global warming that caused that. All of a sudden, it's cool. Your moon can be doing fucking cartwheels and you're on your side, but we know it wasn't global warming that did it. So I was like, okay, I'm cool with this excuse then, because it's working for the benefit of truth in the whole. And it makes you wonder, because they've apparently done this for centuries and kept the masses down. Are they really that sloppy? Did they think that was going to work? I don't know. No, I know what it was. I mean, there's only one reason they did that way. And I read the articles, and all of them start talking about how we started in the 90s. And it was a gentle tilt. It was a gentle tilt. It's just a gentle tilt over years and decades. Decades and decades. And I'm all like, you know why? Because the captain a couple weeks ago came of the ocean going vessel talking about, damn, now I know. And so does all the other people toting around our goods on those oceans. And they were getting nervous because they also are very fucking aware that we're on our side. And they had to throw something at them to make them feel like it was a gentle roll. Period. How many tens of thousands of captains out there? Let me go deeper. See, a good captain, it's the captain of a boat, will take a bearing in the morning and a bearing in the evening and compare with his charts and his GPS, his equipment. It's standard procedure. They haven't been able to. And dude got on Google and said, why the fucking fuck is my moon doing cartwheels? And he ended up on the right channel, right fucking video, because I do repeat myself a lot about that. Yes, I do. I just saw somebody complaining about my repetitiveness tonight. I'm like, you may have caught on, but I don't think you've watched all the older videos at all because they're not repetitive at all. People just don't know how to follow instructions anymore. It's hard. Bottom line. It is about the bottom line. I would love to have like some time down there and with a guide. Oh well, we have this, that, and other thing. I'd be like, can I see? Yeah, I'm with you. That'd be great. Well, this other thing that we haven't been able to decipher because we could never read your language. We tried to hide you from yourselves. Here, look at this. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I see why you put that in here. Hang on a second. Change my pants. I just blew a fucking nut. Hope. Oh my God. Boy, that'd be good. Good trip down to the Vatican. Archives. It'd be like mental porn you never fucking dreamed to happen, I think. I just get that feeling. It'd be like it'd be it'd be bad. It'd be they wouldn't go back in there. I'd just explode. Blow my fucking head all over their walls. Fucking A. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'd like to go hang out with the Pope. I would love to. Are you kidding me? He's got a heart too. I've been trying to honestly uh, get somebody to get me in contact with one of these people over there. Leave messages on their Facebooks, hoping they're little guardians get the message to them. I you know, hey Pope. You got a heart too. I guarantee they have hearts. Seen some of them get them transplanted, and they work. So people got fucking hearts all over the place. Funny thing, when they transplant the heart, it seems like the memory of the person is in there because that's your memory center. It's, it's gotta be strange. Having residual likes for an ice cream or something, you know, that you didn't like before. They found that's a very common thing with people that have heart transplants. I found that extremely interesting. I haven't done a video on it, but I mean, because it was just, you know, just Braden does one. There are a couple, you know, Greg Braden, you know, they're out there. It's out there. I point people to him uh, sometimes in some of those videos for your heart brain connection. That's his institute, and there's hundreds of them out there, medical journals, and you get to looking into it. You see brain surgeons and heart surgeons actually operate around the Schumann frequency. They schedule it with that shit, and I'm all like, that's pretty odd. You know, but it's a specialty, and they keep us unknowing of like I knew magnet properties, but I had no idea I had one. Well, the doctor that knows I do doesn't know magnet property. Um, Connecting the two sometimes just, you know, I mean, it wouldn't have happened if I wasn't looking, because I had totally just thought all this crap was like talking about your auras and shit. I'm not about no aura. I don't give a fuck. It can be a residual, your energy, what, I don't care. I want to know what the fuck they can prove. And all of a sudden, I found a magnet that was beyond any kind of amazing aurora. It is the reason of the aurora. If anything, it's holy cow, we got a magnet in our chest. That's all it took. I was like, you wait a minute. I saw that on a fucking hieroglyph. What's it mean? It means I got a magnet in my chest. And instantly I went to Jesus and then wanted to inherit the earth. I knew what he meant. I had it. I had right that fast. It took my framework to be tweaked by my biology to make sense in physics how I could possibly inherit the earth and be a steward of all life. And I'm all like, got it. Let's go get it. And then I got it all right. I realized, see, wait, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. I went to go try to bring my, I had brain. I shut my head down. And I intended, this was my intent, to to tweak my frequency, to try and bring it up and down with my emotions and steal the magnet. Well, Okay, wait, that doesn't qualify. Bad word. I was going to try to just merely bring my fucking magnet to the same frequency and inherit the strength. That is the moment that I learned we're never alone because there's a lady down there that actually that's her soul I was trying to steal. And Earth is a beautiful creation, and she's not a dead rock. And I took it hard. I thought I was being possessed, and fuck, I can stand over there and tell if it's Katniss over here or who, as long as it's blue, because I can see the print. The white kind of blends a little bit when we get back, unless it's up here or I'm on the right level because it's low res. But I mean, if it's in the blueprint, I can read it from over there. I had cataracts before because I've been blowing glass for fucking 30 something years and couldn't hardly see. I had to have Seamus read for me. And I realized I was reading small print and I might have misunderstood what happened. Regardless, it might have been an electromagnetic reaction that I just hadn't understood. And I was not quite ready for the planet to be alive even at that point yet. But I was willing to work on figuring out what the hell had just happened. And that whole process was a fucking hot mess. I got all that. I got probably like I'm probably the first three. I got another 300. I'm still kind of working on, and it took me a while to sort through even the stuff I'm kind of having issues with. How would I prove that? So I just don't bring it up. But I fully understand everything I've been seeing on these walls, and so do you folks now. You can look at them. It's a beautiful language. You shouldn't throw stones at it. It's physics. Yeah, I'm that A negative sort. They say that's toss bloodline. Inky. The new odd. Yeah, I got color changing eyes. Lately, they just, I guess, been blue. I'm human, just like everybody. That's why I keep saying it's not your bloodline. It's not your blood type. Um, it's not your skin color. It's what's in your heart. It's your frequency that matters in this situation because this is creation, not human. And I'm human, so it's not mine. How's that? I hope that's clear. Because this, my theory shit, this ain't no theory. See, it's physics, and it just makes sense now. All these things we've been told, and it makes sense why it's being made clear. Because if it wasn't, we'd all be guessing right up to the wrong point. Is there a creator? I don't care if you believe, you can't truly become meek to something you don't know. You just can't do it. It's got to be a pure intent. You have to know the creator. And I mean, know the creator. Meet him, talk to him, hang out on your magnet, the one that he gave you, that Jesus told you about. It's in your heart, ain't in your book. None of them. And I've read a lot of paper. Like I said, the only things I've found truth in man's writing are technical manuals where you're reading how to put your IKEA shit together, and we all know that doesn't work very well. But it's there. Things that you can see. You know, look, everybody looking up at the moon, noticing the moon, and NASA had to come out and say, the Earth started tilting decades ago. And we just kind of forgot to mention it. Well, volcanoes are basically metal deposits and shit that are heated up and under pressure and shit, but they ain't fed from thousands of miles down. Obviously. There's water down there. We've, seen that. There's also rock, but I'm just saying, there's ain't no fucking fire down there. There's obviously a massive chamber in the middle. We've seen that. It develops just bam without the magnet. With the magnet, you've got an egg in there too. Because freeze water with magnet, you get the egg, everything, egg, magnet field, pine cone. Mama's got a womb. And there's a sun in it. Her spirit, her life, her true life force that's on that current creation fed by the sun. That's even a more direct current to creation. They ain't gods. They're conduits of creation. Because I can speak for myself. Could never sustain in a fucking skin suit our creator's fucking energy. Naked. And that's just the fucking way it is. Ain't nobody worshiping shit but the one that made it all. I'm done worshiping your little gods with paper and division. Cheers, motherfuckers. There is no man or woman over another when you're a child of creation, because you obey your mother and father. That's it. Creator. It's simple physics. Thank you, Dave. It's very, 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 very elementary, simple physics of magnet being 1748 hertz, and every atom, boom, bam, electromagnetic energy through matter is what creates the magnet side. But it's inseparable because you don't have matter without frequency. Frequency is energy. You got to explain everything to children, right? So I could explain this to a child. I really could, because I've fucking studied it all my life. Started out when I was 17 in the U.S. Navy. I mean, I was learning physics and electric conductivity and pathways. I don't have to explain myself. My fucking physics is on. I can prove it. I bring you doctors. The truth is very simple. It really is. You don't have to explain it away. All you gotta do is love. For goodness sake, you might wanna. You know, in Bible canon, they admit in Bible canon several times they had no idea what we were drawing. We had no language of the mouth. We didn't have any spoken word, but we were drawing shit. And they had no idea what we were doing. But it was beautiful, and they assumed the identities of those who we were drawing. And Marduk became Ra. His brother Ninzagita became Thoth. And they kept changing their names throughout history every time one of these boats had come by and throw us off kilter. Once they got a hair up their ass or something, they wanted to control someone else's fucking territory. They'd leave theirs and they'd be over here being somebody else. It's a game of dominance, using us as pawns. Those MEs, why did the gods want the MEs? Because they were knowledges that you're allowed to use on this planet. Period. Can't over knowledge somebody too much. You had to give them a fighting chance. You know what I mean? They're all family. They're all family. They handed out the game pieces. That's what an ME is. It's not a mitochondria extraction, like Josh says. It's a fucking game piece. We are the pawns. No more. The game got bigger as time comes closer, and they keep leaving fucking radiation signatures all over the fucking planet in limited form, and that just doesn't need to happen this time. Creator warned them, and we listened to the creator of all come in and haunt their dreams, and waning started in the dream tablets. They're there. There's some extensive writings on Inkian and Lil confiding on their stuff. We just heard the scratchings of it. That's how I traced. Well, I got a clue from Giza. I was like, oh shit. Who's Walaka and where's his wall? So I started looking. It wasn't a wall. Anyway, I found it in the Sumerian tablets too. I'm like, holy shit, this is from nightmares that have been happening. That's where the Hopi prophecy came from. Those are the original dark-haired people. They're the descendants of Cain. They've been defending their old gods for a long time. They can't grow hair on their face genetically because of who they are. We've heard that too in Bible canon, their original books. Constantine left that part out. And it's not just the natives, of course. Look at Asia, for example. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying that's who these folks are. They're people. They're human beings. Most of them don't even have any clue to their lineage. And it doesn't matter because it's what's in their heart to create. That's where I'm at with it. I am not trying to diss anybody. I'm just telling you where we're at, like I always do. But that's who that is. For God's sake, you heard it yourself. I'm just being Captain Obvious. I've been trying to get a hold of both sides of this family, the eagle and the snake. And it seems like they're intertwined now. Neat. Nah, I don't. Well, not all knowing, just what you can handle at a time. What do you want to know? It's your intent that drives that. And it's been a while since I've had a real hard question come up. Well, they're the same bloodline. They're brothers of sons of Anu, the king of planet Heaven, who is still, as far as I can tell, he might be middle aged by now, but he seems like he's still a young man, and he's got 3 generations that came and died here. He just comes for short visits. He doesn't leave his human frequency long throughout. That's consistent, and he's only been back here, far as I can tell, himself once since fucking the whole pyramid wars and all that shit went on. It's crazy. Yeah, they're the same people. Marduk and Ra. Well, Marduk is Ra, and his brother Ninzagita is Thoth. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, pure blood, Anunnaki. The children of light he's talking about are the snake side of the family, Inky. And the children in darkness he's talking about, Enlil. And it's good when they recycle our souls and control the halls of Amenti. But it's a horrible thing for man when the ego does it, Enlil. See where we're going here? We're the children of men on a star of lesser energy. He even told us how they built this machine that does this by blasting cavities with the weapons of terror deep inside the earth and putting the high electromagnetic machine that captures the souls of men as they die and poof, put them in the halls of Amenti, where they drain the fucking energy that we've grown from learning through our strife. And that's what Creator's pissed off about. He's like, they're guys and gals, you need to stop that. And because we're supposed to go back to Creator, and they've been recycling us for fucking centuries. And Toth tries to walk you through how to escape their machine, because he's talking about the energy of it. And when you're out there, man, you need to fucking walk in circles and this and that and everything. It's because you're avoiding energetic fucking waves that are going to fucking howl you right the fuck back into that machine. And if you have the right framework, you understand that. Yeah, he's Jesus. I just described that in electromagnetics of, yes. You just got to have the right framework. It's electromagnetic, and understand who he's talking about, understand who he is. You just got to pay attention. The first 8 minutes in the Lost Book of Inky tells you exactly who Toth is. It's just bam right there. Ninzagita is Toth. Ra is Marduk. before they even get into why. And then you run into things like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, if you've studied all, and then all of a sudden you run into, wow. It's like, really? There's people on the planet that know about this, a lot of them. They clammed up about time I started knocking on their door. COVID started ring-a-ling-a-linging. Well, they didn't clam up on me until after COVID. And COVID, fucking, they locked all their doors down. So ain't nobody answered no phone. I made a few phone calls soon. Just like, seriously, yesterday. Unless it was some native holiday. I don't know about. Call again. Well, see, yeah, and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, but now you know, because you heard that, I'm sure, unless you've only listened to it like maybe once. But if you've listened to it a few times, that should ring some bells. It's like, and give you a little more reference as to Lemuria and all that shit he was talking about. That was before Cretaceous, before occupation, uh, seeds of a higher star and all that shit, because we were on the blue star. So he was talking totally different than your framework had. And now that, you know, that's what I got out of it. I was like, oh my God. And totally understood him really well. What he was trying to tell us. Who Toth is? He's Ningazita, Inky's kid, like Marduk. That's his brother. And they couldn't read our writing, so they assumed the identities of the people we were drawing. Marduk became Ra, and Ninzagita became Toth. They had no idea we were actually drawing the magnet signatures of these planets and suns. They tell us that in the cuneiform. They had no idea what they were drawing, but they didn't speak. That's how they describe us. Of course we were primitive. They are the victors of war. Everybody's primitive and fucking less than human before you fucking go in and, victor of fucking war. It's what Inky trying to liberate himself from anything he might have done bad to us. That's what we're reading is Inky's confession of this. And yeah, Toth is his son. And when he's talking about the children of light, he's talking about the snake side of the family. When he's talking about children of dark, he's talking about Enlil's side of the family, the eagle. It's the eagle and the snake. It's the darkness, the children of the dark. And when they're running the halls of Amenti, it's bad for humanity. But when the children of light, the snake people, Inky's side of the family, is running the halls of Amenti, it's great for humanity. And he tells you how to escape their electromagnetic contraption that they have that recycles fucking souls. Basically. And he tries to make it good when Inky does it and bad when Enlil does it. To simplify it. Even though they're all dead, it's their side of the family still continuing through. Look at the eagle and the snake everywhere. The eagle has triumphed over the snake. Everywhere you look. Double eagles we hear about, the double eagle, where they come from. And the very first part of the conversation came from descendants of Cain, who are genetically altered to not grow hair on their face like that of the gods. Well, they're the original dark-haired people of Sumir. They've been killing each other as well as us since day one. over which one pleases these fuckers the most. So it's time to stop that and get these cats that we scared with our power, the Anunnakis, to understand that they shouldn't have been scared because they have the same power we do. They just forgot because they killed it the fuck out of themselves over there before they ever spread their shit over here out of fear and domination, wanting to be set up and treated as gods. And globally, everywhere. And well, that's got to stop. It's literally a fight for souls. They've got a few of these machines around the globe. It's fucking nuts. But you read Emerald Tablets of Thoth and it tells you exactly how they constructed the damn thing. Deep inside the womb, or deep inside the earth, not in the womb. They're afraid of that. They tell you that in Tablets of Thoth. You don't want to go down there. Bad. Yeah. That's because Mama's warriors are down there guarding her soul force, not allowing him in that eternal fucking sun he's talking about. That's her he's talking about. Scared of her, scared of us. That's why they had to divide us. You think it was a mud baked brick? Scared God? Maybe. Look around. We was slinging rocks. Scared the fuck out of them. It was like, look, Martyr got these bitches over here throwing around shit. They ain't even got no damn equipment. They acting like they know what they're doing. How they doing that shit? They magic. Kill them. There's only a few of us. They couldn't kill us. They even tell us that which gives us power gives us our life. They tried to fucking operate it and genetically separate us from that which gives us power. They were like, that which gives them power gives them life. We have to separate them. Skin color, religion started coming into effect. And we heard that all in the Lost Book of Inky. Fucking amazing. I'm like, holy shit. This has been right here. We just had a really shitty framework to work around. Welcome to the review. That's all this is. You're getting your humanity back. That which was taken. Our birthright. That's all this is. Hey, Dan. Well, it's been a long time since anybody's talked about it in reality and with the solution. For God's sake, we lost that information when they killed it out of us. What's up, B? How you doing? I can't help but talk about it, for God's sake. It's the most amazing shit I've ever run across in my life. It's so helpful to everybody. Me, I'm loving it. Good stuff. Have you ever lost fear of everything except for spiders? It's like that. I got someone trying to steal stuff from me. I thought you coming like you was going to do something. What do you mean love? You gonna love me? Uh-oh. You're all wet. You gotta walk your dog. I did. Did you run them? What? Or did you run them? What do you mean run? Around the block with 5 times. No. Did you brush your teeth? Yes. You wash your butt? Yes. Why are you in the same clothes you were in before you got wet? Yes. Do I not do laundry for you? Yes. Well, you need to strip your ass down naked and go get some clothes on. No. Who raised you? Monkeys? Patches. That explains it. She licks her own butt. Love you too. Good night, bud. Sleep good. Ah, Daddy's up all night. Don't worry. It's about time to get work now. He's a good kid. Good fucking kid. Hi, world. Because of big human. I know. I understand why they bite. But that's why I'd like to stay away from them so I don't scare them. What, the daddy long legs? I like those. I've got a couple around sometimes. They're hard to see because they kind of blend in with the cinder block. I don't see any right now though. But when they move, if you don't see them, man, it's like the cinder block bump just moved. It's like, hey! For a second, till I realize what I'm looking at. I'm like, oh, okay, you're cool. I know they're more poisonous than anything else, but yeah, exactly. They ain't gonna hurt me. I don't know any of the rest of them that good. Yes, I saw that. I know. I've had some in my hair before. Don't remind me. I'm still cool with Peru. They just threw that scary thing up for me. They're like, here, let's fuck Peru. This guy ain't going to Peru now. Oh, oh, creepy. But they said it only happens when the conditions are perfect. Why? I mean, look, those were not daddy long legs. Why do they have to fly? They look bitey. Yeah, see, I don't know what they are. I don't, if it's a little brown spider and it's really too close to me, all of a sudden that becomes, you know, smack and run just in case I miss. 'Cause now I got a pissed off little brown spider. I'm not sure if he can chew my arm off or not yet. And if he lays there looking like a little piece of chewed bubble gum, oh, and step on it before you try and pick it up because it might move and jump. And it might be fooling you. Oh, I'm not going to check out if he has a penis or not or a violin. I don't have that kind of time. I'm just there. I'm like, oh shit. I've been bitten and in bed and shit, man. Y'all sleeping, them motherfuckers bite you. It's like, damn, dude, the fuck? I just, get out of my blanket. And they itch and they burn. You ever been bit by a spider? You're fucking hurt. It's worse than a mosquito. I don't want to get bit and they're creepy. They got legs. They do that. -2. That's just too many fucking legs, man. What do you need all those legs for? Creepiest thing ever, huh? You're like, oh well, shit. I need to run. See, yeah, I might throw something at it and run at that point and call Seamus. Oh my god. He's my hero. You scream at him too. Oh, it's not good. I'm rare though, as I understand. Only 10% of men are great big fat pussies when it comes to spiders like myself. Fucking terrified. Trying to work on that. Moving all the pharaohs. Yeah, it sounded kind of like that beautiful ritual that they moved all the pharaohs in the cuneiform, didn't it? All ringing bells right before the return of the and the handover and all that procession. Sounded familiar, real familiar. I've heard that before. And then we saw it in front of our face, didn't we? Yeah, no. How long we got? I forget. Less than a year. It's a tradition they talk about in the Lost Book of Inky, I believe. It may have been the end of, no, it's the end of days. We might hear it tonight, right? End of days. It goes into the procession of turnover and the march of the pharaohs and the dead kings. Dingly dingly. It's all the same people. It's Crown Vatican DC Corporation, though. All of them. Controlled opposition. Entire world. Yes, sir. Yeah. He moved his new furniture. Tut. That's good shit. Now, we all know what was going on. I was, yeah, you bet. Yep, better days are coming. We're pretty fucking close to rolling back to the old sun. It's going to be good. It's going to be scary and exciting and new. People don't like change, but Tut's got new furniture. All the families at home. We're ready. Yeah, they had to move inland a little bit. Well, be careful what you wish for, because I think we're all fixing to pilgrim around, end up thousands of miles where you are now. And if I'm right, straight under your feet. Into some fucking. I couldn't. I still see. I run into problems right there. Trying to describe the beauty and fucking amazement of what's there, why it's there, how many centuries they've been ornating the ornate down there. It's like y'all ain't gonna believe what I if There's 7 cities down there for us to put our conductivity magnet into a fucking hallback array and multiply every shield times. I don't have a clue. Creator designed that one as a hallback. And I'm like, I get it. You get it? You've seen hallbacks. If not, you need to go look it up. I've made videos. What do? They alternate the magnet field, opposing, running with, whatever configuration to come to this point to run your fucking machine, because now it's 10,000 times more strong than the whole sum of it. Your field is like, dude, pow. That's another shit your pants moment when you just arrive there. I can't wait to see if I'm right. I know Mom showed it to me. I mean, I know it's there. I've seen the working model. Egg, torrid field, in a solid, formed in a micro vacuum, fucking rolling, boom, tube, we're hollow. She's got a sun in there, and that's her life force. And we got to surround it in a huge cavern. I'm talking continents. These ain't no playing around. They got populations already. Their brothers and the children in creation too. But they got one purpose in creation, that's to guard that life force that we're going to be in, and nobody without a straight, loving heart gets in, because that's her life force, and that is their one job. So nobody's been allowed in that area, human being, for a while. They're going to be happy with that. And we're supposed to be done. We're here healers. We're supposed to be helping with the magnetosphere all the time. This is our jobs. So we need to understand all that before we're going to be back in our deep kivas, our deep cities, our golden cities, our cities of the gold, anything, because them motherfuckers have overpowered the Anunnaki from day one, and they are fucking terrified because they have never been divided. And their population stood. They didn't get slid sideways like we did and buried in rock. Period. So they've never penetrated Mother's heart. And they're terrified when they tell us about it in their own right. And they don't have to be. They need to just understand what the fuck they've done, back off of it, fix it, and they're fucking misguided like we have been. Every one of them, including Anu over here. So we've got answers they didn't have when they came here in the first place. That if they would have asked, they probably would have received. It's a semantics thing. If it's that simple, it just makes you want to punch somebody. But you know what? You got to fucking forgive. It's got to be grace and growing, man. This is what it looks like. It's good for everybody in the long run, including the entire ecosphere of this other affected parts of our solar system that are fixing to get fucking supernova blasted. They could all use their shields up, unified in creation. That'd be great. And it's the key of fucking getting the information to the right people. That's all that needs to happen. Because they didn't have it. The Masons didn't have it. The Snakes didn't have it. They tell us they didn't have it. They were afraid of the creator of all, and this guy that was trying to be the messenger to them that they've been nightmared over for fucking centuries. And I'm telling you, stop throwing fucking stones. Oh, You need to find it in your hearts because it's where Creator is. These people are brilliant. For fuck's sake, they're not stupid. They just didn't have the knowledge of themselves very good. They tell us this in their own right, although they act and they write as if, but we can read the walls, so we know where they didn't. And what they didn't know when they came here, why we scared, and they didn't have to be scared. They're the stewards of their planet. What happened to them? I'm not sure. I don't think they know. From what I've heard, their whole history seems to kind of begin at the end of a fucking huge war. So I fully understand what's happened. I'm actually like, it took me a while to realize that this is literally, I mean, just like this is about heaven and earth. Ultimately, there should be a new heaven with a renewed magnetosphere, but it's up to them to do it, not me. I can't go there and do it. I'm on the wrong frequency. I'm mother's child of creation because I was born in her frequency. Period. And 7.83 hertz. Anunnaki are not 7.83 hertz. That's why they die early here. And Anu's still young, and he's got 3 dead generations over here that I know of. His same family that's still over here fighting over the supremacy of this fucking place so they can keep their. And every time they come by, what happens? It strips them naked again. And they have to begin again with sending more gold to repair their atmosphere. It's not the problem. And that's not a valid fix. I pity the entire planet down to her. Well, she would go home. I don't really, I just, it would be a pity in creation to lose an entire planet like that, that Mother loves. And she's concerned about it and wants you all to get over there and heal Mama's aunt. That's kind of the message I've got. So if you're afraid of that, then I'm really I'm kind of beside myself. Beyond that, I have no control over anything. It just took me a long time to realize why I'm here. I'm supposed to heal your hearts so you can fix what you've done. That information has to get to the right people. So there's 2. So yeah, no fear. I have no fear. I have no fear. I have no control over anything of this. This is Creator. Creator works in strange ways. And guess what? It took me a while to figure out. They drew me a map on a wall and still gave me the message in my heart. And still, I didn't understand. It took me a long time. So, yeah, it just needs to get in the right people. It will. I know it will. I have no control over that. Remember, this Creator, but I might have catalyzed something by reading a wall that you can all read now. Doesn't make me a unicorn. It's just a fucking geek that had the last 16 years of solitude and a good 30 years before that fucking electronics training and understanding these things in physics. I mean, for God's sake, I had a pretty good base. I just never, I, I, and it's not my fault. I didn't look. For fuck's sake, man, we're told that what? We're told in Egypt we was drawing. I ain't afraid of nothing. It's very exciting. That's what I'm saying. No, the Anunnaki were afraid of us. We scared them. Tower of Babel, Babel, Marduk. We weren't building mud baked bricks. We were slinging around monoliths, and they were for them. They'd cut them and shit. We'd move them. Scared the fuck out of them. There was only a few of us left after the planet went sideways, and we scared the fuck out of them. And they tried to separate us from our power, and they couldn't, because that which gives us power gives us life. It's our magnet. It's our life force, and that's what they're harvesting. But they're afraid of the ant people. We're not allowed back in those cities and in the deep kivas because of the ant people. They got them locked out because they've lost their connect. The Hopi fight with the Navajo. They over who strip mine's mom, basically. That's what I got when 6 tribes stood up and said, "We're moving." I was like, hang on a second. 3 days after they had decided so, speaking to the 72-year-old lady elder, I don't remember her name, out in Oregon, Portland area, they're moving the whole tribe. I was like, well, let me contact the Hopi here, because I just talked to Stewart, their wisdom holder. Then Stewart passed me off to the 73-year-old. I got his name written down. It doesn't matter. He was Stewart's boss. And he was like, well, the Navajo took our land. If you want to bring any tribes out here, they got our land. You might want to talk to them. Honest to God. And I was like, well, okay. So my son and I hopped into our fucking 300,000 mile fucking car and drove to Window Rock unannounced. And on the 21st of December, not last year, the year before, arrived with some 2 ancient cedar seeds that I had acquired. Synchronicity, right before the day before the fucking actual trip, I realized where I had what I had in my hand. I'm like, oh my God, I know where I can get another one. And I did. And I met the first billionaire chief of the Navajo tribe that morning and saw the president over there and everything. I mean, nobody tackled me. I had a couple of hour conversation, and me and this man walked around the grounds, and I tried to give him his heart, and I think it might have planted a seed or two, because he was very happy to tell me how the Hopi couldn't get in their deep kivas, and talk about how they're cannibals and such. I understand where that comes from, but I also felt the hate and saw it physically in him, and knew why he couldn't get back in his deep city either. And so I asked him, as I put it to him, it's like, you can't either. Can you? I asked him, and he kind of stood shocked that I would say something like that, even though he had told me twice before I said that. I know who you are, but I don't know your name. I said, my name's not important. I came here, for your family. And he was more than happy to accept it. He didn't give me the hard time the Hopi did, but the conversation continues because he's in his pause of shock, and I couldn't let that go. So I repeated the statement instead of the question. I said, can you? And he literally dropped his head because he felt and he saw himself no different than his brother, the Hopi. No, he cannot. And I said, I know why. Because your heart hates your brother. And he's like, man, you got to come back. I'm like, I will. Because I told him, I said, no, I got to leave. I'm giving you the only thing I came here to do, and I have nothing personal. It's mother's message. I love you, man. I'll see you again. And then COVID happened. My son still got the arrowhead he carved for me right there, red and white. Some kind of granite thing. I don't know. Crystal flint, probably. Beautiful. It's like red flint. Beautiful. Well, I'll be back when Mama tells me to go back. It was sad that the Hopi rejected their own family, but the Navajo were happy to take them. So I was happy. I don't care. I hope they have reunited people. I have no idea to tell you what happened after that. I sat in Gallup, New Mexico with my son over this COVID thing while we were camping instead of sitting around the house and nobody answered their phones. I was like, I came back to meet with the Zuni tribes and they had invited me there when I spoke with 350 tribes. I called them personally from the powwow list of official Native American tribes. That's all I had to go with, but I called them. I was invited all over the place, but we figured we'd go down out in the Four Corners and hang out. I fell in love with was it Cortez, Colorado? Fucking beautiful. If you're ever there, there's what was the name of it? Fuck, it was a Thunderbird. It was on in Cortez. Fucking 420 friendly motel, dog friendly. They love patches. Oh my goodness, and Chico and my landlady. I was out there, or the manager, whatever, what landlady of the motel. I was out in my chair smoking a bowl. Seamus doesn't, he doesn't smoke. So I don't want to smoke in the same room with him. And I was in a 420 friendly area. So I was sitting on my porch. It starts kind of light raining. And there's the manager of the motel out there dancing around. I was like, well, I think I'm in the right place for a few days. It was only like fucking $25 a day. I was like, I could camp for that. And it was raining. So we stayed there about a week and then came home. We traipsed around in the national forest every day, up there cruising around, looking at stuff, rocks and dwellings and stuff. I made video. It was fun. I made a video of us in Window Rock and our second trip out there to the Nowhereville, middle of nowhere, Colorado hills out here. It was fucking awesome. Everybody was on lockdown. We wasn't even allowed to be out where we was. We went to Shiprock. Drove in the back way. I think I don't know if there's a front way. Dogs speak our old language. We forgot how. Yeah, Seamus and I have been all around. I think that might be his. And funny. It's his mom I lived with in an RV for 4.5 years. It was great. Had a fucking good time. And he wants to get an RV and roll around with me. Because I asked him, I was like, wait, so what do you want to do? He's like, let's blow glass and let's roll, man. I'm like, well, because I mean, look, I don't give a fuck what this Lockwood dude says. All right, somebody starts fucking threatening to blow up my house on a fucking soft threat or whatever you want to fucking call it. I'm gonna look at it that way. All right, all of a sudden my house online. I didn't do that. Polly didn't do that. Okay, that shows me that fucking creepy bastards been looking at the fucking street map of where the fuck I live and sending me where's my basement going, fucking all kinds of shit like that. So, I felt obligated to tell my landlord, knowing and well, if I hadn't, I wouldn't be very honest, would I? So he looked and it was agreed mutually. I should probably move because he doesn't want his fucking house fucking threatened and shit. He knew who I was when he moved in. He's given me time to move out and let my son graduate, thank graciously. I mean, not like, and I'm not going to make him kick me out. I went to him and told him what was going on. He's been knowledgeable about the whole fucking thing the whole fucking time since he sold me the car the day of the accident, after the accident or attempt on my shit. My landlord's straight up smart, intelligent, wonderful fucking person, and I'm not gonna hide this kind of shit from him. I've rebuilt his foundation on this house and repainted it, tore the nasty carpet out of it, fucking worked on the hardwood floors. I've worked a lot on this damn house. It ain't even mine because I love it and I like him as a person. And I like this house, and it's not mine. Is the whole point here. So I'm not going to fucking. We'll just get an RV. This is what my son wants to do anyway. We've talked about it for fucking years. This is just what it looks like. Just so happens the state comes at me, fucking here. We want to give you some money for the fucking reparations of your truck and shit from this fucking crazy incident that happened because we're looking into it and found out you ain't even been paid yet. And I'm like, no, actually, I have not. And that's they looking into it all over the place and sent me these reparation papers. And like I said, man, the whole time I was applying for fucking unemployment when I couldn't get this glass, it fucking came yesterday because all the shipping and everything else has been fucked up. I get even to make these colors, they need the imported elements from China. American companies have been out of glass. I didn't do that. So I was applying for unemployment. They owe me for 11 weeks, and I'm kind of expecting it to bust loose at some point. I'm going to fucking buy us an RV with it. Not a very good or big one. It'll only be a couple $1,000, but I've got a little bit buried in the back. So that's my plan. We're going to do that. And thank you, Mr. Lockwood. I'm not looking for fucking sympathy. Piece of shit. I moved here so my son could graduate from a nice little school. Guess what? He graduates here in a couple of weeks. Suck my dick. He's 16. I raised him and homeschooled him until we moved here for that purpose. You just happen to, I felt like we might stay here about 6 months afterwards, but no, not after this. I can't. I ain't gonna. No. So, yeah, that's why I'm moving. we had planned to, and I don't want to impose what comes at me on a really cool fucking person in his really 100-year-old fucking house. I'm not trying to fucking look for sympathy. This motherfucker come out talk about fucking all kinds of shit. He don't know me. Yeah, it's really hard when the fucking shipping lanes are and everybody needs. I ordered late. You know, yeah, it's I felt like he needed to be in high school to be around kids. When I put him there, he was already graduate material as far as high school. His first day, okay, I put him in the first day after Christmas break, um, as a um, what's the first year of high school? Fucking ninth grade, and they were like, well, his counselor was a little concerned about um, that because of his age. And I was like, well, I'm not really worried about that. He's been homeschooled. And she started looking at his STAR tests because that was administered the very first day of his ever public school. He literally got an A minus, was the lowest score he got on all of his. his I was like, oh, so that's cool. Yeah, freshman. Well, they wanted to put him up to another grade level, and I was all like, no. I said, see, she's like, well, he'll get bored, and I was like, well, see, here's the thing. I'm not worried about that. I put him here for socialization, and he gets his education at home. And she gives me this confused look. I'm like, look, he's fucking 12 going on fucking 32. He needs to be in public school. He has had me as his entire existence for 12 years. And I see problems developing here. He needs to be in your school for fucking 4 years. Well, he didn't actually stay there for 4 years. We're graduating him another year early. He's he's so but anyway, because we had another hiccup uh, last year uh, with the teacher um, and the core curriculum and shit, and communications between the kids, and it brought up a problem. Seamus was failing English, and I'm all like, well, he's faster than the algebra 2 teacher, but his English, he he's right there with his English skills too, always. And I was like, I was mad at him. Like, what the hell, dude, are you kidding me? He's like, oh no, I did my work. I'm sitting here looking at zeros. I'm like, what? So I looked in. They do this Google Docs thing. I ain't quite sure what that is. but it's timestamped. I went in there and I looked at his shit. His fucking work's there, timestamp on time and shit. And I'm all like, well, so hello. And I got the English teacher online. And I'm like, so the kids have to email this to you and click a bunch of different options and got you. So in the morning, when you walk in the classroom, are you asking these children, have they done their homework? Would you like to pass it in? Or are you just marking them zeros because it's not on blip on your screen? And she's like, oh, well, you know? I was like, yeah, I know. They send you to fucking school to teach these kids and you can't talk to them. It's amazing. I said, so I'm finding a problem here with this system. And I went to the superintendent, of course, immediately. And I was like, mm. So he walked into the governor's office, and now there's a self-accelerated course for high school students in Colorado. Ta-da, my kid did that. And I'm like, damn it, you know, and the superintendent out here, very stand-up person for the children's education, as strong as he can. Love it. So if you're looking to put your kids in a public school that actually stands up for the kids, Otero County's your place. I'm telling you, it's a pretty big county, cheap out there. Oh, I did that, like I said, with like 4.5 years with his mother. I think that's probably a big sway in why he wants to do it because she doesn't have anything bad to say about the 4.5 years we were in an RV either. It was a fucking blast. If I broke down, man, I didn't give a fuck. We broke down on top of the 5 coming across the grapevine one time. Uh, I say broke down. All right. We're doing about 70. We're in the fucking lane over here passing a semi. All of a sudden, the ring gear drops out into my fucking bell housing and locks down both axles in the back. Everything in the fucking RV bounced about 3 feet, including the RV. Jabon, 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 jabon. We're doing 70. And I'm like, hey, all of a sudden, everything's locked up in the back. So, I mean, every time it hit, we would bounce, right? And I'm beside a semi over here, and I'm all like, uh-oh. And the semi just keeps going. And I'm like, doo, 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 doo. And we barely got over the side of the fucking road before the momentum stopped. And I was like, oh, boy, that was lucky. I got out, and I fucking took the axle out so I could have my fucking, I realized what had happened. I took the axle out of my fucking hub, and you can leave your wheel still on the hub and take your axle out. So the next trooper come by, threw his bumper up on me and pushed me the extra little bit, coasted down the hill into this closed out gas station across from the Flying J. And we stayed there about 2 months because it took me a while to find the Spicer 60 rear end. And then I had to go down and tear that Spicer 60 apart in a junkyard and put it together on the top of a mountain with the snow. It was sucky. But I had gone over to this, and the whole time I'm over here blowing glass and making money and shit. It wasn't bad because Flying J sell propane. You keep warm, keep your fridge going and shit. I had a generator. It's great. I was at home on top of the mountain. That's where I found my fucking Timberwolf dog. He lived to be 14 years old. His mama was being like, she was in pitiful shape. The owners weren't feeding her, and I was like, you know what, this one's mine. That's all I can take. And he stayed with me for 14 years. But yeah, that was fucking awesome. I love. Yep, I'm all for it. You bet. And he wants to blow glass. I'm going to get us an RV with tow behind, just like I had. And the tow behind will be the glass shop. And we'll turn on the generator. I can pull into Walmart if I want. They don't know what the fuck I'm doing in there. They don't care. I got my tanks all strapped to this shit, nice and fucking regulation style. Fire extinguishers everywhere. That kiln right there was suspended by straps, fucking, ratchet straps on each side, swinging in the middle of the fucking workshop when I was going down the road. Nice and tight and shit. It wasn't getting hurt at all. See, there it is. I know how to do this. We did it for 4.5 years. It was fucking a blast. It was a blast. Did the whole nation up and down for 4.5 years. Every time I come into a new town or an old town, I hadn't been there for a good 6 or 8 months. You don't think that store that I sold to before was fucking happy as fuck to see me? I had no problem making my money. I wasn't sitting in no COVIDville, fucking Colorado, talking about, damn, I'm an hour and a half away from even the closest prospect of fucking nothing. I got to drive 4 hours to go sell my glass. Yeah, I'm thinking, RV. At some point, I'm going to have to sell my workhorse. I'm hoping that that'll be enough to buy us a little tow behind the car. I ain't going to have no car and a tow behind. I'm going to have an RV. You can only carry so much with you. Drag queen story time. I've heard this. That this is ringing bells. Actually, a familiarism. I remember something about there's somebody giving just what you said. Drag queen. Yeah, I don't have anything against drag queens. Most of them in general. But, yeah. Flamboyant ones on news networks. I don't know. They're kind of like the exception. Because I've known a few. I'm from LA, for God's sake. I've hung out in Key West. They're people too. And most of them aren't gay that I know. But they they have fun in dresses. and have you ever been to Duval Street, Key West, during drag week? Holy fuck, you ain't had fun in your life if you ain't never been to Duval Street in Key West during drag week. It is fucking crazy. And it's fucking hilarious. I myself donned my snakeskin boots, cowboy boots, with blue spandex shorts, and his mother, all right, y'all gonna love this shit. His mother had taken a white t-shirt and painted this pretty little rainbow scene with the flowers and the birds and shit. And I gotta tell you, It was cut right here under my tits, and I was built back then. That was, I guess, we had some fun. We had some fucking fun. And I was dragging it myself. So I'm saying, you know what I mean? That was as drag as I got. I wore the rainbow pretty shirt, half cut, with my spandex. That was good enough. Boy, I'll tell you. Was, I know how to have fun. And I'm telling you right now, Duval Street, fucking Key West, drag week. You want to have fun? Go there. Do that. And we did it in an RV. Or actually, when we were doing it the first time, we were renting a boat out here between Key West and Rat Key. It was a fucking big old, like, 60-foot cabin cruiser without any motors. It was double moored out there. Once ended up circling once or more broke out during one of these hurricanes. We saw a big barge floating by with a fucking 2-story house on it. I was like, whoa! Let that motherfucker move a little bit closer and it'll run right through us. It got kind of crazy out there. Had a little Gilligan Island boat. I'd fucking row into the fucking island, go get us some Burger King or something, or go to Captain Ron, who I was renting a boat from, and we'd switch a battery every day. And after a while, man, he was a cool motherfucker, man. He'd growing weed out there in some of these boats. He had all kinds of abandoned boats. I unsunk a boat once with a bucket. I ain't kidding. It was the craziest thing I ever. One of the craziest things I've ever done in my life. It was pretty fucking close. I still can't believe it was a big boat, fucking big, and we lifted up. We couldn't lift it up out of the water. That motherfucker and us, we each fucking kind of levered it between us, and it was still under the water. And we started fucking heaving in fucking 5-gallon buckets like this. That motherfucker, next thing you know, is floating. I'm like, you fucker, that's crazy. We did it. I caught my first and only octopus out there because I don't ever want to catch another one. That was an amazing animal right there. I was going to eat it. I was like, how about I just set you free? You're fucking cool. Really intelligent. I could tell. Oh, I got that. I was like, whoa. You're fucking beautiful. I can't eat you. And yeah, boy, set him off. I haven't eaten actual octopus since either. I eat calamari and squid. It's more like a bug to me, the octopus. I've caught them too. Octopus was amazing. What, the octopus? It was in a bucket. I found it in a bucket. It was white. Kind of freaked me out. Almost like a spider, dude. I didn't see it. And I touched it and it went red and blue. And oh my God, man. It was like an hour of. He tried to eat me. At a couple of different points in the exciting. And I was like, man. He had a hold of me a couple of times. I'm not kidding. He had a tentacle wrapped around. I was like, oh no, climbing up my stick. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I was just like really intrigued by this thing. Fucking amazing animal. I was looking at his pixelation in his skin and shit, and the reaction of his. Wow! Have you ever gotten up and looked at a fucking octopus when it's changing its fucking colors? Wow! I couldn't eat that shit. I was like, are you kidding me? You do that? Wow. you're showing, and we like, I felt like almost like I communicated with the fucking thing, and I was like, I can't eat you. Have a nice day. I went and caught myself a fucking bulldozer instead to lobster without the claws. They're kind of hard to catch too. Not if you know what you're doing. One night I jumped on a fucking shark. I'm not sure what kind. I think it was like a sand shark or some shit. I was about 2 beers into it, feeling cool. I had a big Jim buoy. I don't know what the fuck I was gonna do. It didn't turn out the way I thought it would. And I'm fucking lucky. I gotta say, because about the time I hit the water, I felt the most powerful display of fucking motion I've ever felt in my life between my legs, and it was gone. I jumped back on the boat real quick. I'm like, well, it's not deep. It's not deep water. It's like this deep. More double. You know what I mean? It's the Keys. So here comes cruising this fucking shark, and we're just sitting there talking. And I just, jumped in, and yeah, it was fucking stupid. Like, hi, Captain Fucktard, obviously. But yeah, it threw me. There was no. I don't know what the fuck that thing's all muscle. I'm not. I felt the difference. Holy fuck! What have I done? Out of the boat! There's a shark in the water. Little Jim Booty, and motherfucker's like, I was like, oh, okay. That was before my shrimping incident. Boy, that was fun too. I tangled with a tiger, or not a tiger, one of the hammerhead. This is just a baby. Left out of Tampa. We were on our way out of Florida, and I got talked into going shrimping with some people while I left his mom. Oh God, don't mention this story to her. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. Okay. So I left his mom with the captain's wife, who was diddling the first mate. Okay, I've got to throw that in there. We talking some fucking Tampa people in trailer and driving shrimp boats. They know how to have fun too. Just different than my fun. So that was interesting enough in the whole story. See where this is going, don't you? Anyway, keeping in mind, this is one of my girlfriends. Craziest bitch in 3 counties. Oh, shit. See, she's going to be here in about 3 weeks. Maybe less for graduation. Anyway, you'll get to meet this lady. She's fun. Anyway, shrimping out there, fucking captain's a fucktard. Got the nets caught in our fucking wheel. And first mate down there, long story short, first mate down there cutting his shit. He comes up shaking and shit. He says he's cold. This fucking, I should have known better. Scared the shit out of him. Scared the shit out of me. I'm down there fucking cutting this net. And he's up there sharpening the machetes. And it's nylon rope that got melted to the wheel is the propeller. It got to the shaft and all stuck in because he was in reverse with the nets in the water. Anyways, bounced the whole fucking shit. It was crazy. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Almost to Cuba. And Now we're dead in the water with the fucking nets full of fucking shit. And we're down there racing because you know what's coming. Well, next thing I know, I'm pushed into the protective, literally pushed from my butt. And I turn around. I thought it was David, the first mate, just fucking with me. Well, no. Oh shit. Tarpon? Is that the name? Tarpon? They look like a Fred Flintstone fucking fish with these huge teeth that do this as they breathe. Let me tell you a little something about steel toe boots and how fast a motherfucker can fucking freak out underwater real fast. All right. I climbed that fucking every barnacle I could find. I lost the mask. Is that what it was? A group? Okay, I knew it's one of those ones that hang out in the harbor. I saw the damn thing all the time while I was in Key West. It scared the. Are you kidding me? Boom! Freaked out, man, and got inside the wheelhouse. I was ready to fight the thing. Right? I'm not even running yet. I just needed to get turned around, and get my ass protected because it had just put its fucking in my butt and it could have took a chunk out of me, right? So it's gone. And I'm all like, ha ha ha. I had to come up. He's like, where'd your mask go? I said, about 65 foot fucking down there, man. I said, scared. Are you fucking kidding me, man? He's laughing. I was like, he wasn't cold. He's like, no, man, that's fucking big fish. He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole. So I go down there because they're making fun of me. And I'm down there and I got everything done. I'm in the wheelhouse. I learned my lesson. I'm literally inside this fucking big cowl that's around the propeller that's supposed to protect it unless you're going backwards with the fucking nets in the water. We didn't have to go back there, did we, Captain? Anyways, I had my legs up behind me. Still got my steel toe boot, so I'm ready to kick some ass. And here's your propeller, and I'm laying up inside this fucking thing. And I can see all the way behind me the contour of the boat, so I'm feeling good. I'm out here, and while you're working underwater and you're sawing through with a razor blade sharp fucking machete through nylon rope this thick that has welded itself that thick, you develop a dust cloud because there's no wind, there's no falling of, you develop a dust cloud. You can't see shit. So I'm sitting there every now and again waiting on it. And we got air from the top, so I'm cool. And man, all of a sudden I see a familiar shadow coming through the fucking dust cloud. And I'm just sitting there like, oh shit, it's got a long head. And I don't have any reference for how far away it is. And it doesn't look big. And I start to move and I realize it's a little closer than I thought. And I take my fucking machete and I go, hold on! Man, that motherfucker didn't move. It was just about a 2.5 foot fucking baby hammerhead. Ha. And I'll tell you one thing, I felt mother's rage. I never saw mama. Because I grabbed that motherfucker by the tail and grabbed my little lifeline, got back on the fucking deck and threw it down there. I says, I am not going back down. I said, I've got everything but 2 fucking wraps of that rope. I said, we got about 3 inches down there on that fucking wheel, but the wheel is free. The nets are loose and them fucking sharks are here. He goes, I said, I know mama's down there. I just felt it, man. And they started laughing at me. Says, yeah, go down there and fucking take care of mama. I said, fuck you, man. I tried to eat the shark because I had just killed it. I got to tell you something about hammerhead. I've had lemon shark and all this shit, good stuff. Hammerhead, no thanks. It happens to piss through its skin, which I didn't know when I was trying to eat it, and it tasted like it. I was like, oh my god, that is a nasty. Yeah, I gave that to the seagulls. But yeah, it was nasty. I tried to eat the hammerhead, but I didn't like it. We had all kinds of shit. I mean, we were on a shrimp boat. Fuck's sake, we were bringing up Jacques Cousteau would have been proud of the shit. There was some crabs. One that I don't, they lived in these balls of jelly. Now, where they got the ball of jelly, I'm not fucking sure. I think it was some kind of sponge. It looked like an organism. Seriously, because you'd find them sometimes in packs. And it's like it's a fucking ball of jelly. But if you really looked at it, it's like, well, that's not really jelly, is it? That's something alive. I don't know what the fuck it was. But these fucking crabs had like these things, like a fin in the back of their body. Wait until I get to the best part. So they would come out like this, but they would dig a hole that they could back into, and that would be their like shell thing. But the funny thing is about the crab in particular is they look like some kind of fucking typical like gray alien almost when they're sitting there, but they had a big crab arm and they would sit there in their jelly and they all strike the same pose like this. And I'm like, are you just a crab or you are an alien overlord in your jelly ball? I mean, well, not we. I used to throw them at the seagulls. So. They was getting back home. I know. Oh my god. Yeah, I've had some good shark that's really good, but I got to tell you right now, hammerhead ain't one of them. So save you some time there. That is not good meat. You'd think it would be. It's not. But yeah, they was laughing at me. They already knew that. I ain't gonna tell you what they used to do because they're fucking crazy. Anyway, I got back. We were broke. Oh, I should finish that story because his mom's involved still up in Tampa. Well, we were broke down, needless to say. So he goes in there and he starts the fucking engine, or he has a problem, and he has to go down in the engine room and try. And then next thing there's shit flying. He's cussing. I'm like, oh, uh oh. He's yelling for David. Grab the fucking plump. I'm like, oh. I'm starting to maneuver towards the fucking lifeboat. Apparently, when he had bounced the fucking ship up and down, there's these huge bolts that hold this diesel motor. Well, he broke it and the shaft shifted and everything, and we were flooding the whole time. We were down trying to go. So we was for hours fighting the flow and getting it back, sealing that thing, trying to fix the motor, and there was no fixing that shit. And so the sister ship had to come out of Tampa all the way down and then tie onto our side and tow us back into Key West. And once we got into Key West, I stuck out the fucking thumb. They got their shit fixed and everything. And I'm looking at my paycheck and I'm considering who's asking me this shit. He's like, "You want to go out and do it again? Usually make more money than this." I was like, no, because that was a 30-day adventure altogether. And I told, all right, this is a much younger me, although I have no problem saying the same thing now because I'm me. I said, I could have fucking got a job at Burger King, got a blowjob every night. Have fun. So off they went back to the Happy Sea. They fought. They fought because fucking one of them had said something, and the fucking captain went off on David because he knew he was sleeping with his wife. Well, his wife comes down because we're broke down, right? And his mom wasn't with her. Well, when she took off her big lady sunglasses, it didn't take me long to figure out why his mom wasn't with her. Because she took off these big old fucking shades, and one of them looked like it was still there. At some point, they had come to a disagreement. I went to Philly and picked her up shortly after. She was at her dad's. Oh, it didn't take me like. I was like, oh damn. I said, she goes, bitch. Like, oh, yeah. I've told you about my exes. Every one of them is the same woman. Just fucking different skin, kind of mean spirited. You're gonna meet her. I'm sure she'll be around while we're alive at some point. Holy fuck. Oh. Well, I have the best time laughing at myself. I just I do some silly shit. Her and I were together for 9 years. Anybody can hang out with me that doesn't make them all bad, but it sure so makes them crazy as fuck. Look at oh my god. But yeah, I knew exactly what had happened as soon as she took her sunglasses off. I was like, oh yeah, all right. It was over the dog shit too. Apparently, Kelly had felt like she had picked up our dog shit, and homegirl wanted her to pick up all the dog shit. Kelly didn't feel like she needed to, and I gotta tell you, Calvin's wife didn't deserve that, but I knew what had happened. Because by all rights, she was a guest at the house and kind of living there, eating their food and shit. And I did leave her there. She could have at least picked up the fucking dog shit. I would have. But anyways. your dogs are shitting in the yard and adding extra discomfort, I'd be happy to go out of my way, pick up a little bit of dog shit. Instead, she chose to give the lady black eye because they got in a fucking argument over whose dog shit. Like, I don't know why I went back to Philly. I guess I wanted to have Seamus at some point. Creator said, go get that girl. I did. And it was 9 years of shit like that. Indignance, undignified shit. I've had so many friends tell me, oh, you can come back as long as she ain't here. Well, when he came along, I decided that I couldn't have that kind of trouble. And she needed to stop, and she just didn't want to stop drinking and having a full life. She made her choice. And she's cool. He's cool. They've always had a relationship that has been, me and him. Fucking zero regrets. And I've made them stay in contact. I haven't kept either one of them from each other. Because I had already seen what that does. Causes resentment in the child for the parent that keeps it from. And I made sure that's the last fucking thing. I was like, you calling her because it's your mom. That's why you calling her. Well, she uh, she go a long time without calling. Sometimes I make him call her. Now they have a nice relationship now. They talk to each other, hang out, watch a movie once a week. She's got him this Netflix thing that he can watch with her, and they'll sit. She sent him that $300 phone, so she'll sit there and have a face to face with him on the phone while they do the movie and stuff, And I think it's fucking great, man. That's what I wanted. I didn't want him being alienated from her, for God's sake. That wouldn't be fair to either one of them either. I wish she would have come around more often, but she hasn't. We weren't that far in North Carolina. She'd be going out on tour, like a further tour, further than where we were, right by the house, and she didn't have time or whatever. But I mean, I had moved us 2,000 miles closer to her when I left California. She was already in Philly. Shiitake. I personally like chanterelles. They're delicious. And spaghetti. No meat, just chanterelle. Good shit. Very nutty. Yeah, it's very important to make sure those communications lines, especially when he was younger, because he really wouldn't want to. But I mean, now, like I said, he appreciates the time with his mother, and I appreciate. It's cool. I think it's cool she's coming out and spending time with him. He's graduated. I don't think she knows it. telling you, little orange pieces of nugget is delicious. Yeah, meat substitute. We'd be picking a whole garbage bag full of them, eat that fucking all week. You can fry up fucking 1,000 different ways. Have fucking mushrooms for dinner. And just so happens that them little orange beauties are some really nutritious mushrooms. It's really good. Plant hormones. Well, we have a symbiotic relationship with these plants. And eating mushrooms isn't killing the plant, actually. It's kind of helping propagate it, releasing spores. Yeah, psilocybin rocks, it does. But these ones don't have psilocybin. I mean, they're real good. They're not psychedelic. They're actually just nutritious. Chanterelle. Chanterelle is it's actually kind of like a delicacy mushroom. I think they go about $12 to $16 a pound. But we was up there picking them. Me and his mother, go up there pick them in the RV. Just while we was up there blowing blast for California color changers, I'd stay there for weeks, help them set up their lathe and all kinds of shit. And we'd go up there and just get lost and pick fucking mushrooms and live off the land. It was elderberries and huckleberries and fucking chanterelles. It was awesome. Yeah, they're orange and they grow about that big. And they're not psilocybin at all. They're delicious. They go really good with salmon too. Um, we go up to the docks and buy a whole salmon for like $20. Big one, like $1 a pound, just right, it's bam. Be like, yeah, I'd take that one. Thank you very much. And that was another week of food. You had a bag of mushrooms and some salmon, boy. I'll tell you what, you're in there. Or tuna, boy, them things are too big to carry home. Seen a couple of them. 'Cause I don't think you want to eat that. That's too big. But I mean, that was all in that was in our first RV. We had three, I think three. I have to think about it. I think we had three, not four, maybe four. Big ones. Driving around like a bus. Had my fucking shit in the back. Boy, I'd pull up in a Walmart or out in the middle of like Kelly Canyon, Arizona. It doesn't matter. I just kick on that damn generator and I go to work. What, mushrooms? They'll make you have hallucinations if you eat the right one. I've eaten those too, but that's not what chanterelles are. Chanterelles, they don't have any psilocybin in them. God, almost 2 hours ago, I was going to finish that bowl. Now I'm going to put it down while I listen to some Josh and I get working on some of these points. Cool.
You know, Iran, Syria, news. The amazing chain of events after the
Ash is
demise of
good.
Assyria began with the escape to Haran of members of Assyria's royal family. Seeking there the protection of the god Sin, the escapes
Okay,
rallied
maybe
the
I'll hit
remnants
it
of the
again.
Assyrian army and proclaimed one of the royal refugees
Oh yeah, I wanted to look.
king of Assyria, but
Wow,
the god
I'm
whose
sitting
city
here. I forgot.
Haran has been since the days of yore
They
did
do
not
this quick.
respond. In 610 BCE, Babylonian troops captured Haran, putting in the Assyrians' lingering hopes. The contest for the mantle of successorship to the heritage of Samaria was over.
So yeah,
It was
we have
now
been
worn
busy.
solely and with divine blessing by the king in Babylon. Again, Babylon ruled the lands that were once the hallowed, Samir and Akkad, so much so that in many texts from that time, Nabopolassar was given the title of the king of Akkad. He used that authority to extend the celestial observations to the erstwhile Sumerian cities of Nippur and Uruk, and some of the key observational texts from the subsequent crucial years come from there. It was in that same fateful year, 610 BCE, a memorable year of astounding events, as we shall see, that a reinvigorated Egypt also placed on its throne an assertive strongman named Necho.
That's some good
Just
stuff.
1 year
Blueberry
later, one of the
hash.
least understood by historians, that is,
Grape
geopolitical moves
pie.
took place. The Egyptians, who used to be on the same side as the Babylonians in opposition to Assyrian rule, emerged from Egypt and rushing northward overran territories and sacred sites that the Babylonians considered theirs. The Egyptian advance all the way north to Carchemish put them within
I gotta
striking
see that
distance
on
of Haran.
clarity.
It also placed in Egypt's hands the
Do
two
you see the
space-related
undulating
sites in Lebanon and in
in
Judea.
the fucking
The
white truck?
surprised Babylonians were not going to let it
The
stand.
back of the, oh fuck. Yeah, clarity is pretty cool.
The aging Nabopolassar entrusted the task of recapturing the vital
And
places
that's
to his
just
son
raw
Nebuchadnezzar,
pulsating.
who had
That's
already
nothing
distinguished
coming
himself
out of
on the
him but
battlefield.
his energy.
In June
He's
605
getting
BCE
closer.
at Carchemish, the Babylonians crushed the Egyptian army, liberated the sacred forest in Lebanon, which Nabu and Marduk desired, and chased the fleeing Egyptians all the way to the Sinai Peninsula. Nebuchadnezzar stopped the pursuit only on news from Babylon that his father had died. He rushed back and was proclaimed king of Babylon that same year. Historians find no explanation for the sudden Egyptian thrust into the ferocity of the Babylonian reaction. To us, it is evident that at the core of the events was the expectation of the return.
So what's she been doing?
Indeed, it seems that in that year, 605 BCE, the return was deemed
We're
to
up to
be
date
imminent,
and everything.
perhaps even
What's she
overdue.
been
For
doing?
it was in that very same year that the prophet Habakkuk began the prophecy in the name Yahweh in Jerusalem.
I feel like we're
Foretelling the
about to
future
have
of
it.
Babylon and other nations,
About a 5
the
pointer.
prophet asked Yahweh when the day of the Lord, a day of judgment upon the nations, Babylon included, would come. Yahweh
comes.
responded, saying, "Write down the prophecy, explain it clearly on the tablet, so that it may be quickly
Soon.
read. For the vision there
She's
is a set
starting
time.
another bubble.
In the end it shall come
So,
without fail.
We've been
Though it may tarry, wait for it will surely come. For its appointed time will not be delayed."
been a couple hours
Habakkuk
without
2-2-3.
starting another.
The appointed time, as we shall see, arrived precisely 50
So we'll
years
see.
thereafter. The 43 years of Nebuchadnezzar's reign are considered a very dominant Neo-Babylonian empire, a period marked by decisive actions and fast moves, for there was no time to lose. The nearing
We're
return
18
was
minutes
now
behind
Babylon's
on the
prize. To prepare
quick
Babylon
map.
for the expected return, massive renovation and construction works were quickly
Look at the
undertaken.
Gila plot.
Their focal point was the sacred precinct where the Essayal
I'm
temple
feeling like
of
a
Marduk,
ho-ho again.
now simply called
It's about-
Bel Baal,
It's about time
that's what
we
Baalbek
got a big
was-
shape.
was,
Oh shit! Look at the
in
plot.
Lebanon got its name from. It was now renovated and rebuilt at seven-stage ziggurat, ready for viewing the starry skies. Just as had been done in Uruk when Anu had visited circa 4000 BCE.
Oh,
A new processional way leading to the sacred
jingle
precinct
bells.
through a massive new gate was erected. The walls were decorated and covered from top to bottom with artful glazed bricks that astound to this
They're
day. For the site's modern excavators have removed and put the processional
gonna
way
stick
and
with
the
a
gate
fiver.
back together
Sticking
at
with a fiver.
the Vorensachet's Museum in Berlin. Babylon, Marduk's eternal city, was ready to welcome the return. I have made the city of Babylon to be the foremost among all the countries in every habitation. Its name I elevated to be the most praised of all the sacred cities. Nebuchadnezzar wrote in his inscriptions. The expectation, it seems, was that the arriving god of the winged disc
let me know.
would come down at the landing place in Lebanon.
Those are
And
beautiful
consummate
buds.
the return by entering Babylon through the new marvelous processional way and imposing gate. A gate named Ishtar, or also known as Inanna,
I wish I
who
had
had been
buds like that
Anu's
to
beloved
stick in
in
my
Uruk,
pipe.
another clue regarding whose return was expected.
Frosty.
Accompanying these expectations
Delicious.
was Babylon's role as the new navel of the earth, inheriting the pre-diluvial
Hey,
status
Turtle, how you
of
doing this
Nippur
evening?
as the Duran key, the bond of heaven and earth, or where the Stargate was located. That this was now Babylon's
Nice.
function was expressed by giving the Ziggurat's foundation. By giving the Ziggurat's foundation platform the Sumerian name Etem Anki.
I need to have a
The
Swiss
temple
roll.
of the foundation for heaven
Something.
and earth, stressing
I'm gonna
Babylon's
blow some
role as
glass.
the new navel of the earth, a role
Be right
clearly depicted in the Babylonian map of the world. This was terminology that echoed the description of Jerusalem, with its foundation stone serving as a link between earth and heaven. So the foundation stone was the link between earth and heaven. So the foundation stone, okay, well, that's the Stargate then. There you go. But if that was what Nebuchadnezzar envisioned, then Babylon had to replace the existing post-diluvial space link, Jerusalem. Having taken over Nippur's pre-diluvial role to serve as a mission control center after the deluge, Jerusalem was located at the center of concentric distances to the other space-related sites. Calling it the navel of the earth, the prophet Ezekiel announced that Jerusalem has been chosen for this role by God himself. Thus has said the Lord Yahweh, this is Jerusalem. In the midst of the nations I placed her, and all the lands are in a circle round about her. Ezekiel 5, verse 5. Determined to usurp that role from Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar led his troops to the elusive prize, and in 598 BCE captured Jerusalem. This time, as the prophet Jeremiah had warned, Nebuchadnezzar was carrying out God's anger at Jerusalem's people when they had taken up the worship of celestial gods, Baal, the sun, and the moon, and the constellations. And in Kings 23:5, it has a list that clearly included Marduk as a celestial entity. Starving Jerusalem's people by a siege that lasted 3 years, Nebuchadnezzar managed to subdue the city and took the Judean king Jachin to captive in Babylon. Taken to the exile were also Judea's nobility and learned elite, among them the prophet Ezekiel, and thousands of its soldiers and craftsmen. They were made to reside by the banks of the Kabul River near Haran, their ancestral home. The city itself and the temple were left intact this time, but 11 years later, in 587 BCE, the Babylonians returned in force, acting this time, according to the Bible, on their own volition. The Babylonians put the torch to the temple that Solomon built. In his inscriptions, Nebuchadnezzar offered no explanation other than the usual one, to carry out the wishes and to please my gods, Nabu and Marduk. But as we shall soon show, the real reason was a simple one, a belief that Yahweh had departed and was gone. The destruction of the temple was a shocking and evil deed for which Babylon and its king, previously deemed by the prophets to have been Yahweh's rod of wrath, were to be severely punished. The vengeance of Yahweh our God, vengeance for his temple, shall be meted out in Babylon, announced the prophet Jeremiah, predicting the fall of mighty Babylon and its destruction by invaders from the north, events that came true just a few decades later. Jeremiah also proclaimed the fate of the gods whom Nebuchadnezzar had invoked. Declare among the nations and proclaim, raise the sign, announce, do not conceal, say, captured is Babylon, withered is Bel, confused is Marduk. Jeremiah 52. Divine punishment upon Nebuchadnezzar himself was commensurate with the sacrilege crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Nebuchadnezzar died in agony in 562 BC. Now listen to that. Divine punishment upon Nebuchadnezzar himself was commensurate with the sacrilege. crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Now, I mean, my God, we've seen all this stuff. I mean, we've seen so many references here. Star Trek references, Star Wars references. I mean, the fucking Anunnaki sound like they're flying around with these winged birds. It sounds like Klingon bird of prey. Pouring fucking semen and everything. But that's highly interesting that, I don't know if you guys remember the Star Trek film, the Wrath of Khan. When they crashed down this planet that Khan had been marooned on, he takes Chekhov and this other guy, and he takes these creatures and he puts them in their ear, and it goes in and it wraps around their brain, and it makes them, he puts Chekhov and this other guy in their mind control, makes them do their bidding. I mean, it sounds just like that. Neither Nebuchadnezzar nor his three bloodline successors, who were also murdered or otherwise disposed of in short shrift, lived to see an arrival of Anu at the gates of Babylon. In fact, such an arrival never took place, even though Nibiru did return. It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations of Nibiru, alias the planet of Marduk. That's a perfect point, though. The people back then, what they would have, if indeed Marduk is coming in a ship that's as big as a planet, it would have been, they would have seen that as a planet, see him returning in a planet. I agree with that. I think it's some kind of giant fucking, Death Star thing that he's coming in. I really think that that's probably pretty accurate. It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations
and we live on the globe.
This planet of Marduk. Some are reported as Omnia, for example, a tablet catalog K8688 that informed the king that if Venus shall be seen in front of and rising ahead of Nibiru, the crops will fail. But if Venus shall rise behind Nibiru or after it, the crop of the land will succeed. Of greater interest to us are a group of late Babylonian tablets found in Uruk. They rendered the data in 12 monthly zodiacal columns and combined the text with pictorial depictions. In one of these tablets, the planet of Marduk shown between the Aries ram symbol and the seven symbols of Earth.
Did you hear what I just heard? Let's hear that again.
Within the planets.
Did you hear what I just heard?
Now, see, there you go. So even the depictions of these things actually show Marduk, their ancestral home. The city itself and the temple were left intact this time, but 11 years later, in 587 BCE, the Babylonians returned in force, acting this time according to the viaduct shown between the Aries ram symbol on one side and the It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations of Nibiru, alias planet of Marduk. Some are reported as Omnia, for example, a tablet catalog K8688 that informed the king that if Venus shall be seen in front of and rising ahead of Nibiru, the crops will fail. But if Venus shall rise behind Nibiru or after it, the crop of the land will succeed. Of greater interest to us are a group of late Babylonian tablets found.
I need to listen to that again.
Answer it with the sacrilege. Crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Now, I mean, my God, we've seen all this stuff. I mean, we've seen so many references here. Star Trek references, Star Wars references. I mean, the fucking Anunnaki sound like they're flying around in these winged birds. It sounds like Klingon bird of prey. And they're, pouring fucking semen and everything. But that's highly interesting that, I don't know if you guys remember the Star Trek film, the Wrath of Khan. And when they crashed down this planet,
the crops failed this year. They 2-foot corn dead. Boom.
Planet that Khan had been marooned on. He takes Chekhov and this other guy, and he takes these creatures and he puts them in their ear, and it goes in and it wraps around their brain, and it makes them. He puts Chekhov and this other guy under mind control, makes them do their bidding. I mean, it sounds just like that. Neither Nebuchadnezzar nor his three bloodline successors, who were also murdered or otherwise disposed of in short shrift, lived to see an arrival of Anu at the gates of Babylon. In fact, such an arrival never took place, even though Nibiru did return. It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations of Nibiru, alias the planet of Marduk. That's a perfect point, though.
For sure.
The people back then, they would have,
the Death Star.
if indeed Marduk is coming in a ship that's as big as a planet, it would have been, they would have seen that as a planet, see him returning in a planet. I agree with that. I think it's some kind of giant fucking, Death Star thing that he's coming in. I really think that's probably pretty accurate.
I'm having to agree with you, Turtle. But I need to hear that again. And it's coming up. I can't fucking believe this. Wow. I never caught that, but I mean, I haven't heard this since fucking like last year or some point. Before all that 2-foot corn shit. Let's continue. I might listen to it again. Fucking crazy. Yeah. So come on.
It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations in Nibiru, alias planet of Marduk. Some were reported as Omnia, for example, a tablet catalog K8688 that informed the king that if Venus shall be seen in front of and rising ahead of Nibiru, the crops will fail. But if Venus shall rise behind Nibiru or after it, the crop of the land will succeed. Of greater interest to us are a group of late Babylonian tablets found in Uruk. They rendered the data in 12 monthly zodiacal columns that combine the text with pictorial depictions. In one of these tablets,
I told both the Navajo chief, billionaire chief, and the Hopi, don't waste your time with your winter festival. I mean, you can have fun. Your crops will fail this year. And they failed. They had a horrible harvest. They ain't going to have a harvest this year either. The blue kachina is back.
the planet of Marduk shown between the Aries ram symbol on one side and the 7 symbol for Earth on the other side.
I told you. Mom told me not to plant my marijuana because it would die. And I didn't. And my tomatoes died. And the corn died. 2 foot tall. I also told the Navajo and the Hopi personally, your crops are going to die this year. I didn't know why. I'm telling you, validation comes through our planet every time she says something to me that sounds fucking nuts. I didn't give reason why. The mom told me not to plant fucking. It'd be a waste of time. I had no idea why, but I was just following instructions and passing them along. Now I know why. You can grow if you can control your light and dark cycles. Other than that, you might be a little bit fucked. Some of your shit's going to grow real fast and it might not fruit well. Because I don't care who you are. You go out there right now, you're casting a shadow. And the plants don't like that. And our moon used to not do that. That's all there is to it. And it's casting shadows on fucking crescent nights or fucking moonless nights some nights. So, I mean, really, you can go out and look. Like I said, look, while you're looking at the moon, where's the moon? It's over in this one. Turn around and look over there. It's just as dark as fucking black dark, because you ain't got no star field. They're all behind that planet that's in front of them, right in your face. You're just good at hiding. Been there almost, 2 years, I guess. I ain't even keeping track. It's been about 2 years. since they started creeping up on us. 18 August, going on 3 years now. They've been back there. And I didn't even realize they were back. I mean, I saw them, but I had never seen them till fucking last year. I went and looked. Me and John were having a conversation. I was like, you know how to end this debate, right? If what we're looking at is that fucking close, John, we'll see it. And we do, obviously. Because I wouldn't tell you if I wasn't seeing it, because I know you're going to see the same thing I'm looking at. Well, depending on where you're at on the globe and what time of night, but they're there. I keep saying it. Bobby got a picture of one of the little ones. Well, it travels with us. It travels with the sun that we used to be on. Raw. And it changes, just like the rest of them. It was with Raw. It's with Horus now. Obviously, the red sun. But at one point, Horus was Mother's moon, and he's grown through micronova and sucking low energy sun dry, fighting with Uncle Set over here that we're locked onto. See how it works? And keep growing. He's destined to grow big and bright like his daddy. And I guess Osiris, was like Ra. Osiris now is the moon to a big blue, looks like what they would describe as a gas giant. I've got pictures. I just don't bring. If they try and pick apart fucking UV, I'm not about to bring pictures into evidence. That's why I use UV and IR spectrum, magnet spectrum, magnetometers off of known shit that's been proven to be accurate all the time. I'm feeling the push. Well, I mean, she started on. I'm still feeling it. And it's not a dizzy feeling. It's just, I'm feeling it. And it has an update. I like to check that when I'm feeling it in my body. Is it actually doing what I think it's doing? And it hasn't updated for another 12 minutes. So I'd like to know. So far it correlates. You can feel, and I mean, I read it today, but it's still kind of, okay, great. I see medically by doctors I should be able to feel a magnetic field, and I'm feeling the magnetic field, but my programming is telling me you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? You're witnessing that. Let me be very clear, because I just opened it up and she had been relaxed and full, and as I was feeling it, her last update, which was very current, she popped bubbles in the back. I felt that. or that's just like the third fucking exact correlating fucking moment in about what 3 or 4 fucking days I've been testing that. Is fucking crazy. And I got to make sure I'm not. And I read it in a little medical article right there in one of my videos to myself. I suspected. I mean, I got a magnet. I should feel everything she does. I've been telling people we'll feel everything she does, and there's the medical proof. We feel this shit. Uncomfortable truth. Yeah, there's been a lot of suppression of channels throughout this. Does it? Did it update? Because she had just began it, and then I got the feeling that it had escalated, and I wanted to see, and they hadn't updated. Well, she's got a big bubble. Yeah, but it hasn't updated from that. I felt that. I feel like it got bigger. It was like a pretty decent push. Hey, Joe, how are you? Doing well. Just feeling pushes with magnets in our physical beings. And I was very curious what's going on in this wall, and all of a sudden, Mama's starting to make a push. I've looked at that channel. I also used to watch Astral Traveler, if you know who that was. I haven't seen him update in a while. He did one a few months ago, but that was it. For what, a couple of years now. Good, Joe. Good to hear. Hold on tight, my friend. The shaking has just begun. Relax your magnet. Mama's pushing again. Although I don't feel it's going to be down in your region. I think it might be somewhere in the mid-Atlantic or even possibly out there in Alaska region. We'll see. The illusions. It's going to be on a plate. Boundary region. She's not really inducing. I understand that's exactly what it is. It's a wondrous, beautiful blue marble. I've seen the body of it once. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm looking at now. The mighty sun. And yeah, that is stated properly. It's a mighty sun. ELO had it right. But the thing is, what kills me is all these. Of course, they had it right. They knew since they set this construct up. As far as construct and matrix, it's what we allow to happen because these people set themselves up as some kind of wonderful saviors from the captors we had. It's the same fucking family. Well, she did push a bit, didn't she? But I want to see the update. Is she inducing off of this? Or no? I guess I can, because the helioplots are just fucking shaking. I can't tell. But her magnitude seems to be picking up a little bit last time they updated. And they haven't updated the quake map either. Hard to tell. Electric Light Orchestra. That's some good jams.
Depicts Marduk within the planet. Now, see, there you go. So even the depictions of these
It ain't the Death Star.
things actually show Marduk, and they show him sitting inside of a planet. Right, because that's what it would have been. It was like a ship. He's inside.
You know what?
That's why. See, there you go. It's a fucking Death Star, dude. Yeah, because even the depiction showed him sitting. They wouldn't have depicted it like that if it was him coming from a planet itself. It was depicted like that because it was a ship the size of a planet. Their only reference point was to call it a fucking planet because it's so goddamn big.
I've always called them ho-hos. We're fucking devil's food.
Another example is tablet VAT 7847. It names an actual observation in the constellation of Aries as the day when the gate of the great Lord Marduk was opened. Oh, the gate was opened, huh? Yeah, the Stargate. When Nibiru had appeared into view and then has an entry, day of the Lord Marduk, as the planet moved on and was seen in Aquarius. Even more telling of the coming into view of the planet Marduk from the southern skies and its fast becoming Nibiru in the central celestial band were yet another class of tablets, this time circular, representing an advance backward to the Sumerian astronomical tenets. The tablets divided the celestial sphere into three ways: the way of Enlil for the northern skies, the way of Ea for the southern skies, and of Anu in the center. The 12 zodiacal calendrical segments were then superimposed on the three ways as shown by the discovered fragments. Explanatory texts were written on the back side of those circular tablets. In 1900 AD, addressing a meeting of the Royal Asiatic Society in London, England, Theophilus G. Pinches caused a sensation when he announced that he had succeeded in piecing together a complete astrolabe. As he called the tablet, he showed it to be a circular disc divided into three concentric sections and like a pie into 12 segments, resulting in a field of 36 portions. Each of the 36 portions contained a name with a small circle below it, indicating it was a celestial body and a number. Each portion also bore a month's name, so Pinches numbered them from 1 to 7, starting with the Nisan. Or 1 to 12, rather, starting with the Nisan. The presentation caused an understandable sensation, for here was a Babylonian sky map, divided into the three ways of Enlil, Anu, and Ea Enki, showing which planets, stars, and constellations were observed where at each month during the year. The debate over the identity of the celestial bodies, at the root of which lurks the notion of nothing beyond Saturn, and the meaning of the numbers has yet to end. Also unresolved is the issue of the dating. In what year was the astrolabe made? And if it was a copy of an earlier tablet, what was the time shown? Dating opinions range from before the 12th century to the 3rd century BCE. Most agreed, however, that the astrolabe belonged to the era of Nebuchadnezzar or his successor, Nabu-Id. The astrolabe presented by Pinches was identified in the ensuing debates as P, but has been later renamed Astrolabe A because another one has since been pieced together and is known as Astrolabe B. Though the two astrolabes at first glance are identical, They are different, and for our analysis, the key difference is that in the B tablet, the planet identified as Mul Neberu, deity Marduk, planet Nibiru of the god Marduk, is shown in the way of Anu, the central ecliptic band, whereas in the A tablet, the planet identified as the Mul Marduk, the planet of Marduk, is shown in the way of Enlil in the northern skies. The change, see, that's because one is talking about Nibiru, the other is talking about Vulcan. But they could throw the baby out with the bathwater and say they're talking about both. The changes in name and position is absolutely correct if the two astrolabes depict a moving planet, Marduk, as it was called by the Babylonians, that after having come into view high in the northern skies, as in A, curves down to cross the ecliptic, it becomes Nibiru, the crossing. When it crosses the ecliptic in the way of Anu, as in the B tablet, the two-stage documentation by the two astrolabes depicts precisely what we have been asserting all along. The texts known as KAB 218, columns B and C, accompanying the circular depictions remove any shadow of doubt regarding the Marduk Nibiru identity. Month, Adar, planet Marduk in the way of Anu, the radiant Kakabu, which rises in the south after the gods of the night finish their tasks and divides the heavens. This Kakabu is Nibiru, the god Marduk. While we can be certain for reasons soon to be given that the observations in all those late Babylonian texts could not have taken place earlier than 610 BCE, we can also be sure that they did not take place after 555 BCE. Well, that was the date when one called MaryWanna Id became the last king of Babylonia. His claim to legitimacy was that his kingship was celestially confirmed because the planet of Marduk, high in the sky, had called me by my name. Making that claim, he also stated that in the nighttime, he had a vision that he had seen the great star and the moon. Based on the Kepler formulas for planetary orbits around the sun, the whole period of Marduk Nibiru's visibility from Mesopotamia lasted just a few short years. Hence, the visibility claimed by MaryWanna Id places the planet's return in the years immediately preceding 555 BCE. So when the precise time of the return? So when was the precise time of the return? This is one of the more aspects involved in resolving that puzzle, but there's more aspects. The prophecies of the darkness at noon on the day of the Lord, a solar eclipse, and such an eclipse did in fact occur in 556 BCE. Solar eclipses, though, are much rarer than lunar eclipses, which are not uncommon. They happen when the moon, passing a certain way between the Earth and the sun, temporarily obscures the sun. Only a small portion of solar eclipses are total. The extent, duration, and path of total darkness vary from passage to passage due to the ever-changing triple orbital dance between the sun, Earth, and the moon, plus Earth's daily revolution and its changing axial tilt. We're going to leave it right there for tonight. There's still a lot left. I thought I was going to try to get through as much of this, but I think it's...
We mean
my email address, man, I said it 100 times a show. It's up on the contacts for GoRowdyShow@gmail.com. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I really am starting to think that we've just been, again, as we have with everything, with all religion and all this stuff, the interpretations and what we've been told, and just we haven't been given the context.
Yeah.
This big giant planet returning. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that sounds kind of like bullshit, but the fact of a ship being the size of a planet, well, that's a little easier to swallow for me. As rare as solar eclipses are, the astronomical legacy of Mesopotamia included knowledge of the phenomenon called Atomi Shabishi. Textual references suggest that not only the phenomenon, but even its lunar involvement was part of accumulated ancient knowledge. In fact, a solar eclipse whose path of totality passed over Assyria and occurred in 762 BCE was followed by one in 584 BCE that was seen all across the Mediterranean lands with totality over Greece. But then in 556 BCE, there occurred an extraordinary solar eclipse not in an expected time. If it was not due to the predictable motions of the moon, could it have been caused by an unusually close passage of Nibiru? Among astronomical tables belonging to a series called When Anu is Planet of the Lord, one tablet, cataloged Vat Samash RM238, dealing with a solar eclipse, recorded thus the observed phenomenon. In the beginning of the solar disk, not in an expected time, became darkened and stood in the radiance of the great planet. On day 30 of the month, there was an eclipse of the sun. What exactly do the words that the darkened sun stood in the radiance of the great planet mean? Well, the tablet itself does not provide a date for that eclipse. It's our suggestion that the particular wording highlighted above strongly indicates that the unexpected and extraordinary solar eclipse was somehow caused by the return of Nibiru, the great radiating planet. But whether the direct cause was the planet itself or the effects of its radiance, the gravitational or magnetic pull on the moon, the texts do not explain. Still, it is an astronomically historic fact that on a day equal to May 19th, 556 BCE, a major total solar eclipse did occur. As shown by this map prepared by NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the eclipse was a great and major one, seen over wide areas, and the unique aspect about it was that the band of total darkness passed exactly over the district of Haran. This last fact is of the utmost significance for our conclusions, and it was even more so for those conclusions in the ancient world, for right after that, in 555 BCE, Babylon was proclaimed king of Babylonia. Not in Babylon, but in Haran. He was the last king of Babylon. After him, as Jeremiah had prophesied, Babylon followed the fate of Assyria. It was in 556 BCE that the prophesied darkness at noon came. It was just then that Nibiru returned. It was the prophesied day of the Lord. And when the planet's return did occur, neither Anu or any of the supposed or the expected gods showed up. Indeed, the opposite happened. The gods, the Anunnaki gods, took off and left the earth. So that's the end of chapter 12. We'll get into a little bit.
I can't help but think you might have been talking about the sun,
and of course, called when the gods left the earth. Conveniently enough. The departure of the Anunnaki gods from Earth was a drama-filled event replete with theophanies, phenomenal occurrences, divine uncertainties, and human quandaries. Incredibly, the departure is neither surmised nor speculative. It is amply documented. The evidence comes to us from the Near East as well as from the Americas. And some of the most direct and certainly the most dramatic records of the ancient gods' departure from Earth come to us from Haran. The testimony is not hearsay. It consists of eyewitness reports, among them by the prophet Ezekiel. The reports are included in the Bible, and they were inscribed on stone columns. Texts dealing with miraculous events leading to the ascension to the throne of Babylon's last king. Haran nowadays, yes, it is still there, and I have visited it. It is a sleepy town in eastern Turkey, just a few miles from the Syrian border. It is surrounded by crumbling walls from Islamic times, its inhabitants dwelling in beehive-shaped mud huts. The traditional well where Jacob met Rachel is still there among the sheep meadows outside the town, with the purest naturally cool water one can imagine. But in earlier days, Haran was a flourishing commercial, cultural, religious, and political center. So much so that even the prophet Ezekiel, who lived in the area with other exiles from Jerusalem, recalled her reputation as a trader in blue clothes and embroidered work, and in chests of rich apparel bound with cords and made of cedar. It was a city that had been, from Sumerian times, on an away from cult center of the moon god Nanar Sin. Abraham's family ended up residing there because his father Terah was a Tiru, an omen priest, first in Nippur and then in and finally in Nanar, Sin's temple in Haran. After the demise of Sumer by the nuclear evil wind, Nanar and his spouse Mingle made their home and headquarters in Haran. Though Nanar was not Enlil's firstborn legal heir, that rank belonged to Ninurta. He was the firstborn of Enlil and his spouse Ninlil, a firstborn on earth. Gods and men greatly adored Nanar and his spouse. The hymns in their honor in the Sumer's glorious times, their lamentations about the desolation of Sumer in general and in particular, revealed the great love and admiration of the people for this divine couple. But many centuries later, Esarhaddon went to consult with an aging Sin leaning on staff regarding the invasion of Egypt and that the escaping Assyrian royals made a last stand in Haran, served to indicate the continued important role played by Nanar Sin in Haran to the very end. It was in the ruins of the city's great Nanar Sin temple, the Uhuhu, the House of Double Joy, that archaeologists discovered stone columns, stelas, that once stood in the temple, one at each corner of the main prayer hall. The inscriptions on the stela revealed that two were erected by the temple's high priestess, Ada Gupi, and by her sons Nabu-Id, the last king of Babylon. With an evident sense of history and as a trained temple official, Ada Gupi provided in her inscriptions precise dates for the astounding events that she had witnessed. The dates linked, as was then customary, to regional years of known kings could thus be and have been verified by modern scholars. It is thus certain that she was born in 649 BCE and lived through the reigns of several Assyrian and Babylonian kings, passing on at the ripe old age of 104. Here's what she wrote on her stela concerning the first of a series of amazing events. It was in the 16th year of Nabopolassar, king of Babylon, when Sin, lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his temple and went up to heaven. And the city and the people in it went to ruin. The 16th year of Nabopolassar was 610 BCE, a memorable year, the reader may recall, when Babylonian forces captured Haran from the remnants of the Assyrian royal family and army, and when a reinvigorated Egypt decided to seize the space-related sites. It was then Ada Gupi wrote that an angered Sin, removing his protection and himself from the city, packed up and went to heaven. What followed in the captured city is accurately summed up.
The planet.
And the city and its people went to ruin. While others fled, Ada Gupi stayed on. Daily, without ceasing, by day and night, for months, for years, she kept vigil in the ruined temple. Morning, she forsook the dresses of the fine wool, took off the jewelry, wore neither silver or gold.
Yep.
Relinquished perfumes and sweet-smelling oils. As a ghost roamed the abandoned shrine, in the torn garment I was clothed. I came and went noiselessly, she wrote. Then, in the desolate sacred precinct, she found a robe that had once belonged to Sin. To the despondent priestess, the find was an omen from the god. Suddenly, he had given her a physical presence of himself.
Nanar.
She could not take her eyes off the sacred garb, not daring to touch it except by taking hold of its hem. As if the god himself was there to hear her, she prostrated herself and in prayer and humility uttered a vow. If you would return to your city, all the black-headed people would worship your divinity. Black-headed people was a term by which the Sumerians used to describe themselves, and the employment of the term by the high priestess some 1,500 years after Sumer was no more. 1,500 years after Sumer was no more, was full of significance. He was telling the god that were he to come back, he would be restored to lordship as in the days of old, become again the Lord God of a restored Sumer and Akkad. To achieve that, Ada Gupi offered her god a deal. If he would return and then use his divine power to make her son Nabu-Id the next imperial king, reigning over all the Babylonian and Assyrian domains, Nabuna Id would restore the temple of Sin not only in Haran, but also in Ur, and would proclaim the worship of Sin as the state religion in all the lands of the black-headed people. Touching the hem of the god's robe, day after day she prayed. Then one night the god appeared to her in a dream and accepted her proposal. The moon god Araguti wrote, Sin, Lord of the gods of heaven and earth, for my good doings, looked upon me with a smile and heard my prayers. He accepted my vow. The wrath of his heart calmed. Toward Ehuhu, his temple in Haran, the divine residence in which his heart rejoiced, he became reconciled, and he had a change of heart. The god Alagupi wrote, accepted the deal. Sin, Lord of the gods, looked with favor upon my words. Nabuna Id, my only son, issue of my womb, to the kingship he called, the kingship of Samir and Akkad. All the lands from the border of Egypt, from the upper sea to the lower sea, in his hands he entrusted. Both sides kept their bargain. I myself saw it fulfilled, Alagupi stated in the concluding segment of her inscriptions. Sin honored his word, which he spoke to me, causing Nabuna Id to ascend to the Babylonian throne in 555 BCE. And Nabuna Id kept his mother's vow to restore the Ehuhu temple in Haran, perfecting its structure. He renewed the worship of Sin and Ningal, and all the forgotten rites he made anew. And then a great miracle, an occurrence unseen for generations, happened. The event is described in the two stelae of Nabuna Id, in which he is depicted holding an unusual staff and facing the celestial symbols of Nibiru, Earth, and the Moon. This is what the great miracle of sin that has, by the gods and goddesses, not happened in the land since the days of the old unknown. That the people of the earth had neither seen nor found written on tablets since the days of old. That Sin, Lord of gods and goddesses, residing in the heavens, has come down from the heavens in full view of Nabuna Id, king of Babylon. Sin, the inscriptions report, did not return alone. According to the text, he entered the restored Eluhu temple in a ceremonial procession, accompanied by his spouse Ningal and his aide, the divine messenger Nusku. The miraculous return of Sin from the heavens raises many questions. The first one being, where in the heavens had he been for 5 or 6 decades?
The planet.
Answers to such questions can be given by combining the ancient evidence with the achievements of modern science and technology. But before we turn to that, it is important to examine all the aspects of the departure, for it was not Sin alone who became angry and leaving the earth went up to heaven. The extraordinary celestial comings and goings described by Alagupi and Nabuna Id took place while they were in Haran. A significant point because another eyewitness was present in that area at that very time. He was the prophet Ezekiel. He too had much to say on the subject. Ezekiel, a priest of Yahweh in Jerusalem, was among the aristocracy and craftsmen who had been called together with King Jacqueline after Nebuchadnezzar's first attack on Jerusalem in 598 BCE. They were taken forcefully to northern Mesopotamia, settling in the district of the Khabur River, just a short distance away from their ancestral home in Haran. And it was there that Ezekiel's famous vision of the celestial chariot had occurred. As a trained priest, he too recorded the place and the date of it, and it was on the 5th day of the 4th month in the 5th year of the exile, when I was among the exiles on the banks of the river in Kabar, that the heavens opened up and I saw visions of the Elohim. Ezekiel stated at the very beginning of his prophecies and what he saw, appearing in a whirlwind, flashing lights, and surrounded by a radiance, was a divine chariot that could go up and down and sideways, and within it, upon the likeness of a throne, the semblance of a man. And he heard a voice addressing him as Son of Man and announcing his prophetic assignment.
Yeah, be tough.
The prophet's opening statement is usually translated visions of God. The term Elohim, which is plural, has been traditionally translated as God in the singular. He's absolutely correct. Elohim is plural. Anytime you see that term, they're not talking about one individual, they're talking about multiples.
Yeah.
But they always try to say that, oh, Elohim means God. Oh, just one God. No, that's not what it means. That's a misinterpretation that's being done with intent. It has been traditionally translated as God in the singular, even when the Bible itself clearly treats it in the plural, as in the Elohim said, "Let us fashion the atom in our image and after our likeness."
It does.
Genesis 1, verse 26 says, "The readers of my books know the biblical Adam tale is a rendering of the much more detailed Sumerian creation text, where it was an Anunnaki team led by Enki that used genetic engineering to fashion the atom."
Yeah.
The term Elohim, we have shown over and over again, referred to the Anunnaki, and what Ezekiel reported was that he had encountered an Anunnaki celestial craft near Haran. The celestial craft that was seen by Ezekiel was described by him in the opening chapter, and thereafter as the God's Kabod, that which is heavy. The very same term used in Exodus to describe the divine vehicle that had landed on Mount Sinai. The craft's description rendered by Ezekiel has inspired generations of scholars and artists. The resulting depictions have changed with time as our own technology of flight vehicles has advanced. Ancient texts refer both to the spacecraft and aircraft and describe Enlil, Enki, Ninurta, Marduk, Thoth, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar. Today, the most prominent as gods who passed aircraft and possessed aircraft and could roam Earth's skies or engage in aerial battles as between Horus and Seth, or Ninurta and Anzu, not to mention the Indo-European gods. After all the varied and textual descriptions and pictorial descriptions of celestial boats of the gods, the most appropriate to Ezekiel's vision of a whirlwind appears to be the whirlwind chariot, depicted at the site of Jordan, from which the prophet Elijah was taken up to heaven.
Like a helicopter.
Helicopter-like, it had to serve just as a shuttlecraft to where a full-fledged spacecraft was stationed. Ezekiel's mission was to prophesy and warn his exiled compatriots of the coming day of judgment for all the nation's injustices and abominations. Then, a year later, the same semblance of a man appeared again, put out a hand, grabbed him, and carried him all the way to Jerusalem to prophesy there.
And
the city will be remembered went through a starving siege, a humiliating defeat, wanton looting, a Babylonian occupation, and the exile of the king and all the nobility. Arriving there, Ezekiel saw a scene of complete breakdown of the rule of law and of religious observances. Wondering what was going on, he heard the remnant sitting in mourning, bewailing, "Yahweh sees us no more. Yahweh has left the earth." This was, we suggest, the reason why Nebuchadnezzar dared attack Jerusalem again and destroy Yahweh's temple. It was an outcry virtually identical to what the Adagupi had reported from Haran. Sin, the Lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his people and went up to heaven, and the city and the people in it went to ruin.
And our sins,
One cannot be certain how or why events occurring in northern Mesopotamia gave rise to a notion in distant Judea that Yahweh too had left the earth. But it is evident that word that God and gods departed had spread far and wide. Indeed, tablet VAT 7847, which we mentioned earlier in connection with the solar eclipse, states the following in a prophetic section regarding calamities that last 200 years. "Roaring, the gods flying from the lands will go away. From the people they will be separated. The people will the gods' abodes leave in ruin. Compassion and well-being will cease. Enlil in anger will lift himself off." Like several other documents of the Akkadian prophecy genre, scholars deem this text too a post-event prophecy, a text that uses events that have already happened as the basis for predicting other future events. Be that as it may, we have here a document that considerably expands the divine exodus. The angered gods led by Enlil flew away from their lands. It was not just Sin who angered and left. Here is yet another document. It is classified by scholars as belonging to prophecy in Neo-Assyrian sources, though its very first word suggests authorship by a Babylonian, a worshiper of Marduk. Here is in full what it says. "Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, got angry. His mind became furious. He made an evil plan to disperse the land and its peoples. His angry heart was bent on leveling the land and destroying its people. A grievous curse formed in his mouth. Evil portents indicating the disruption of heavenly harmony started appearing abundantly in heaven and on earth. The planets in the ways of Enlil, Anu, and Ea worsened their positions and repeatedly disclosed abnormal omens. Aratu, the river of abundance, became a raging current. The fierce surge of water, a violent flood like the deluge, swept away the city, its houses and sanctuaries, turning them to ruins. The gods and goddesses became afraid, abandoned their shrines, and flew off like birds and ascended to heaven. What is common to all of these texts are the assertions that A, the gods grew angry with the people, B, the gods flew away like birds, and C, they ascended to heaven. We are further informed that the departure was accompanied by unusual celestial phenomenon and some terrestrial disturbances. These are aspects of the day of the Lord as prophesied by the biblical prophets. The departure was related to the return of Nibiru. The gods left Earth when Nibiru came. The VAT 7847 text includes an intriguing reference to a calamitous period of 2 centuries. The text does not make it clear whether that was a prediction of what is to follow the gods' departure, or whether it was during such a time that their anger and disappointment with mankind grew, leading to the departure. It seems that the latter is the case, for it is probably no coincidence that the era of biblical prophecy regarding the nation's sins and the coming judgment on the day of the Lord began with Amos and Hosea circa 760 to 750 BCE, 2 centuries before the return of Nibiru. For 2 centuries, the prophets from the only legitimate place of the bond of heaven and earth, Jerusalem, called for justice and honesty among people and peace among nations, scorned meaningless offerings and worship of lifeless idols, denounced wanton conquest and pitiless destruction, and warned one nation after another, Israel included, of the inevitable punishments, but to no avail. We're going to stop right there. We'll pick up reading next time. This is what I've been waiting to get into here. I want to see how this, why did they leave? Did they indeed really leave? Where did they go? Did they go to space? Did they go back in the earth? Did they go through portals within the earth? There were rumblings within the earth. See, that makes me think that they, made it appear that they flew off out into space. They'd actually flown into the earth and flown into other portals and stuff. Who knows? But, good stuff there. If that was the case, then what had taken place was a gradual buildup of divine anger and disappointment and the reaching of a conclusion by the Anunnaki that enough is enough. It was time to leave. It all brings to mind the decision of the gods led by the disappointed Enlil to keep the coming deluge and the gods locking themselves in their celestial craft a secret from mankind. Now, as the Nibiru was again nearing, it was the Enlilite gods who planned the departure. Who left, how did they leave, and where did they go if sin could come back in a few decades? The answer is, let us roll the events back to the beginning. When the Anunnaki, led by Ea, Enki, had first come to Earth to obtain the gold with which to protect the planet's endangered atmosphere, they planned to extract the gold from the waters of the Persian Gulf. When that did not work, they shifted to mining operations in southeastern Africa and smelting and refining in the Eden, the future Samir. The number increased to 600 on Earth, plus 300 Igigi who operated celestial craft to a way station on Mars, from which the long-haul spacecraft in Nibiru could be launched more easily. Enlil, Enki's half-brother and rival for the succession, came and was put in overall command. When the Anunnaki, toiling in the mines, mutinied, Enki suggested that a primitive worker be fashioned. It was done by the genetically upgrading an existing hominid, and the Anunnaki began to take daughters of the Adam as wives and had children by them. And Enki and Marduk, breaking the taboo, when the deluge came, the outraged Enlil said, "Let mankind perish." For the wickedness of man was great on the earth. But Enki, through a Noah, frustrated the plan. Mankind survived, proliferated, and in time was granted civilization.
That ain't easy.
The deluge that swept over the earth flooded the mines in Africa, but exposed the motherlode of gold in the Andes Mountains of South America, enabling the Anunnaki to obtain more gold more easily and quickly and without the need for smelting and refining. For the placer gold, pure gold nuggets washed down from the mountains needed only panning and collecting. It also made it possible to reduce the number of Anunnaki needed on Earth. On their state visit to Earth circa 4000 BCE, Anu and Antu visited the post-alluvial gold land on the shores of Lake Titicaca.
Blue eye.
The visit served as an opportunity to begin reducing the number of Nubirians on Earth. It also approved peace arrangements between the rival half-brothers
An
and their
Egyptian
warring
rape
clans.
job. Bam.
But while Inchi
That's what I was talking about.
accepted the
12,000 year old
territorial
pipe
Inchi's son
with that on
Robert
it.
never
With
gave
sky
up the
blue.
strife for supremacy that included control of the old space-related sites.
That's a beer mug.
It was then that the Israelites began to prepare alternative spaceport facilities in South America. When the post-alluvial spaceport in the Sinai was wiped out with nuclear weapons in 2024 BCE,
The color change. You
the
like dark
facilities
beer?
in South America were the only ones left entirely in Israelite hands.
Uh-oh.
And so when the
Now
frustrated
there's
and
a tip in
disgusted
the
Anunnaki
bar.
leadership decided that it was time to leave, some could use the landing place, others perhaps.
Oh,
the last
shit. Look
long
out.
haul of gold had to use the South American
Guy went
facilities
crazy.
near the place where Anu and Antu stayed during their visit to the area.
They got a nice thick base.
As earlier mentioned, the
And
place
if
now
one like that
called
can't
Pumapunku.
go with just a plain old bait, it gotta have some kind of fancy shit.
Some kind of landing pad in Pumapunku on Lake Titicaca.
I'm real high.
As earlier mentioned, the place now called Pumapunku
Break
is a short distance from a shrunken lake in Lake Titicaca,
before we do that. That's
shared
gonna
by
be another
Peru
hot
and
job.
Bolivia.
So
What was then situated on the lake's southern
Drink some
shore
milk.
with harbor facilities, and its main
I'm
remains consist of a row of 4 collapsed structures, each made of a single hollowed-out giant boulder.
Mm.
Each such hollowed-out set of chambers was completely inlaid inside with gold plates, held in place
my
by
beard
gold
is itching.
nails. An incredible treasure hauled off by the Spaniards when they arrived in the 16th century. How such
I don't like
dwellings
the itchy
were so
beard.
precisely hollowed out of the rocks and how 4 huge rocks were brought to the site remain a mystery. There's yet another mystery at the site. The archaeological finds in the place included a large number of unusual stone blocks that were precisely cut, grooved, angled, and shaped. Some of them are shown in figure 105. One does not need an engineering degree to realize that those stones were cut, drilled, and shaped by someone with incredible technological ability and sophisticated equipment. Indeed, one would doubt whether stones could be so shaped nowadays. The puzzle is compounded by the mystery of what purpose did these technological miracles serve? Obviously for some unknown yet highly sophisticated purpose. If it was to serve as casting dies for complex instruments, what and whose were those instruments? Clearly, one can think of the Anunnaki as possessing both the technology to make those dies and to use them or their end products.
Got
The main
popsicles.
outpost of the Anunnaki was situated
What's up, Bill? How you doing?
at a site now known as Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku. We're here in Tiwanaku. We're
I
gonna
am
see if
still
there's some
working on a
kind
bowl
of
packed about
landing
7.5
pad.
hours ago.
I'm
Live.
sorry. It's too.
But
It's
my
too bad.
pothead self
I'm a
just,
fan of
you
children,
know,
so I'm
I'm-
making fun of them and all.
cranking it down. It's almost gone.
Awesome, but some kind of. I can't resist it. It's just the guys. It's just too easy to imitate. It's too much
I
fun.
got my glasses
Especially because I've seen all
today.
these videos and he's talking about all these places. Tiwanaku, and
Been
there
sweating
just has to
tonight.
be one explanation, and it can only be aliens.
Fucking head's hot.
One of the first European.
Feel the fucking, it's fucking warm. My fucking hair's wet already. My beard's itching. I'm back at home. I've been making glass. Did you see the beer mug? Did you see the beer mug or not? It's not a mug. It's a beer glass. It's pimp. It's pretty cool. I like it. I haven't figured out exactly what I'm doing for the base because I'm going to put something cool on it. I'd grab it and hold it for you, like model it, but it's It's a good size. It's heavy as fuck. Some thick fucking glass. Pyrex. It's got the horse or Ron horse eyeballs and an Egyptian rake. We call that a feather rake. But the first time that's ever been seen on the planet, as far as I'm aware of, was about 12,000 ish years ago on a piece of, it's a meerschaum pipe, beautifully done. Looked like something I would have made if I had that right color and everything. Fucking crazy. They were blowing glass like us back then. Mm. Blueberry hash. Ooh. And it just strikes you right there in them bronchial tubes. It's just rips them right open. If you're having problems with your bronchial tubes, I would suggest a little bit of hash. Hey there, young lady. How you doing? It's our leader. Yeah, I don't know what. I hope it's a dark beer, so it will change colors for them, and they'll be like, "Oh, damn!" It's a color changing beer glass. I'm making it with Anna in mind. She wanted a couple, so I'm gonna make a couple. I want to make a. We'll see. It probably happen. I want to make a real fancy one. I mean, like that. That one's as far as beer mugs go or glasses go. That's the fanciest one I've ever seen so far. And that ain't nothing from what I want to do. I want to make a reverse balls and build one, a heady one. I haven't seen one of those yet. Jealous much? I know, right? You fucking dark purpley fucking awesome beer glass. I haven't figured out what I'm going to make for the base of it because they always have that nice thick glass on the bottom of it. So I'm going to put something trippy in the base. I haven't decided what. Yeah, it is. That and the bronchial tubes, it really, uh, it's a bronchial dilator. That's the actual physical reason for your cough because it's dilating your bronchial tubes. In California, we got medical on the basis that it could save 4,000 children's lives a year from acute asthma death. And that was one of the bases for medical use. And it could. Instantaneous dilation of your bronchial tubes. Bam, done. Tack over. Funny, huh? Things you don't learn in school. You gotta hang out with people like Jack Hare, read his book, do stuff like that to know this stuff. Or do your homework. What am I talking about? MaryWanna and the beneficial dilation of bronchial tubes. as an instantaneous action, almost magnet style, just done. It's amazing. No, I still tell people if you got an asthmatic kid, you might want to carry a joint around in a fucking break in case of emergency fucking thing. And I mean, I couldn't be more honest in my entire existence. I would if I had an asthmatic child. I just would. I mean, we may treat with whatever we decided to, but actually they have inhalers now. They have medical marijuana inhalers for asthmatics, and fucking awesome. Uh, Matter of fact, Tommy has a connections to somebody that has one over here in Pueblo. Can't think of their name right now. But they carry my glass sometimes. I haven't sold to them in a couple of years. COVID's and slow shit. They're over there by another place I used to sell to right before COVID, and shit just dropped out. So I haven't sold to anybody in Pueblo in a while. I need to go back over there. But right now I'm making stuff. I told Anna I could make. Fuck, man. I just got the glass yesterday. It's all I could do. Uh, yeah. You're welcome. Thank Jack for that. Again, I can't take credit for it. The man saved my life and showed me and set a fire in my ass. Ex-junkie, fucking on their painkillers all over the place, man. Jack fucking showed me weed, and I was like, I've smoked that shit before. His, again, my son's mother lived with me when I was with Jack, helping him after his seizure. Or he had stroke. After his stroke, she had seizures. I helped run his business for a while, and then he died. And me and Jeannie, his wife, she was upset with me because I left. Because I couldn't, yeah, I couldn't deal with there was a lot going on. That I didn't feel I needed to be around. Other people had him in good care, including Jeannie. She was upset with me for a couple of years because I left. After, I don't know, I was there about 8 months. But I mean, I left to do other things, to expand things, and they had things going on. I'd been there long enough to get things going smooth. Um, anyway, we patched it up, I think, afterwards. I haven't spoken to anyone from that until recently. Started speaking to somebody I knew back then, not on a face to face like me and Tommy. Spoken with a couple times. I say hi to Tommy occasionally too. But just, I fuck, man. I've been all over the place. We thought the movement would be picked up by a couple of different people that really never picked it up. And I moved on. Like I said, you know that history. Um, I went to North Carolina when I decided to move out of California in the first place. I mean, we were kidding me. I was freaking out. It was because a friend of mine had early onset Alzheimer's in North Carolina, and they lived in Asheville, and we went and stayed with them for a while. I had lived with them, the family, mom and dad. I called them mom and dad in several different states already, helped repair their house and all kinds of stuff. So I called them and was like, it's been a little while, and I don't have the girlfriend anymore. And Angel's like, you got her? I was like, yeah, but she goes, but what are you with now? She said, what are you with now? That's an Angel statement because she knows me well enough to get away with that. And I was like, our kid. She's like, what? I'm an aunt. Yes. So we went to North Carolina and I tried to make it legal there for medical, and they ended up passing fucking hemp. And that was her idea too. I was just there to do medical. She's like, well, what? God dang it, you got the ear of a senator. Put the fuck. I was like, Angel, they aren't good. All right, fine. And I spent an extra 2 days gathering up shit, and then we had to wait for another couple of days for a catalog of hemp, like construction materials and shit like that. I mean, we laid down a fucking deck of fucking information, and I'll be damned. North Carolina didn't pass the fucking hemp bill, Davis's hemp bill, and that was me and Angel. And it's mostly her idea. She proofread everything I put together and was like, gave it her thumbs up, and I gave it to them, and I was hoping for medical. We got industrial hemp. Oh my god! And I honestly, knowing where I came from in that movement, Jack would have probably considered that the echelon of accomplishment in his life. And I do wish he had been alive to see that. In my heart, I feel a sorrow that he didn't. Um, and I didn't until I started reading Walls actually reflect on it and understand within myself, you know what, dude? That was by far the furthest thing from a personal failure. Because I was upset. I tried to get the fucking sheriff to arrest me so I could end prohibition in court. I was upset. I was. He had an Angel to take care of him. I knew she'd handle it while I took care of business. And that fucking sheriff was so fucking cool. He'd never arrest me. Come up there, want to make sure I still had my shotgun. I'd be happy to have you in my posse. You're fucking awesome, dude. I'm fucking free. I'm like, you're not a sheriff. I would have stayed there for fucking ever until the state capitol police. Yeah, Angel. Thank you, Angel. The state capitol police called me up, said that the Davis had tried to arrest me 3 times on a non-disclosure agreement that didn't exist. He thought he felt I should be warned personally that I should stay away from Davis, and it was on record. And I was like, well, Well, he also finished. He didn't finish. He finished his sentence with, when I refused to arrest you because there was no crime committed, they took away my file, and I really didn't get a good look at that stuff that you were talking about. He goes, I've got some kids. So me and him had a nice long conversation, and he's like, I'm thinking about getting out of Charlotte, and I said, I couldn't tell you where you'd be wrong in that decision. I said, right now, after this phone call, I got to, I'm currently gathering things into my fucking truck because I can tell when I need to get the fuck out of state. He was like, I don't blame him. I said, I thank you. Said thank you, and fucking hung up. And me and Seamus moved to Texas that day. I called my friends at the featured film over there at the that's the name where the glass blower or glass gallery in Galveston. That's his business name. I don't know if Robert Lockwood understands how much money Matt, my friend, has, whose name he's fucking posting all over line in a slanderous, fucking hateful manner to the friend that taught him how to blow glass whilst he lived in an RV traveling across the fucking globe. He's been in Flow magazine talking his whole interview. He talked about this crazy hippie that lived with this chick that drove around and taught him how he was driving a tow truck one day. If I was Robert Lockwood, I'd remove any kind of trace of that business name before I feel compelled to share it with my friends in the morning. So, he has some multi-million-dollar products out on the fucking line. But he's not a suppressive mogul. It's a family. It's fucking, just take his fucking name off your stupid fucking channel. That's actually a registered trademark. You can't use it in a fucking harmful manner like that. So, yeah. He just keeps digging his hole deep. And I keep giving him chances. He keeps digging his hole deep. Crazy.
In explores the region in modern times, George Squire described the place in his book Peru Illustrated as the Baalbek of the New World, a comparison more valid than he realized. The next main modern explorer of Tiwanaku, Arthur Posanowski, who wrote Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man, reached astounding conclusions regarding the site's age. The principal above-ground structures in Tiwanaku, there are numerous subterranean ones, include the Akapana, an artificial hill riddled with channels, conduits, and slices whose purpose is discussed in the Lost Realms. Wow. Tiwanaku, huh? I need to look into Tiwanaku because that sounds, that sounds like the rock wall. Above ground and underground structures, subterranean tunnels. I just found out that there's a subterranean tunnel that goes from downtown Rockwell, where the old courthouse is, all the way to the river, to the Trinity River, which is, oh God, that's probably a good, 7 or 8 miles away. So my question is, why would somebody, that lends a lot of credence to the thing that people were saying that the wall was used to hide from, these giants. And that would make sense if you had, underground enclosed tunnel that went all the way to the river to the water supply that was away from where your habitation was, so that you could get to the water supply and get the water back to where you were living without being seen by something. What would you need to avoid being seen by? So that just kind of set off a red flag when I was reading it. An artificial hill with channels, conduits, and stuff through it. Yeah, that sounds just like the rock wall. A tourist favorite is a stone gateway known as the Gate of the Sun. Right, they associate that Gate of the Sun with Viracocha. And Viracocha is the same as Quetzalcoatl or Enki or anything else. And that's what the Gate of the Sun is. A prominent structure that was also cut from a single boulder with some of the precision exhibited at Pumapunku. It probably served an astronomical purpose and undoubtedly a calligraphy. As the carved images on the archway indicate, those carvings are dominated by the larger image of the god Viracocha, holding the lightning weapon that clearly emulated the Near Eastern Adad Teshub. And indeed, in the Lost Realms, I suggested that he was Adad Teshub. The Gate of the Sun is also positioned that it forms an astronomical observation unit with a third prominent structure at Tiwanaku called the Kalakasaya. It's a large rectangular structure with a sunken central courtyard and is surrounded by standing stone pillars. Posanti's suggestion that the Kalakasaya served as an observatory has been confirmed by subsequent explorers. His conclusion, based on Sir Norman Lockyer's archaeoastronomy guidelines that showed the astronomical alignments of the Castle Saya, show that it was built thousands of years before the Incas and was so incredible that German astronomical institutions sent teams of scientists to check it out. Their report and subsequent additional verifications affirm that the Kalasaya's orientation unquestionably matched the Earth's obliquity either in 10,000 BC or 4,000 BCE. Either date I wrote in the Lost Realms was fine with me, the earlier, soon after the deluge, with the goal of obtaining operations there, or the later date when I new visited. Both dates match the activities of the Anunnaki there, and the evidence for the presence of Inuit gods is all over the place. Archaeological, geological, and mineralogical research at the site and in the area confirmed that Tiwanaku also served as a metallurgical center. Based on various finds and images on the Gate of the Sun and their similarity to depictions in ancient Hittite sites in Turkey, I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were then supervised. That's interesting. They were mining tin because, again, that's what was that wheel that was found in the wall.
White metal.
It was a smelted wheel made of tin, iron, and a bunch of different things. Metallurgy. It's like 7,000 years old. I see more and more of these. Every time I see these specials,
they didn't go anywhere.
Something like that. I mean, every time I see one of those videos or watch, one of those shows where they're talking about these sites, I'm just screaming at TV, going, look, the rock wall has all of these features. So I have a feeling that when I'm able to show in the documentary film these correlations between the rock wall and these ancient sites like Tiwanaku and others, folks, I think that's going to be a game changer. I think that's going to propel this information into the mainstream community in a major way. I think it's going to turn some heads because, as I said, I mean, there's similarity after similarity to these ancient sites and to the site in Rockwall. We still warrant the fact that it's an ancient site.
We're going to go with the human tonight.
The other ones, of course,
as the bottom of the cup.
You're talking about religious people who are paranoid. They're afraid to go and start digging up these ancient giant, burial grounds that everybody's going to be cursed with. Oh man. I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were supervised by Ishkur, Adad, Enlil's younger son, whose domain in the old world was Anatolia, when he was worshipped by the Hittites as Teshub, the weather god, whose symbol was a lightning rod. Such a huge symbol enigmatically carved on a steep mountainside can be seen from the air or from out in the ocean in the Bay of Paragus, Peru, a natural harbor downhill from Tiwanaku. Nicknamed the Candelabra, the symbol is 420 feet long and 240 feet wide, and its lines, which are 5 to 15 feet wide, have been etched into the hard rock to a depth of about 2 feet. And no one knows by whom or how, unless it was Adad himself who wanted to declare his presence. To the north of the bay, inland in the desert between the Ingenio and Nazca rivers, explorers have found one of the most puzzling riddles of antiquity, the so-called Nazca
Now all of a
Lines.
sudden I kind of have the four
Owned by some of the
winds
world's largest parklands, a
represented.
vast area of some 200 square miles
I don't know.
that extends eastward from Pampa, the flat desert, to the rugged mountains, was used by someone as a canvas to draw on it scores of images. The drawings are so huge that it makes no sense at the ground level, but when viewed from the air, clearly represent known and imaginary animals and birds. The drawings are made by removing the topsoil to a depth of several inches and were executed with a universal line, a continuous line that curves and twists without crossing over it. Anyone flying over that area in a small plane to the center of the spiritual, invariably concludes that someone airborne has used a fair watching device to view on the ground below. Directly relevant to the subject of the topic, however, is another even more puzzling feature in this phenomenon. Actually, lines that look like a wide window. Straight, without fault, and flat sketches, sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, sometimes short, sometimes long. They're straight over hills and dales, no matter how the shape of the triangle. There are some 746 lines, sometimes combined with the triangular trapezoid. They frequently fit off each other without line or lever, sometimes rolling over the normal lines and being that the lines are laid at different times. There is the chance to divide the lifting of the lines and getting those that relate to the real life. He made it the lifelong project failed whenever an exploration was shot in terms of it was done by local Peruvians. People were massive effective in a Caracas civilization of life. Studies including some of the Asian Geographic Society aimed at uncovering astronomical orientation for the lines, alignment with sources of economic existed at star-led nowhere. For those who rule out the ancient astronaut solution, the enigma remains unsolved. You know, they need to enter drawing first because it was a good spot. There was lots of gold there. It was a good place to land. They made that spot right on the other thing there, so people were lucky enough to actually land there, and the others they just that's when they hear it in a particular spaceship, and they go, and that's what they get to the big place. But the long line we got to work up on is this new aircraft blowing the thing off of the land, and this is not the case here. It's only because the lines are not vertical on the other. You are escaped with your own territory, you know, years and days and days, and indeed, rather than being there to make a takeoff, they appear to be the result of takeoff by craft taking off from the leveling and leaving on the ground below line carried by the engines involved. Now, if the right person, no, I don't believe that. I believe that this is just they're thinking of these things running off and coming down in planes like ours. They don't even have to look like this. People thinking that things about machine worship now. The reason the lines go as dollars and they're straight for the reason it goes on enough to land is because the lines are only there. You're talking about like traffic control. A plane or a ship that's hovering, it has no need. It doesn't have like the thing on very free land to just come down and land on a hurricane. That's true because it's soft, nice landing. It's got legs to come out that we can land on the opposite today. That's the same thing here. So the fact that you're throwing it in level is because it's, you know, obviously the same ship coming up, that tells you the scale of the operations are going on. Shipping down and whatever that's out, the scale of operations is so big. If you have an open space ship going, and it'll be slow, pulling out gold on the front of the ship. This as examples is the reason of the puzzle of the line. NASA was the last spaceport of the Anunnaki. It served it after the way the Sinai was destroyed, and it served into the final departure. And the line was the first time to get an aircraft and fly to NASA. But all as we were showing up was live in Babylon. The Gandhi account is Galilee for years from Lebanon. The eyewitness account in the Indian of the Turkish life is not just the record of the testimony of the prophet of Israel, even the system of the out of Israel, not the The inevitable conclusion must be that from at least 610 BCE through probably 560 BCE, the Anunnaki gods were methodically leaving planet Earth. Where did they go as they lifted off from Earth? It had to be, of course, a place from which Sin could return relatively soon once he changed his mind.
Planet
The
Heaven.
place was the good old way station on Mars, from which the
Maybe.
long-distance spaceships
I don't
raced
think
to
so.
intercept and land on the
Maybe.
orbiting Nibiru.
About it.
As detailed in the 12th planet, Sumerian knowledge of our solar system included references to the use of Mars by the Anunnaki as a way station. It is evidenced by a remarkable depiction of a 4,500-year-old cylinder seal now in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia, that shows an astronaut on Mars, the 6th planet, communicating with one on Earth, the 7th planet, counting from the outside in. With a spacecraft in the heavens between them, benefiting from Mars' lower gravity compared to that of Earth, the Anunnaki had found it easier and more logical to first transport themselves and their cargoes in shuttlecraft from Earth to Mars, and there transfer to reach Nibiru and vice versa. In 1976, when all that was first presented in the 12th planet, Mars was still held to be an airless, waterless, lifeless, hostile planet, and the suggestion that a space base had once existed there seemed by establishment scholars even far out than the notion of ancient astronauts. By the time Genesis Revisited was published in 1990, there were enough of NASA's own findings and photographs from Mars to fill up a whole chapter titled A Space Base on Mars. The evidence showed that Mars once had water and included photographs of walled structures, roads, and a hub-like compound, as well as the famous face. Well, that's always been interesting to me, that the face is located on the 33-degree parallel on a place known as Cydonia, where there's also pyramids. And then when they came to Earth,
It's the king
where
of
did they land?
Nibiru. What's his
where
name?
did they set up the first habitation on Earth?
First king buried of Nibiru,
Mesopotamia,
not on Nibiru.
in what is now Iraq,
Lamu,
that they called
whatever.
at that time,
Alam.
you guessed
whatever
it,
his fucking
Cydonia.
name
That's what Mesopotamia was first called. It was called Cydonia. And it was smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel as well. So I've never thought it was a coincidence that,
It's not.
it just, they just happened to land where all the, gold and oil and resources were. That was not an accident. Both the United States and the Soviet Union have made great efforts to reach and explore Mars with unmanned spacecraft, and like other space endeavors, the missions to Mars, since augmented by the European Union, have met with unusual, troubling, and puzzling high rates of failure,
I'm missing a
including
screw.
bewildering, unexplained
Oh, what the
disappearance
fuck
of
I did with
spacecraft. Yeah, there's one where it was some kind of a Russian probe or something. I've seen video of it, and you can literally see the shadow of some kind of big ass ship come in right as the video goes off and it looks content. So yeah, many people believe that that's what that those Anunnaki have been ruling world affairs from Mars. A lot of them never left and went back to Nibiru, and a lot of them have been, that's where the council is on Mars, and people believe that the elite go through stargates and go in and have meetings with them on Mars. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I have heard it said.
They live.
It says, but due to persistent efforts, enough U.S., Soviet, and European unmanned spacecraft have managed to reach and explore Mars in the last 2 decades. By now, the scientific journals of the same doubting Thomases of the 1970s have been filled with reports, studies, and photographs announcing that Mars did have a sizable and still has a thin atmosphere, that it once had rivers, lakes, and oceans, and still has water. At some places just below the surface, and in some instances even visible as small frozen lakes. As a medley of headline shows, in 2005, NASA's Mars rover sent back chemical and photographic evidence backing these conclusions. Together with some of the rover's amazing photographs showing structural remains like a sand-covered wall with the distinct right-angled corners, they should surface here to make the point. Mars could and did serve as a way station for the Anunnaki. It was the first close-by destination of the departing gods, as confirmed by the relatively quick return of Sin. Who else left and stayed behind? Who might return?
That's way thicker
some of
than
those
any beer
answers
glass I've ever held in my hand.
come from Mars. So that's the end of chapter 13 right there. And the next chapter is chapter 14, entitled The End of Days. Mankind's recollection of landmark events in its past, legends or myths, to most historians includes tales deemed universal, in that they have been part of the cultural or religious heritage of peoples all over the earth. Tales of a first human couple, of a deluge, or of gods who came from the heavens belong to that category. So do tales of the gods' departure back to the heavens. Of particular interest to us are such collected memories by the peoples and in the lands where the departures had actually taken place. We've already covered the evidence from the ancient Near East. It also comes from the Americans, and it embraces both Enlilite and Intiite gods. In South America, the dominant deity was called Viracocha, the creator of all. The Aymara natives of the Andes told of him, and that his abode was in Tiwanaku, that he gave the first two brother-sister couples a golden wand with which to find the right place to establish Cuzco, the eventual Incan capital, the site of the observatory of Machu Picchu, and other sacred sites. And then, having done all that, he left. The grand layout, which simulated a square ziggurat with its corners oriented to the cardinal points, then marked the direction of his eventual departure. We have identified the god of Tiwanaku as Tesha, a dad of the Hittite Sumerian pantheon, Enlil's youngest son. In Mesoamerica, the giver of civilization was the winged serpent, Quetzalcoatl. We have identified him as Enki's son, Thoth, of the Egyptian pantheon, named Zeta to the Sumerians, and as the one who in 3113 BCE brought over his African followers to establish civilization in Mesoamerica. Though the time of his departure was not specified, it had to coincide with the demise of his African proteges, the Olmecs, and the simultaneous rise of the native Mayans circa 600 to 500 BCE. The dominant legend in Mesoamerica was his promise when he departed to return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. The anniversary of his secret number 52. I wonder what that means. Somebody write that down, please. Do some digging into that. Think anybody want to take that on? That'd be interesting. So Quetzalcoatl was supposed to return on the anniversary of his secret number 52. And so it was by the middle of the first millennia BCE in one part of the world after another that mankind found itself without its long worshipped gods. And before long, the question which has been asked by my readers began to preoccupy mankind. Will they return? Like a family suddenly abandoned by its father, mankind grasped for the hope of a return. Then, like an orphan needing help, mankind cast about for a savior. The prophets promised it will surely happen at the end of days. Well, at the peak of their presence, the Anunnaki numbered 600 on Earth, plus another 300 Igigi based on Mars. Their number was falling after the deluge, and especially after Anu's visit circa 4000 BCE. Of the gods named in the early Sumerian texts and in long god lists, few remained as the millennia followed each other. Most returned to their home planet. Some, in spite of their wanted immortality, died on Earth. Well, there you go. That's what's buried in some of these mounds. We can mention the defeated Zu and Seth, the dismembered Osiris, the drowned Dumuzi, the nuclear afflicted Bao, the departures of the Anunnaki gods as Nibiru's return loomed, were the dramatic finale. The awesome times when the gods resided in sacred precincts in the people's cities, when a pharaoh claimed that a god was riding along in his chariot, when an Assyrian king boasted of help from the skies. Those days were over and gone. Already in the days of the prophet Jeremiah, the nations surrounding Judea were mocked for worshiping not a living God, but idols made by craftsmen in stone, wood, and metal, gods who needed to be carried where they could not walk. With the final departure taking place, who of the great Anunnaki gods remained on Earth? To judge by who was mentioned in the texts and inscriptions from the ensuing period, We can certain only of Marduk and Nebu, of the Enkiites, and of the Enlilites, Nanar Sin, and his spouse Ningal, and his aide Nusku, and probably also Ishtar. On each side of the great religious divide, there was now just one sole great God of heaven and earth, Marduk for the Enkiites, and Nanar Sin for the Enlilites.
So we're going to play that.
Oh, so that's where you get your,
A little heavy.
goddess worship versus God worship, and Mary versus, or Columbia or Diana, or any of those. The story of Babylonia's first king reflected the new circumstances. He was chosen by Sin and his cult center Haran, but he required the consent and blessing of Marduk in Babylon and the celestial confirmation by the appearance of Marduk's planet. And he bore the name Nabu-Naib. This divine co-regnum might have been an attempt at dual monotheism, to coin an expression, but its unintended consequence was to plant the seeds of Islam. The historical record indicates that neither gods nor people were happy with these arrangements. Sin, whose temple in Haran was restored, demanded that his great ziggurat temple in Ur should also be rebuilt and become the center of worship. And in Babylon, the priests of Marduk were up in arms. A tablet now in the British Museum is inscribed with a text that scholars have titled Nabonid and the Clergy of Babylon. It contains a list of accusations by the Babylonian priests against Nabonid. The charges ran from civil matters. Law and order are not promulgated by him through neglect of the economy. The farmers are corrupted. The traders' roads are blocked. The lack of public safety. Nobles are killed. The most serious charges, religious sacrilege. He made an image of a god which nobody had seen before in the land. He placed it in the temple, raised it upon a pedestal. He called it by the name of Nanar. With lapis lazuli he adorned it, crowned it with a tiara in the shape of an eclipsed moon, and made for its hand the gesture of a demon. It was the accusations continued a strange statue of a deity never seen before, with hair reaching down to the pedestal. It was so unusual and unseemly, the priest wrote, that even Enki and Ninmah, who ended up with strange chimera creatures when they attempted to fashion man, could not have conceived it. It was so strange that not even the learned Adapa, an icon of utmost human knowledge, could have named it. To make matters worse, two unusual beasts were sculpted as its guardians. One, a deluge demon, and the other, a wild bull. Yeah, Baal. Then the king took this abomination and placed it in Marduk's Isagiel temple. Even more offending was Nabonid's announcement that henceforth the Akitu festival, during which the near-death resurrection, exile, and final triumph of Marduk were reenacted, would no longer be celebrated. Declaring that Nabonid's protective god became hostile to him and that the former favorite of the gods was now fated to misfortune, the Babylonian priests forced Nabonid to leave Babylon and go into exile in a distant region. It is a historical fact that Nabonid indeed left Babylon, named for his sons Belshazzar, the Belshazzar of the biblical book of Daniel, as regents. The distant region to which Nabonid went in self-exile was Arabia. As various inscriptions attest, his entourage included Jews from among the Judean exiles in the Haran region. Its principal base was at a place called Timah, a caravan center in what is now northwestern Saudi Arabia that is mentioned several times in the Bible. Recent excavations there have uncovered cuneiform tablets attesting to Nabonid's stay. He established 6 other settlements for his followers. 5 of the towns were listed 1,000 years later by Arabian writers as Jewish towns. Well, that's all to this day, all the heads of Saudi Arabia, all the princes and kings, they're all Jewish bloodline. They came out a couple years ago. The Jewish angle in the Nabonid tale has been reinforced by the fact that a fragment of the Dead Sea Scroll found at Qumran on the shores of the Dead Sea mentions Nabonid and asserts that he was suffering in Timah from an unpleasant skin disease that was cured only after a Jew told him to give honor to the God Most High. All that has led to
Leprosy.
speculation that Nabonidus was contemplating monotheism.
Oh, hot.
But to him, the God Most High was not the Judeans' Yahweh, but his
See why I wanted to
benefactor,
take a cool off before I
Sin,
tackled
the
that
moon
shit.
god.
That's
Its
fucking hot.
crescent symbol has been adopted by Islam, and there is little doubt that its roots can be traced back to Nabonidus' stay in Arabia. Sin's whereabouts fade out of Mesopotamian records after the time of the Nabonid. Texts discovered at Urgut, a Canaanite site on the Mediterranean coast in Syria, now called Ras Shamra, describe the moon god as retired with his spouse to an oasis at the confluence of two bodies of water near the cleft of the two seas. Ever wondering why the Sinai Peninsula was named in honor of Sin and its main central crossroads in honor of his spouse Nikal, the place is still called in Arabic Nikal. I surmise that the aged couple retired to somewhere on the shores of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Iliad. The Ugaritic text called the moon god El, a forerunner of Islam's Allah, and his moon crescent symbol crowns every Muslim mosque, and as a tradition demands, the mosques are flanked to this day by minarets that simulate multi-stage rocket ships ready to be launched. The last chapter in the Nabonid saga was linked to the emergence of the scene of the ancient world of the Persians, a name given to a medley of peoples and states on the Iranian plateau that included the olden Sumerian Anshan and Elam and the land of the later Medes, who had a hand in the demise of Assyria. It was in the 6th century BCE that a tribe called Archaeans, by Greek historians who recorded their deeds, emerged from the northern outskirts of those territories.
What do you think my shirt says? and yeah, I do get looks when I'm out in public getting milk. I took the kid today.
To the influence of Jewish exiles from the 10 tribes who had been relocated to that region by the Assyrians. Religiously, the Achaemenid Persians apparently adopted.
Would you like to see it? So I got something for you, baby.
Which was a step in the Indo-Aryan one of the Sanskrit.
I know they are.
They simplified by just stating that they believed in God Most High. They call Ahura Mazda. In 560 BCE, the Archaemenid king
I gotta say,
and his son Karad succeeded him.
I think I've told you before. Let me make sure. Just let me make sure I've told you this before, because I don't want to just assume anything. I am no different in person than I am online, and y'all are lucky you can change the channel. Now, any questions?
And rebuilding the destroyed temple in Jerusalem. Though you knowest me not, Yahweh, the God of Israel, am thy caller who hath called you by name. Who will help you through. I will help you though you don't recognize.
Because I happen to.
God stated through the prophet Isaiah.
I happen to have a big old bag of them, right? Too.
Was most dramatically foretold in the book of Daniel. One of the Judean exiles taken into Babylon, Daniel.
You know,
in the Babylonian court
when you're in the dollar store and there's a bunch of moms running around with little kids, you have to think to yourself, were you thinking clearly when you put this attire on? Because you notice people shuffling their kids around you. Like, don't look at the crazy man with a dick bag of dicks on his shirt. Well, it's not like, you know, little kids can read. Mom's having a heart attack.
Where he intercepted a rushing back Nabonid, and then claiming that Marduk himself had invited him
How
to
am I
enter
not
Babylon
there?
without a fight. Welcomed by the priests who considered him
So me and Seamus have a lot to talk about in the car. I mean, we're never bored.
But he also, in one of his very first proclamations,
Oh
the
man,
exile of the Judeans, permitted the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem.
we know how to have fun.
All the temple's ritual objects that were looted by Nebuchadnezzar. The returning exiles under the leadership of Ezra and Nehemiah completed the rebuilding of the temple. Henceforth known as the Second Temple in 516 BCE, exactly as
Well,
prophesied by Jeremiah.
I've rolled around in mine and owned it since day one. What's that, Yemi? How you doing?
Religious amnesty to allow each people to worship as they please. As to what Cyrus himself might have believed, to judge by the monument he had erected for himself, he appears to have envisioned himself as a winged cherub.
Ooh.
We're going to stop right there. And yeah, it's fascinating stuff there, especially getting into, the origins of that.
I am.
They actually have a place in
Well,
Saudi
sometimes
Arabia
it's a
called
good
the
conversation
Bab
starter.
Shit, I know people who've been over there and stuff.
You know,
And they
one of
don't
those
say,
people filters.
This is where Anana
You see somebody laughing,
They say that's where she landed.
they got a good sense of humor.
She came to Earth, she landed in this spot. That's what the people in Saudi Arabia say, just like it's nothing.
Sitting, I'm not.
They'll cut your fucking head off for reading any other religion and claim you're doing witchcraft. It's just unbelievable to me. Cyrus, some historians attach the epithet "the Great" to his name. Consolidated into a vast Persian empire on the lands that had once been Samir and Akkad.
If it comes to it, I'll make that decision after giving you a chance to.
Was left to his son Cambyses to extend the empire to Egypt. Egypt was just recovering from a period of disarray.
Yeah, we need to stop playing dumb, putting our heads down, just let the world go by.
United, changed capital several times, was ruled by invaders from Nubia.
We've tried that.
And had no central authority at all. Egypt was also in disarray religiously. Its priests uncertain who to worship, so much so that the leading cult was that of the dead Osiris.
My battery's gonna die on my dinghy phone. It's only got about I think it's probably already warned me twice.
And the principal cult object, a bull, the sacred Apis bull.
Let me see.
For whom elaborate funerals were held.
Oh yeah, I'm close. It kind of recharged.
Cambyses, too, like his father, was no religious zealot and let people worship as they pleased. Even, according to an inscribed stela now in the Vatican Museum, of course, learned the secrets of worship from Neith and participated in a ceremonial funeral of an Apis bull. Now think about that. Way before Christianity, way before.
So I'm curious. I'm gonna have to make a video. Kind of ask Hush Puppy if we can't talk about this. I wonder if it's just semantics that he's talking about,
thousands of years ago,
because he ain't never actually listened to this shit about Tiamat. It might be something he just heard or something. I don't know.
People
Maybe
out there
it's just
try to say
semantics.
that there's no connection to the Vatican and this, the ancient Sumerian stuff and the ancient societies that had to do with the Anunnaki. Oh, there's plenty to do with it, believe me. There's no coincidence why they hold those, those artifacts as being.
It was just really juicy fucking blueberry hash.
My reality of illusion film on the Norway Spiral.
That's the good stuff.
There's a news clip in there where they talk about a lot of the artifacts that were looted from the Baghdad Museum. Guess where they showed up at? They showed up at the Vatican. They showed up in Rome. Yeah, they just immediately found their way to the Vatican.
It was convenience.
By special forces. Yeah.
It was because it was the closest safe place.
It's a historical fact.
You can trust
that
the
special forces to this day.
We're Knights of Malta.
Knights of
Malta.
Knights of Malta. I didn't know that until 4 or 5 years ago. It's an absolute fact. I mean, this is admitted mainstream scholarly work that our modern day special forces originated from the Templars. These religious laissez-faire policies bought the Persians peace in their empire, but not forever.
Catholic warring arm.
Unrest, uprisings, and rebellions kept breaking out almost everywhere. Especially troublesome were growing commercial, cultural, and religious ties between Egypt and Greece. Much information about that comes from the Greek historian Herodotus.
It kind of comes from that.
Extensively about Egypt after his visit there, circa 4.
Not everything, though. Look at me. I fuck up all the time. Can't fuck hard, but yes. Well, certain subjects, you fucking bet, man. But others, I'm totally ignorant.
In Asia Minor, what is present-day Turkey.
I know I've heard 6 different ways Tiamat was destroyed and become an asteroid belt, though, and we fell in a gap that created, separated us from heaven from earth. So
the growing tensions broke into open warfare when the Persians invaded the Greek mainland and were beaten at Marathon in 490 BCE. A Persian invasion by sea was beaten off by the Greeks in the Straits of Salamis a decade later, where the skirmishes and battles for control of Asia Minor continued for another century. Even as in Persia,
oh dear.
Even as in
and it's
Persia,
like what, 4? I'm kind of waiting for 420. Wonder if I'm going to have any hash left. Maybe we should just finish this bowl off.
Even as in Persia, King
It's
followed
going to take
King
me
and
like
in
20
Greece
minutes to
Athenians.
smoke that shit and I'll be fucked
Even
up.
as in Persia, King followed King and in Greece Athenians, Spartans, and Macedonians fought one another for God. It just drives me crazy to just have to say those words wrong.
Well, yeah,
In those double
Daniel,
struggles, one among the mainland Greeks, the other with Persians.
I see where you're going with that.
Greek settlers of Asia Minor was very important. No sooner
The
did
excellence is
Macedonians win
in
the upper hand on the mainland than their king
skin
Philip
suit.
II.
No,
Sent an armed
kind of slows it
corps over the
down,
Strait of
retards it a
Hellespont,
little bit. Fucktards it in my
today's Myrna
case.
to secure the loyalty of the Greek settlements. In 334 BCE, his successor Alexander the Great, heading an army of 15,000 strong.
And when I say retard, I mean like slows the signal down, you know what I mean? Way down, because you can't even handle the creator's energy in the skin suit. But yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Coffee, no coffee for me, huh? I'm summer schedule. I'm about ready to pass out. Watch.
What does need to be described are the personal reasons for Alexander's foray into Asia and Africa.
I just made
from all
a bunch of points.
Economic reasons. For
and
the Persian Great War. There was
I think it was a pretty cool coffee mug. I want to go to the hardware store and fix my little grabber.
Court did not King Philip, but a god, an Egyptian god, was Alexander's true father, having come to the Queen Olympias disguised as a man. The Greek pantheon that derived from across the Mediterranean Sea and headed by
maybe one day I'll get to have that face-to-face with the Pope and hand him his heart and be like, here, dude, look, see, you got magnet. Get over there and heal that shit. Tell your boy Anu. You gotta like give up the crown and scepter and get back to how you guys heal that planet. I mean, it's nothing but beautiful, is it? I mean, I'm great. I'm cool with it. Why are you trying to get on my social schedule? It'll hurt you if you have something to do in the daytime. Shit. I just do it because it's too fucking hot. It gets 100 degrees out here. I mean, right now it's just right now. It's nighttime. Oh, it's already 80 in the dungeon, and I ain't really worked all that hard, you know. Start working on some of these points so it gets hot in here. Yeah. It's always good to have you around. I'm just saying, it's painful at first because it does. You know, you're changing your fucking schedule around, and things come up, and it gets hectic until you get kind of settled in. When something fucks with your schedule, is again. I got a lot of glass to burn out here this month. Hola, amiga. ¿Cómo estás? Buenas noches. For me, get ready. Ahora es no cuatro veinte. Viente. No 420 yet. 2 minutes. Up 7 minutes. I'm telling you, I get along. I was born in LA. I've lived with my friends from Cuba and Chile, all over the world. Puerto Rico. So I've learned a lot of different dialects. I can tell a pretty lady, good morning. Oh, blueberry hash. Great. I've been working on that for fucking 8.5 hours? One bowl. I am pathetic. Man. I should be disowned. I'm no longer a hippie. Have I been to Peru? No, I really, really wanted to until I found out that they have a jungle full of fucking flying spiders that can eat my face off. I still kind of want to, but now I'm thinking flamethrowers. Seriously. Flamethrowers. I do. I get about 4 hours sleep tonight. I'm a busy person. I've been. I get a nap sometimes. I laid down today for about an hour. I didn't really nap. I was cooking dinner, so if I had napped, I did have an incident though. Fucking crazy. I'm like, so I was going to try something different, which we did. We ended up trying something different. But oh, okay. I don't know if that's going to work. We'll have to put that on a loudspeaker when we drive up to. Oh, that might cause havoc. See, flamethrowers. I just completely forgot what the hell I was talking about. Because he threw a fucking spider at me. I want to go to Peru. Oh my God. Oh, good morning, everybody. Shit. Incident. Well, good morning, Mr. Brew. Are we looking at an incident in Iswas? I've been having burps. Keep looking as she keeps pushing. And I'm like, I'm really feeling that, aren't I? And then I remember this medical thing I came across today that said that humans can feel magnet fields because we got magnet. And I was like, I knew that. I've been telling people that. And I've seen it in the magnet, in the medicines. And I was like, well, I feel like I'm feeling that. I keep looking, and she's pushing little bubbles. I'm just feeling her push. And then sometimes I get the pressure front and back, which is a little bit different too. I think those are the swirling. Talking about an incident. Yeah, I was talking about something. Which incident? I'm not sure. No, she's riding smooth way. She's just starting to induce again. So yeah, soon probably. I mean, well, I'm. I don't know. Yeah, poor India, and they had a mainland quake, and we were heating. Someone had asked about mainland India. I said not this week, but maybe next. If we keep heating like this, I could see the inner plates starting to pop like that from expansion. And I think, well, I don't even remember who it was, but y'all was one of you was in here. I'm sure we'll probably see the video. And remember, I said that last week. And if it kept heating, we were going to start seeing. Um, we're still seeing. We're going to see. They're going to get bigger. Ever. So get ready, folks. Just get ready. We're going to get ready. This is really happening. And you're here for a reason. We're created for this moment. It's just we forgot. It's not like we're. If we knew what we were before this started happening, we would have prepared in celebration for what's coming. Is what I'm trying to say. This is not something. Uh, this is not something to fear. If you're on board, um, and at some point, everybody's going to have this uh, waking moment that things are bigger than we've been told. Are you going to pull it together or not? Um, so there's a lot of people talking about the truth, and we need to keep bringing it as much together as we can. There's quite an attack from no surprise, but the surprise is we actually know where some directional aggression is coming from. Isn't that new? Um, but all in all, because they ain't looked yet, I didn't believe what we have. I had to prove it. Remember? you, I don't think anybody here believed what I mean. If you could have conceived that, you come forward. I'd like to hear more. Because I myself, boy, we got a lot of information off of that wall, and not just one. I mean, several. Every time y'all go out and look, it's more and more. Um, it's all about us, and Creator, and creation. It's all frequency. It's laws of physics. It's not vowels that lie. If it doesn't line up and if it doesn't work, which everything I've looked at does. I don't know if he's got amazingly. I mean, not just does. I mean, like, are you fucking kidding me? If you've actually looked at it, I've had linguists look at it and were amazed. I do plan on hanging out and doing what I do. Probably not every day. I don't know. Maybe. I got live on my phone. I tape it to my forehead and we go for a walk in town, whatever town I'm in. Wear my special Sunday going out shirt. You'll get to see what I get to see. That a lot. I do that face real well. One of shock and surprise, and then like, oh God. Now, if it's a lady, they usually clutch their purse, and that's cool. I like it like that. It helps me stay a monk. Monks aren't pretty. Trust me, it's rough when you're pretty monk. Real fuzz on your face. Then it itches. I made a nice beer glass. It's got Ron Horse and then Onk on it. I mean, well, we'll see in the morning if it had any problems. That's the first one I've tried. So if not, I did it good. If so, just from whatever happens, I'll be able to know what I didn't do right and we'll try it again. It happened. I've got a wall of shame over there in my paper from trying new things. It's by itself though with the pawn because when I rolled it back in there, it wanted to touch the stupid heat and cool. Then it wanted to roll into the pawn, and I'm all like, "You're just having fun." So I put it in the corner and decided I'm just going to leave that there. And we'll see it in the morning. It's I'm grateful for every one of you folks that are have looked and read and brought new things to this because as I said, I'm just as new to it as you are, and I wouldn't know what to do without another human being to chat about with this shit because it's fucking amazing. Period. And it gets more and more amazing every day. The more you start to fucking just relax that magnet. your magnet starts doing magnet things, and you'll feel intent. You'll feel the field respond. It's crazy. Cause yeah, I'd be hitting that shit and it's like, well, there's close field lines there when she was just not a little bit ago. So I'm gonna count that as I just kind of felt that kick in. And it's not weird. It's not. It's strange to me, but I mean, it's human. We have a fucking magnet. And I had no idea. And the more I let it relax and start kind of feeling the relaxation of it, you can feel stuff that kind of sways you. And a couple of you have been describing the exact same phenomenon. My son describes it, and I, I asked him, I was like, "Are you hearing the ringing and stuff in your ears?" That because I'm getting a lot of folks that are starting to feel sick. He goes, "No, but sometimes I will have to lay down and get a little nap." I was like, "Well, hmm, me too." I started noticing that when I lay down, he's usually laying, and I've been feeling pushies, and I'm like, "Well, that's pretty fucking cool." But I only get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep before I'm up in the morning, and then I'll lay down for an hour in the afternoon. So it might just be because I'm tired. I suspect he is the same after fucking seeing in the chat last night. His phone is laying on the bed, pretty sure. Saw it. You should. You're supposed to leave that shit on. You're supposed to take your shit to the bed. Good morning. Did you see that yesterday? Seamus come in here, he's creeping around till late at night, thinking he's all grown up. He's like, "I bet I graduate high school." I'm like, yeah. He is. But still, rules are rules. And then I'm thinking, he knows how to read a hieroglyph. He's pointed Ra out to me twice. And the color spectrums of the rainbows and how different they are. But this kid. Noah, Noah, he's returning. I did see Hush Puppies, and good morning, folks. I thank you for reminding me. There's a new batch of folks. I've been saying this all night. So, I mean, beyond anything, I appreciate him standing up for me and recognizing what's going on. As you know, we haven't been fond of each other. I think we're actually mutually blocked. I'm not sure if I've. You'd have to ask John. I can't remember if I blocked him or not. I don't think I did. Um. Anyways, maybe not, because we've never really gotten along too well. Anyway, what he's blocked in here? Yeah, Polly distracted me with spiders. So I've decided that he described the moon flipping as us tilted, and I guess he thought, I'm not sure that I thought it was the moon, but he described it as I do and said that's what we differ on. He described it right. I don't differ. But what I do differ on is that I'm wondering, is this a thing of semantics where he actually hasn't uh, gotten it that Tiamat was exploded and we fell into the void and they had to drag one of Tiamat's moons here to lock us in a long time ago, and it's the asteroid belt, and what's behind us is a lot bigger than the planet. Or I know he isn't reading the hieroglyphs if he thinks that I believe differently than he does about why the moon's doing a cartwheel. We're on our side. Said that. So I'm just kind of wondering, are we fighting over semantics? I owe him a thank you, anyways, but and an explanation. I guess maybe better on my moon thing. I made a comment, so I'm going to go over and see if he saw it. Yeah, we actually, from him describing it, he did. He said we tilt. It's our wobble. Yeah, fuck yes, yes, it is, and there's something behind this, but it's not Tiamat. It's the sun that comes with T. That well, it's a big boy. I don't care what you will call it. Because it talks about how that is the king. And I'm if any of the sons, I'm telling you, I think if they're talking about the destroyer, Taurus, the red one, and that's not the one behind it. A lot of people just don't talk about Ra. They talk about the destroyer. They talk about Nemesis, Vulcan. Homeboy's all about Vulcan. That's another one for Horus. These are all red sun names. There's a few blue sun names out there too that fit the blue spectrum and stuff. People forget about or don't know, don't listen. I never knew. I never fucking imagined. I'm just finding it everywhere. Yeah, you can call it whatever you fucking want to. It's huge and it's a sun and there's two. Well, yeah, and I appreciate that very much. And we also agree on the moon, is what I'm saying. He's right. I think he's just been told what I believe, and he hasn't looked. That's all. And if he looked, he would realize we're right. And I'm gonna thank him for standing up for me. He knows the players. I don't have to warn him. He's been attacked by the same player, and that's cool. And I don't mention that player because so far someone's stayed out of it. He hung that up, and then NASA just put a nail in it. They just came out in the fucking every news channel talking about it was a gentle rollover, but our axis has shifted because they started getting some intensely informed sea captains asking questions is all I can think. I told y'all that it happened quick. Like, you know what a sea captain does? They check the bearing once in the morning and then they check the bearing in the evening. Of course, it's easier to do with the stars and than just the sun where you're bouncing around out there. Trust me. But fucking anyway, they couldn't get it. And they've been chatting about it. Because that's what you do when you sit and drive in a boat in a little chat house called the wheelhouse, and because you're grabbing the wheel and you're steering the boat and you're watching a bunch of waves. Of course, you're going to be fucking chatting away to anybody that'll listen. That's what you do. That's what truck drivers do. That's what ship drivers do. They talk to each other. Hey, did you get a bearing today? No. Well, homie come into Google and ended up in my shit a couple weeks ago. NASA just announced we on our side, and it took decades to do because the shipping containers that they want to keep going are driven by a bunch of those captains. And once one of them knew, he had already told somebody before he told me. He just came back and said, I don't even know when he ran into me, but he felt compelled to let me know that was the case. And I was like, honest to God, I've been waiting for that day. Because I don't give a fuck how many subs I got now. Because the sea captain, I don't even care if he was a sub. The sea captain got that radio out. The geologist started filling in there's a geologist too. And talking about, oh my God, dude. What I know. Geologists know what's going on, why we're having the volcano quakes, everything now. Because they will Google, and creators like, you might want to check this guy out. So I know Google ain't trying to help me out. Maybe they changed their tune. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have a clue why NASA just came out and said, yeah, moon probably shouldn't be doing fucking it's global warming. I mean, that was the icing on the cake. I was a little nervous. I was like, God, everybody's going to just suck that one up, aren't they? No. They've killed that shit. Everyone's tired of hearing it's global. Wait, that universe, they're like, it ain't global warming that caused that shit. I'm like, no, it's not. But I'm talking about people had a hard time getting to even look up my channel that I know in person, namely my kid's mom for years. And when I asked her, I said, "Did you see NASA?" Said she goes, I saw something like that. I was like, "Yeah, you know why? It ain't global warming." She didn't, and then she wanted to know the spelling of raw math. She's like, "How do you spell that again?" And she found it and watched it because NASA made it okay it wasn't coming from me. And they put bullshit on top of it. Now, is that on purpose or is that just sloppy in general? Yeah, I think that's like, here, look, we're on our side. Yeah, guess as to why. Remember that glowing wall of hydrogen we told you about 2 years ago? I can't wait until they bring that one back up. Because we're on our side to slow it down now. Big quake. Where's the glowing wall of hydrogen at, NASA? Is it still on the edge of the solar system? Because I think it's the corn died. What did we hear about Venus? Fuck. We heard stuff. I listened to it 4 times and I know it's about Venus. If Nibiru comes up behind Venus, all right. If it comes up behind Venus, the crops will die. If it comes up in front of Venus, it won't. Yeah, I know. That's why I rewound it. In the days, which book? I'm panting. I had to listen to it like 50 times, so let's go look for it again. God, where was it? Was it in this one? I think it might have been. I'm not kidding.
A comparison more valid than he realized. The next main modern explorer of Tiwanaku, Arthur Posanowski, to the throne of Babylon's last king. Haran nowadays, yes, it is still there, and I have visited it. It is a sleepy town in eastern Turkey, verified by modern scholars. It is thus certain that she was born in 649 BCE and lived through the reigns of several Assyrian and Babylonian kings, passing on at the ripe old age of 104. Here's what she wrote on her stela concerning the first of a series of amazing events. It was in the 16th year of Nabopolassar, king of Babylon, when Sin, lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his temple and went up to heaven. And the city and the people in it went to ruin.
This one. Or was it in the very beginning of that one? I don't remember. Hang on.
Let's get into inner days now. Picking up where we left off, plus an additional 5 special days at the year's end. The other, we are damning ourselves. BCE was ending. It was clear in all 3 capitals that the 2 time cycles were not identical. And in Jerusalem, speaking of becoming increased as the 6th century BCE began, the day of the Lord is at hand, the prophet Joel announced. The day of the Lord is near, the prophet Obadiah declared. Circa 570 BCE, the prophet Ezekiel was given the following urgent divine message. Son of man, prophesy and say, thus saith the Lord God, howl and bewail for the day is near, the day of the Lord is near. Ezekiel was then away from Jerusalem, having been taken into exile with other Judean leaders. But hell, we've got comets pounding into the sun and the magnetic fields being weakened on Earth. There's Shalmaneser V and Sargon II in the demise of Israel and the exile of its people. Baal is Baal. That's like the devil.
I'm thinking it was in this one, maybe.
On her stela concerning the first of a series of amazing events. Yeah, this is what I've been waiting to get into here. I want to see how this, why did they leave? Did they indeed really leave? Where did they go? Did they go to? It was then that the Israelites began to prepare alternative spaceport facilities in South America. And that's what the Gate of the Sun is. A prominent structure that was also cut from a single boulder with some of the precision years old. I just see more and more of these. Every time I see these specials or David Patrick Childress and Tiwanaku here or something like that. Every time I see one of those videos or watch one of those shows where they're talking about these sites, science. And then, having done all that, he left. The grand layout, which simulated a square ziggurat with its corners oriented to the cardinal points, then marked the direction of his eventual departure.
I don't remember.
We have identified the god.
It was either in part 7 or 8.
a dad of the Hittite Sumerian pantheon, Enlil's youngest son. In Mesoamerica, the giver of
I remember what it
civilization
said
was the
because I
winged
listened to it,
serpent,
but you need to listen to it.
Quetzalcoatl.
It's in like
We
7
have
or 8.
identified
Talks
him
about
as
crops
Enlil's
dying.
son,
I
Thoth,
almost shit.
of the Egyptian pantheon, named Zeta to the Sumerians.
Part 7 or 8 because we started on 7, and it wasn't that long ago.
African followers to establish civilization in Mesoamerica. Answering with the sacrament. Crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Now, I mean, my God, we've seen all this stuff. I mean, we've seen so many references here.
I think it.
That's what it would have been. It was like a ship. He's inside of it.
It's
That's
not.
what. See, there you go. It's a fucking Death Star, dude.
It's not.
Yeah, because even the depiction showed him sitting. You know, they wouldn't have depicted it like that if it was him. For fragments. Explanatory texts were written on the back side of those circular tablets. In 1900 AD, addressing a meeting of the Royal Asiatic Society in London, England, Theophilus G. Pinches caused a sensation when he announced that he had succeeded in piecing together a complete astrolabe. As he called the tablet, he showed it to be a circular orbital dance between the sun, Earth, and the moon, plus Earth's daily revolution and its changing axial tilt. The great radiating planet. But whether the direct cause was the planet itself or the effects of its radiance, the gravitational or magnetic pull on the moon, the texts do not explain.
The tilt.
Day of the Lord. And when the planet's return did occur, neither Anu or any of the expected gods showed up. Indeed, the opposite happened.
Okay, I think we're getting
The gods,
close.
the Anunnaki god, departure from Earth, come to us from Haran. The testimony is not hearsay. It consists of, though Nanar was not Enlil's firstborn legal heir, with an evident sense of history and as a trained temple official, Ada Gubi provided in her inscriptions the dresses of the fine wool, took off the jewelry, worn neither silver or gold. Happened in the land since the days of the old unknown.
Yeah.
That the people of the earth, but they always try to say that, oh, Elohim means God. Oh, just one.
It don't.
Not to mention the Indo-European gods. After all the varied and textual descriptions and pictorial descriptions of celestial boats of the gods, the most appropriate to Ezekiel's vision of a whirlwind appears to be gave rise to a notion in distant Judea that Yahweh too had left the omens. Aratu, the river of abundance, became a raging current. The fierce surge, this is what I've been waiting to get into here. Upgrading an existing hominid.
Where was it?
It was some kind of a Russian probe or something. I've seen video of it. And you can literally see the shadow of some kind of big ass ship come in right as the video goes off and they lose contact. And his son, Karash, succeeded him on the throne and made his mark on the subsequent historic events.
Yeah, I don't know.
We call him Cyrus. The Bible called him Karash.
I don't remember. It's on 7 or 8. You'll have to listen to it. Fucking amazing. It stopped me in my breath. Like, what? When it comes to perihelia, if it passes behind Venus, the crops die. Because it's on Horus. And Horus is behind, or Ra is behind us at night. If Ra was over there, the crops wouldn't die, is what they just said, pretty much. I almost shit myself. I was like, what the fuck? But it's coming up on this side of Venus. It's Ra, because Nibiru and its sun aren't. They're behind Venus. And in other words, it depends on our orbit when they come in, what's going to happen. And it bowled me over. I was like, holy shit. They just described what I'm looking at. Yeah, it's either in 7 or 8, section 7 or 8. I'd start at 7. It's a good section. But yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Y'all have a good night. And stay light, stay safe. Peeking through the houses. That's what I'm afraid of. It's almost 5. Have a good night. Good morning. I'm going to have a pillow